we're to change our perspective on ocean territory versus land. For those of us with a big country, I think it's hard to envision a country that's more ocean than land. But for so many people, that is the case. And we need to make the case, frankly, in order to expand our existing monument out in the far Pacific. We need to make the case for bigness. There's a question about whether a big monument, a big protected area matters, or whether it's too big, to really be something in and of itself. And I would love your perspective on that.
That's me. Okay, so yes, Seychelles being a large ocean state, definitely 60% of our EZ borders the high seas. And so that's also one of the areas where we're focusing a lot on. And as you know, we've already ratified the BBNJ Treaty because we know how important the high seas are, especially in relation to the global targets that we currently have. We also then often struggle with the issue of capacity. So we already have issues of capacity within our EZ, but does that then translate if we're going to start having protected areas outside? And I think one of the things that we've realized, it is one ocean. So what happens out there matters because it eventually affects what happens within our EZ and vice versa. And so I think it's a comprehensive approach that if we go in it all the way. And we are currently working, for example, in our region, but also we have a joint management area with Mauritius, and some of these works are already ongoing to see what that capacity actually looks like for us. So how big should the protected areas outside of our EZ be? What are the resources that goes into there? These are discussions, of course, that are still going to happen because it's still very new. But we know that if we do it well within our own EZ, we get the capacity, the confidence, but also the support of the people not only in country. We get the support of our local communities, we get the support of our partners, and therefore you can translate a lot of those lessons learned outside and beyond. And so hopefully having that global impact that we're all looking for.
Thank you. And I think for us, we grappled with the same sort of thought patterns when people seen a map and seen our Great Bear Sea. All they seen was a map. They didn't see what lied underneath. And what we shared to help our case was we shared statistics and we talked about if we continue on with the way that we're going now, this is what it looks like in 5 years. This is what it looks like in 10 years. And we talked about the species decline. So it's kind of, not just looking at it as a map, but trying to find those opportunities to share the story that what lies underneath in the water.
Hello. Okay, we are going to bring this to an end. We had 4, I think, wonderful speakers who gave different perspectives, ranging from Marie May, who told us really an inspirational story from the Seychelles about how it has been using innovative tools to fund marine conservation really at scale. And similarly, but in its own unique way, Christine told us about the project Finance for Permanence and how it built on a previous one that was land and then expanded out into the ocean and used a public-private partnership and inclusive participation with First Nations that she and her team have led. And Eileen commented on how important collaboration is and how she is seeing more and more collaboration. And by that happening in the private sector, we're getting innovation. And it is serving as a challenge, I think, to the public sector that Brian mentioned and said, look, there's money out there. We need to be more and better advocates. All of us here today need to be focused on the advocacy for public financing, as well as the technical work that everybody here is doing. And I know that Campaign for Nature has lots of great ideas about how that can be done. And so if you want to get more engaged in that area, please talk to Brian. I want to thank everybody and thank all of you for your time today. Have a great time here at the CBD.
Welcome. We have a nice crowd here. I want to encourage people to take their seats. Welcome to the Nature Positive Pavilion. I'm very excited for this talk today. My name is Rebecca Moore. I'm Director Emeritus of Google Earth, Earth Engine, and Earth Outreach, which, as you can imagine, is at Google. And I'm going to be speaking about the technology and partnerships that Google is bringing to bear in the space of protecting nature. I'm really excited that we will also have Crystal Davis and Jorge Ahumada, who will be doing deeper dives on what WRI is doing, leveraging our technology, and the wildlife insights space of in situ monitoring that Jorge will be speaking about. So I'd like to ground us in Google Earth. We are going to focus today on Google Earth Engine, which has become a very powerful tool for monitoring. But we have found that many sectors of civil society in particular are using Google Earth because it is the most vivid digital replica of the planet, continuously updating high resolution that we put into the hands of people around the world for free in more than 40 languages. And it's been amazing and gratifying to see how communities and NGOs and so on are using Google Earth to protect and conserve nature. And it starts with our imagery, our high resolution, frequently refreshed imagery. So I want to call your attention to a blog post we recently sent out about many imagery updates to Google Earth and Maps, including historical imagery update in the new Google Earth. But we also refreshed our imagery base map. And this is an area before the refresh and after. It's a little subtle, but you can see some of the changes in terms of deforestation. Here is another. This is what it was a month or so ago. This is what it is now. And we're committed to continually refreshing our imagery base map in ever higher resolution, including not just in the urban areas, but now we're prioritizing the rural areas, the areas of nature, because Google is prioritizing using our geo-platforms for sustainability. And this includes, of course, time, the time-lapse experience that goes back, 40 years at this point, and covers the entire planet. It's a little frightening to look at, so I don't like to dwell on these. But for example, we had no idea the Andean Cat Alliance is using Google Earth in 4 countries in South America to protect habitat, study and understand the wild Andean cat, which I believe is the largest wild cat in South America and is endangered. And you can see they used Google Earth, for example, to plan where to place camera traps using the topology that's in Google Earth in addition to the imagery. And they told us they were very gratified that about an hour after they placed the camera traps, they got that image of an Andean cat. And so it's really exciting to see these kind of applications. Indigenous people and local communities are using Google Earth because it's very accessible. And again, it's in more than 40 languages. The Quilombola community, the overall agency for them is called Kanak. They have used Google Earth, and in some cases, community members who had never touched a computer before are using Google Earth to document their history of use and occupation of the land, their plans for a sustainable future, and with that, number one community has already secured land tenure, and maybe a big deal is the Brazilian census is now for the first time, based on the data they submitted after interviewing more than 1,000 quilombola communities and documenting them. Quilombola is now an official category of, in the Brazilian census. So really being counted for the first time. Many indigenous tribes are using Google Earth to understand and resist illegal invasions of their land, whether it's mining, logging, and this is the Uruwawao people in particular. There's an amazing film called The Territory that if you can find it, I encourage you to watch it. They're very heroic, and they're actually succeeding against all odds, and they're leveraging everything at their disposal, including modern technology. So, stepping back, this is not a newsflash to anyone in this room, but we are hitting these planetary tipping points. And one of them that has been identified as perhaps the most critical to address by the IPCC is the conversion of land. And that affects, obviously, both climate and nature. So we as Google are continually, and especially the Google Earth Engine team, we are trying to bring to bear the immense digital understanding we have of the physical real world on these problems. And many of you probably know the history of Google Earth Engine at this point, but it started with the massive amount of fantastic data going back decades collected from amazing Earth observation satellites from NASA and ESA and JAXA and so on, but that was all going on to tapes in vaults and was not accessible. And we were approached by scientists who said, could you please actually bring all that data off those tapes online into the Google Cloud and give us access to your computers for not just looking at the planet using Google Earth, but mapping, measuring, monitoring, doing science on this changing data about our planet, and that led us to build Google Earth Engine, which co-locates petabytes of data coming in every day with massive computing resources in a specialized platform we call Google Earth Engine, which has more than 1,000 built-in functions that let you, with a single line of script, say, oh, show me the deforestation of the Amazon over the last 20 years. Now, I admit something that big would dim the lights of Google a little bit. That's okay. I mean, we have a lot of computers. We have them for YouTube. Why not use them for saving nature? So the three pillars of this are this massive data catalog, continually updating, this computing infrastructure that lets you analyze and fuse that data, and then an amazing community, because we have built this platform to be so accessible that are collaboratively building applications that are making a difference in the real world. The first scientific breakthrough, again, I think many of you are familiar with this at this point, was Matt Hansen. He was the first brave scientist to say, I think I'll try this, what do you call it, Google Earth Engine thing? And he was impressed enough that he moved his methodology for forest change detection onto Earth Engine and produced the first 30-meter global resolution map of forest cover change. Published in Science, it was 1 million hours of computation. Because we ran it on 10,000 computers in parallel, we had the results in a few days, whereas on a single computer, it would have taken 15 years. So Earth Engine has really changed the nature of the kind of questions people can ask and answer about the planet. There's now, I think, nearly 100 petabytes of data. We're adding over 700,000 new images every week. We're updating every 15 minutes. I think of it almost as like Google News for the planet, all these data feeds coming in and put at your fingertips to turn those pixels into knowledge and ultimately into implementation and action to make a difference. Emphasizing the real-time nature, for example, the NASA GOES satellite is collecting imagery every 15 minutes, and we download it every 15 minutes. And this is an example from the CZU fire, and that is actually a screenshot from my phone where we publish in Google Search and Google Maps within a few minutes an updating perimeter of wildfires based on this near real-time updating of the data coming into Google Earth Engine. So we ourselves as Google are using Earth Engine to produce information products to deliver to billions of people around the world, and all of this is in the hands of you as well. WRI, you're going to hear from Crystal. I'm such a huge fan of this project. Global Forest Watch is really the first, and I still think perhaps the lighthouse example of building a global environmental monitoring system powered by the cloud, powered by Earth Engine, with leading methodologies from scientists around the world and so on. She will be speaking more about that. But again, it starts for us with science. This isn't about guys in a garage building, random apps. This starts with empowering the best scientists in the world with data, free computation, and the capability to derive knowledge that is, as I said, very actionable and put it in the hands of everyone. You can see the hockey stick adoption curve. Now more than 38,000, according to Google Scholar, scientific publications powered by Earth Engine. And every day, there are new ones coming out. I'm continually surprised by how people are using the platform. Very importantly, especially in this context, Earth Engine has now been adopted by a number of United Nations organizations and countries for their official reporting under agreements, like under the UNFCCC agreement. I think more than 9 countries at this time, and more are in the pipeline, have used Google Earth Engine for their official REDD+ reporting, and they have received payments for those services they have delivered with respect to avoided deforestation. Some of them are listed there. Almost 100 megatons of avoided carbon emissions from those projects. So now, with the recent regulatory and intergovernmental frameworks between EUDR and COP, the Global Biodiversity Framework, we as the Google team are doubling down in those. We're becoming more and more opinionated because we can't solve everything with our technology. And to make the clear point, our technology alone doesn't solve anything. It's putting it in your hands that solves those issues. But we're focusing on what are the data sets, what are the types of features, algorithms, partnerships that we can support in a variety of ways, capacity development and so on, to move the needle on these global commitments. So with 30 by 30, the scientific underpinnings, the frameworks that led to the COP30 and Global Biodiversity Framework were published originally. This first paper about protecting half of nature was 2017, powered by Earth Engine. And then really the true framework for 30 by 30 was this Global Deal for Nature paper published in 2019, also powered by Earth Engine. And we will continue to be supporting science and operational applications in this area. So one of the things we've done is we're very excited about the HAC, Coalition for Nature and People, High Ambition Coalition. More than 100 countries have signed up to be first movers, including we're finding early adopters of new solutions for 30 by 30 and Global Biodiversity Framework. And there is a matchmaking service for countries seeking support and different providers of capability services platforms. Google has signed up to be a supporter of the HAC. You'll find us, if you're interested, on the HAC website. And we have already connected with several countries. And again, we encourage reaching out to us. We really want to help support these difficult decisions that need to be made by the countries. Part of supporting 30 by 30 is making sure we have at your disposal in the cloud, staged and analysis-ready form for analysis with your own data or other data sets, the core data that are needed for decision-making and spatial planning in the global biodiversity framework context. Today, at this conference, we're announcing new data sets that we have just added, and this is very much at the request of our partners. We don't just go off and flip a coin. We have partners submitting requests, and we vet them, and we prioritize the most important. And so you can see, for example, the World Database of OECMs, which is really important and needs to be developed further, is in Earth Engine, and we will be updating it as OECM data is contributed, as we will also with WDBA data, which we already have. The science-based targets, natural lands map, the JRC map, all just added to Earth Engine. Not sure, how many of you are familiar with the global ecosystem typology? Okay, you need to be familiar with it. The IUCN has recommended in CBD as essentially the ecosystem typology for making your ecosystem maps in support of implementation, baseline, and then tracking progress against 30 by 30 and the biodiversity framework. And in order to support that, we just launched, I think this was yesterday or the day before, the first global ecosystem typology map. This was produced by IUCN. This is the level 3 of the typology. It covers 110 functional groups. Very important to understand that this is an illustrative map. It's an indicative map. This is just one area. It almost looks like art, but it is not intended to replace what countries will be doing at the national and subnational level, but to give the world a first picture of what the global ecosystem typology could look like and a representation at a coarse level of these functional groups. So zooming in actually to an area of Colombia, I think it's called the Paraimo area ecosystem. In purple, you see that. If you imagine clicking on one of those squares, this is one of those 110 functional groups, is this tropical alpine grasslands functional group. It's very unusual. It's somewhat rare. It's kind of boggy. It provides water to Bogota, but it's in an alpine setting or a montane setting, if you prefer. And courtesy of a friend from IUCN, we actually have a photograph of what it looks like. Again, it's a beautiful world. There are lots of different ecosystems, and this global ecosystem typology is intended to capture them. UNEP WCMC has a tool for countries called the UN Biodiversity Lab to help you do your planning, and they're extensively using Earth Engine as a source and computation platform. Going into now a few application areas, we're really excited about the opportunity to use modern geospatial technology that is dynamically updating to help conservation planners on the ground plan things like wildlife corridors. And WWF, TerraDapt, working together, are doing this for jaguars in the Chaco region that cuts across a number of countries in South America. And they're creating these connectivity maps of based on, for example, tagging jaguars and many other factors, where are jaguars likely to go, unlikely to go, and that helps conservation planners understand which areas are most important to conserve. It's critical to have not 5-year-old data. 10-year-old data to inform these conservation plans, because this is what's happening on the landscape in these places. And so having up-to-date data and then analytics and information derived from that data is critical. And that's what Terradapt is bringing to this project using Google Earth Engine, bringing in all of these different data layers that are dynamically updating, including projections based on future climate scenarios of where will habitats move, right, based on elevation, latitude, and so on, and then use that for planning. These are just examples of some of the predictors they have already found that are directly correlated with jaguar movement. And so being able to bring this into this near real-time planning is exciting. And they were approved for a Jeff grant, and so congratulations to them for that. Okay, I want to switch 30 by 30, land and seas, right? And we focus a lot on terrestrial, but we have a very strong partnership with Global Fishing Watch that is using Google Cloud and Google Earth Engine for the marine environment, and starting with monitoring human activity at sea. I mean, it's a little frightening when you look at what happens the day that fishing opens. I won't name places where this is, but if you were a fish, I would be a little bit scared about what is in store for me. And there has never been a near real-time, accurate picture of fishing activity at sea. And when you talk about marine conservation, marine protected areas, we have to understand this. So Global Fishing Watch, amazing platform that is bringing in trillions of essentially near real-time data points, some provided by satellites, some provided by country-based systems that are participating to understand human activity at sea. And you can actually track and understand specific vessel tracks. You can understand the type of fishing that they're doing using AI. We launched that. Secretary Kerry was our spokesperson at the 2016 launch. This was a collaboration, again, Google, Oceana, and SkyTruth, that then has now formed an independent NGO called Global Fishing Watch. And it's being used now for protected area planning and creation. There's a fantastic story in Mexico where there was a vision for a marine protected area off the coast that would preserve an incredibly important shark nursery ground and kind of pelagic nursery ground, but the local fishing industry was opposed because they said it's going to harm their livelihoods. So Global Fishing Watch data was used by National Geographic to show them that actually this proposed marine protected area was only going to exclude 4% of their fishing activity, and actually was going to help them in the long run by creating a nursery. And this sort of has been proven that having protected areas is actually net better for productivity over time. So they've used it now to protect, set aside 7 marine protected areas. They've now built a tool called Marine Manager that is specifically targeted for this type of marine MPA planning. It brings in all kinds of data, human activity data, oceanographic data. It has just very appropriate tooling for you to understand and analyze the data. A number of countries are using it, have used it to create marine protected areas. Samoa is one. And again, there are these trade-offs that need to be made between biodiversity protection and economic fishing value, and so on. The tool is very well designed for that. It is being used for effective, remember 30 by 30 Target 3 talks not just about protection, but effective protection. That is not to create paper parks, but to have monitoring that truly protects those areas. and Global Fishing Watch, as you can imagine, with the dynamic data, can be used for that, and the Marine Manager is being used for that. You can see in this case that there was a detection of illegal fishing within a marine protected area, and that can be used for legal processes. Here's just an example of Palau using it, looking at activity data before and after creation of a marine protected area. That's what you want to see, that the activity drops off. Here's another example in Cocos National Park where they were able to detect illegal fishing. So just to wrap up on Global Fishing Watch and the Marine Manager, this is, we think, the best tool for MPA creation and protection. I won't go through all the stats here, but it's really impressive, and they've gotten a lot of investment now to be able to continue this work. So ready to scale for 30 by 30. Okay, I'm going to end with, yes, I need to end with a little bit about AI, because I think many of us are convinced that, you know, the previous revolution for Earth observation and remote sensing was bringing that data into the cloud, putting it in analysis-ready form, having it available to do global scale analyses going back decades, which Earth Engine has pioneered. But AI, the methodologies that are being used are still somewhat traditional for classification, for example. And so we've been working now for several years and in collaboration with partners like WRI to innovate in this space. One of our products is Dynamic World with WRI, which is a dynamic land cover data set AI model that is in near real time on every Sentinel image as it's coming in, is mapping it into 9 land cover classes, and then putting that out freely available as an open data set that is now making it much easier. It's reducing barriers to practitioners deriving understanding of land use change. You can see how there's conversion from one land cover class to another, you know, forest to cropland or whatever. Very interesting story, unexpected to us when you put this kind of thing out there, of Xander Ventner in Norway was asked by, in a collaboration with the BBC, to analyze land cover conversion in Norway. They didn't have good maps, and he used Dynamic World to do this very quickly, and the results were apparently shocking. There was much more loss than even the Norwegian government had understood, and we learned this from talking with the Director General of NORAD yesterday. He said, you have no idea what a big deal this was in Norwegian society when this came out. It was the second biggest story of the year. I'm like, what was first? He said, well, maybe it was Taylor Swift, but like, it was the second biggest story was how much loss there was of nature happening in Norway. And interestingly, it led to a lot of pressure. It led to policy change, funding for that policy change, and their, what is it, NBSAP, they evolved those as well to respond to this. So fascinating. All right, almost done here. Back to our good friend, I'm learning to call it the GET, the Global Ecosystem Typology, levels 1 through 7. One of the wonderful things about this typology, it's not just a top-down that would be globally consistent, but not locally specific or locally created. It's not just a bottom-up that could be very locally created, but not able to be compared across other locations, other countries, and so on. But it allows the fusion of the two. And so we've been working using AI to create an AI-powered model that will make it much easier for people to make those maps that go from local to global scale. And it starts by imagining all those data sets, those petabytes of data I said we have in Earth Engine. If you're a remote sensing scientist, you're savvy at pulling those data sets in, making like a recipe of what kind of map you're going to produce, fine. But we want to make it easier for people to be able to turn those pixels into knowledge. So we've built a model that learns from all of those data sets over time and builds essentially a model. I'm not going to try to explain it. It's too hard to explain. But, but think of it as distilling all of that data from Landsat. We even have GBIF data going into this model. So it learns very interesting characteristics about every 10-meter pixel on Earth, and then be able to use that to easily create land cover maps and improve on the quality of environmental maps that are already being made. This is one example of an outcome from this map. The Harvard Forest team used this model, I should say, the geospatial foundational model from Google, to map forest carbon in the Northeast. And they were able to do it with higher accuracy than state-of-the-art existing models. This slide, I think, is very interesting. Look on the lower right at Baxter State Park. Internalize that perimeter of Baxter State Park. These three maps here are essentially forest carbon density in that area. And you can see that the geospatial foundational model, you can almost determine the outline of the park because it is more precise in estimating carbon, forest carbon density. A little wonky, but here's where it actually becomes super valuable directly for global ecosystem typology mapping. 30 by 30 mapping is, with that model under the covers of a simple tool, a person who is locally knowledgeable about landscape on the ground in their area can start dropping pins of, this is, what, Paraima, whatever, this is that particular type of ecosystem, this is that type of ecosystem, and it interactively can build that map for you. So we see that as the future for lowering the barriers for countries to deliver and subnational organizations to deliver on understanding in high resolution based on local knowledge what is happening on their landscapes, how it is changing over time, and then be able to use that for monitoring. All right, I went on too long, but I want to welcome Crystal Davis up to the stage. We recently celebrated together with WRI the 10-year anniversary of Global Forest Watch. WRI made a cake that has on it an anatomically correct depiction of Global Forest Watch along the sides. So really, I encourage you to partner with WRI if you want a cake. And then we'll hear from Jorge after talking about wildlife insights and Wildmont. Thank you. There you go.
Thanks, Rebecca. We partner well on other things, too. But yes, GFW just celebrated its 10th birthday. I also have a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old, but GFW is still my first baby. So I wanted to talk a bit today about the impact that GFW has had over the past 10 years, partly as a celebration, but also as a real-life example of why it's so important that we continue investing in digital public goods as a really powerful tool to help us enable and catalyze conservation action. So back in 2014, GFW, with help from partners like Google, brought to the world the first ever high-resolution, near real-time monitoring of global forest change from space. And it was truly an overnight revolution in forest monitoring that has brought radical transparency to forests everywhere. And in case you're curious, this is recent deforestation that we've detected just outside the borders of the Chiribiquete National Park here in Colombia. But GFW is not just about making cool data. We've actually spent the majority of our effort trying to figure out how we make this data freely and easily accessible to anyone who wants to use it, including those who have low levels of technical capacity or expertise, which I often include myself in that bucket as well. And actually, some of the most powerful users of GFW, the most impactful users, are those who are on the ground in the forest, often working in low connectivity environments, and they're never coming to the GFW online website. They're using our mobile app where they can access the data in both online and offline environments. So to date, over 7 million people from literally every country in the world have used GFW, and as I am speaking right now, our most active users are monitoring over 600 million hectares of forest around the world. But who are all these little green dots, and what are they using GFW to do? So we know Global Forest Watch is not a replacement for official government data and monitoring systems, but we do see governments using this data as an input to their national forest monitoring systems. So as an example, for all the countries that have submitted forest reference emission levels to the UNFCCC, over half of them have used GFW data as an input to their methodology. GFW has fueled the work of many journalists and advocacy organizations around the world who are using this data to keep tropical deforestation in the public eye and high up on the political agenda. And this information is feeding into the high-level policy discussions about how to save tropical forests, including here at COP16. In the words of one Manga Bay reporter, "I am not speaking hyperbolically when I say that Global Forest Watch is the most powerful tool in my reporting and editing kit. I use it every day, and most of the hundreds of stories I produced over the past decade would not have been possible without it." Global Forest Watch has a small grants fund, which we use to provide financial assistance and technical assistance to local organizations who are trying to use these data and tools to combat deforestation on the ground. We have reached over 100 organizations across 30 countries, and these organizations in turn have trained more than 6,000 people, many of which include indigenous communities and other frontline communities who are doing the work to combat deforestation. And we have been able to demonstrate that when you empower communities with this kind of technology, it does have an impact on their ability to combat deforestation, and we can measure that impact. So our partners, the Rainforest Foundation US, conducted a randomized control trial with 76 indigenous communities in the Peruvian Amazon. And the communities who received access to this technology, training on the technology, were able to reduce deforestation by over 50% in the first year compared to the control group. And as I mentioned, many investigative journalists and advocacy groups are using this data in their work, including to put pressure on companies to address deforestation in their supply chains. So this is just an example of 2 reports from Mighty Earth and Global Witness that are using GFW data to highlight where there is deforestation in sourcing areas of Cargill. But what's really incredible to me is that these same companies that are being pressured by NGOs using GFW data are also turning GFW as part of the solution they need to be able to better monitor deforestation in their supply chains. And in fact, nearly 800 companies and financial institutions are now using the Global Forest Watch Pro tool to monitor deforestation in their supply chains and their investment portfolios. And again, to quote one of the users, Olam Food Ingredients uses Global Forest Watch Pro for active monitoring of roughly 400,000 farms. It was the most efficient, publicly trusted, and effective method for us to do that in a way that would foster trust with our external stakeholders. So now I want to turn quickly to what's coming next, because about 4 years ago, WRI and the Bezos Earth Fund came together to create Land and Carbon Lab with the aim of trying to drive the next big generational shift in geospatial monitoring, not just for forests, but for all the world's land and its nature-based carbon. And the way we do this is by bringing together leading scientists and technologists like Rebecca and her team at Google Earth Engine to harness the latest developments in AI and other cutting-edge technologies to try to solve the most difficult monitoring challenges that no one has been able to solve yet. And next year, we are going to be bringing online some really exciting new monitoring capabilities from all this work that is going to turbocharge Global Forest Watch. So over the past few years, we have worked with dozens of research partners around the world to develop more than 80 open access data sets to monitor multiple aspects across the world's land. What I'm going to show you today is a sneak preview of how some of these data sets are starting to come together to enable new kinds of monitoring. So one example, many people who use Global Forest Watch know that one of our most popular data sets is a model that allows us to classify drivers of forest loss. So when you see forest loss occurring on the map, you can know, was that because of fires? Was that because of mining? Was that because of urbanization or maybe forestry? But this model operates at a very coarse 10-kilometer resolution scale. So we're really generalizing across a large area. So we teamed up with the Google DeepMind team to build a new deep learning AI model that will bring this data down to a 1-kilometer resolution and introduce more thematic detail, so more classes in that classification. And Google Earth Engine has, of course, been a really important tool for this entire process, from the data processing to the validation. That will be coming online in just a few months, actually. Another feature that people love on Global Forest Watch is the near real-time deforestation alerting. So every day, getting new alerts about where forest loss is happening. What we've done now is expanded that alerting capability to all land cover types. So what you're seeing right here, for example, is a tropical savanna ecosystem, the Cerrado, where we can now detect land use change and conversion in near real time. This is a new map of natural lands that we've created together with the science-based target networks. The idea here is that if a company is going to set a target that we're not going to convert any natural lands, well, then you need to know where the natural lands are, and that map needs to be aligned with what we have globally agreed as the definition coming through the Accountability Framework Initiative. What I like about this example is that it represents a new sort of global approach we are taking to mapping, where we start with global data sets, but then we work to identify the best available local and regional data sets and integrate that seamlessly into the global product. And again, Google Earth Engine has been a really critical tool. That's the platform that we built this data set on. This is a really exciting one. We have developed the first global 30-meter resolution annual time series since 2000 that is specifically focused on monitoring grasslands. This data set has multiple components to it. One is looking at grassland extent and critically being able to differentiate between natural or semi-natural grasses and cultivated grasses. So that helps us get at sort of intensive grazing versus more natural or semi-natural rangelands. It also has gross primary productivity and vegetation height layer, which helps us get at ecosystem condition, degradation status, carbon. And then we will also have global livestock density. And again, this is annual monitoring at this very high resolution. And then I think this is my last example, but GFW has always been very good at monitoring loss, especially in closed canopy tropical forests. We have not been so good at understanding the loss of trees in more sparsely planted landscapes, and also seeing forests and trees coming back, so landscape restoration. So we've had to invest in much higher resolution data sets and foundational models to be able to get at this finer scale of tree loss and gain. And now we have this 1-meter resolution product that is tree height, so that we can start to see when we're investing in restoration, even after 2-3 years, is there progress happening in the landscape. So the last thing I want to show here is all of the stuff I just showed you is AI powered. So we are using AI to develop better data. But the other exciting thing about AI is that it can help us break down remaining barriers between data and decision makers by making it much easier for decision makers to find the information they need in a map. So I'm going to show you this little video that is a glimpse into what the future of the GFW interface might look like. Basically ChatGPT for maps. Great. That is it for me. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Rebecca and team for organizing this and for all the partnership support over the past 10 years. None of this would be possible without you. Looking forward to maybe if we have time to throw some questions at the end.
Thank you, Crystal. It's amazing, amazing tools, amazing work that Google has done to put all these tools in the service of conservation. But I'm going to talk about something different, a little different. So we've been talking about data from satellites and looking at above. And we have still this problem. You know, what's happening with wildlife in there, inside forests, where they're not visible by satellites. Only certain species are visible, but most are not. So one of the things that I've been working on, and I would say it's my baby, it's a tool called Wildlife Insights. It's a 7-year-old right now, so starting to walk more steadily and rationalize. But we discovered a community of people that use camera traps all over the world. We thought it was a very small community, and it turned out to be a very large community of people using these devices to take pictures inside forests of wildlife. And there's a lot of problems for this community to use this data for conservation. And the basic problem was, what's in the image? Camera traps collect thousands of images per month, and it takes a long time to process this data. So the first problem we tried to solve with Google was what's in the image. So you start with training a model where you show an AI algorithm, a machine learning algorithm, lots and lots of images of wildlife that have been identified by people. Coming up with this data set was not easy. The organizations that contributed to Wildlife Insights all put the data that had been carefully curated around wildlife identifications all over the world, and we basically contributed that to Google to build the first Wildlife Insights model. And so 2 things happen with this model. First, the model uses a box to try to detect where the object is. And then it zooms in the box and uses an image identification model. It's been trained with millions and millions of images to get at that. And it does it in fractions of a second. So that's how Wildlife Insights got started, as a way to not only speed up the management and analysis of camera trap data, but also to start using this data at the local level, so that actors on the ground that are collecting this data could use it to inform their own problems. And before, you had to have people that were with different expertise, scientists and others, to come to analyze this data years later when the problem was no longer a concern, or not all. This map shows the latest places where Wildlife Insights is. The yellow areas are protected areas of 100 square kilometers or more that have camera traps from Wildlife Insights, and the black areas do not. But it's about 1,275 protected areas around the world using Wildlife Insights to gain more insights into their wildlife management problems. These are all the partners. We've added a couple of new partners, the Max Planck Institute for Conservation Biology and Wildmon as new partners for Wildlife Insights. These are some basic indicators. We're exponentially growing in terms of users and images, and I would say protected areas being monitored. And then this is the 4th version of the model that has now 1,900 species and going up all the time. A huge training data set of 44 million species and a very low error rate on blanks, which actually blanks are the most common image in a camera trap, but not necessarily the most interesting. But this model is now probably the best model, the best image identification model for camera traps in the world. And I wanted to bring, I could have brought a global case study, but I wanted to bring a very local use of wildlife insights actually here in Colombia, in Guaviare, in a corridor that is connecting Chiribiquete National Park and the Nucac-Macu indigenous area. Bunch of organizations belonging to ASL, the Amazon Sustainable Landscapes Program, and funded by JEP, including Amazonia Sostenible, UNPD, CDAs, and WWF, got together because local communities wanted to have a corridor that was effective for jaguar conservation. So they put camera traps there, and a month later, all the data was in Wildlife Insights, and then a week later, they all knew what was there. Lots of jaguars, but not only jaguars, which are seen in this map on the lower side, but also all the prey that jaguars need. So this was used as a very strong case that this jaguar corridor is sustainable. It's not just that jaguars are going back and forth into areas. They use this to feed, and it's an active conservation area. And that changed the way this area is seen by land use planners in Colombia, the government. There's a lot of nice stories to tell with camera trap data, so I invite you to scan these links to go if you want to learn more about Wildlife Insights. The one on the left is a long film. It's a very beautiful film that was produced with Google to understand, the challenges that people in the field face putting camera traps. At the same time, the deforestation is happening and other key issues. And the one on the right is a more kind of summary of what Wildlife Insights is about. And then last but not least, I want to give you a preview of this new project that we are working with ASOCARS, the Association of Corporations of Regional Sustainability in Colombia, the Conservación Internacional Colombia, the Humboldt Institute, and Wildlife Insights in Google. And this is OTUS. It's going to be the first national camera trapping network for Colombia. It's going to have, thank you. It's going to have 36 regional protected areas using camera traps around the country, plus citizen science efforts that are ongoing with the Humboldt Institute, plus collaboration with the private sector, and it's all going to be in Wildlife Insights. And I'm not going to tell you much more because it will be launched on Wednesday. And so please, if you have a chance to go to the Casa Humboldt at 4:30 p.m., we will be launching OTUS, to be a very interesting project. And that's all I have. Thank you very much, and I'll get back to Rebecca.
That was amazing. Yeah, just to close, I'm struck. I think that in the past, I've heard that conservation often is slower to adopt the most cutting-edge technologies. And what I'm so encouraged by is to see how, you heard from WRI, you heard from Jorge about Wildlife Insights. They're using leading AI, and they're blending that with human networks, citizen science, local communities, putting this whole package together. And I think that is the success formula. I did want to give a shout out to my colleagues at Google DeepMind. They are the world leaders in deep learning and AI, and they are very committed now to supporting conservation, nature protection, sustainability applications. And you heard that they're involved with both of the projects, with WRI and with Wildlife Insights. So as Google, we're trying to bring the best we can to address these problems. Yes, the geospatial aspect, but also world-leading AI, because it takes it all. All right, can we please have a round of applause? Thank you, and go forth and do good things with all this. Thank you.
Hello everyone, we are going to start our next event titled What is the full role of private finance in delivering a nature positive future? So I'd like to invite everyone still in the room to please take a seat. My name is Sylvain Ross. I'm a senior specialist for nature at the UN Principles for Responsible Investment, the PRI. For anyone who is less familiar with the PRI, we are an investor network that was convened at the request of then Secretary General UN Kofi Annan back in 2006. We now represent over 5,000 investors, that's asset owners, asset managers, and service providers, with a combined AUM of about 120 trillion US dollars of assets under management. Now, at the PRI, we have a nature program that cuts across three broad categories. Sorry, it is covered by the chairs, but us panelists wanted to be close to each other during our discussion. The first category is on investment policies and capital allocation. How can investors integrate nature and biodiversity into their own decision-making, into their investment analysis and other processes? For that purpose, we publish guidance. We also have a nature reference group that convenes on a regular basis to allow peer learning and exchange amongst investors. Our second pillar is on stewardship with the PRI Stewardship Initiative for Nature called SPRING, which engages companies that have been identified as having an influence on deforestation in key geographies. That influence can be because of their business operations, because of their supply chain management, or because of their political engagement, meaning lobbying and other political influences. And so investors convenes to engage with those influential companies and ensure that they have transparent and responsible practices across business operation, supply chain management, and political engagement. And our final and third pillar is on policy engagement. How can we bring the voice of investors to policymakers in order to support them in establishing an enabling policy environment so that we halt and reverse biodiversity loss? That means that we, for example, come to those multilateral convenings such as biodiversity and climate COPs, but we also engage with governments at national level, either through consultations, official responses to queries from governments, or we facilitate direct engagement between investors with policymakers. This is just a bit of a snapshot, but today I will bring a discussion on what's the role of investors when it comes to this net zero and nature positive future that we are discussing a lot around the last couple of days in Cali. Now, if I could please ask my panelists to please join me on stage. I'm delighted to be joined by Bertrand Millot, Head of Sustainability at CDPQ, Claudia Cruz, Chief Sustainability and Strategy Officer for APG Asset Management, Rafaela Dortes, ESG Head at BTG Pactual, and Joe Horrocks-Taylor, Nature Lead at Columbia Threadneedle Investment. Thank you very much for joining me today. Now, my first question is going to be addressed to all of you. If you could please give me, in a couple of sentences, an idea of how are you currently taking action on nature and implementing change yourself. We know this is the theme of this COP16, implementation. So what does that look like in your own organization? And maybe I'll start with you, Bertrand.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. Hello, everybody. At CDPQ, we're a pension plan managed 450 billion Canadian dollars, and so we have a long-term outlook. Biodiversity, nature presents some interesting investment opportunities over the long term, as well as risks, and so we need to understand them. And we also need to understand the systemic risks that they pose to our portfolio and our beneficiaries, potentially.
Thank you very much. How about you, Claudia? How are you taking action within your organization?
Thank you for inviting us to be here. It's great. So I work for APG, and we invest 550 billion euros on behalf of Dutch pension funds. So like CDPQ, a very long-term outlook. And our clients have made a commitment to invest 30 billion into 30 billion, of which 10 billion related to nature and biodiversity. So it's a focus on investing in solutions, and it is also a focus on addressing risks in the portfolio. And so that we have done that by defining very specific criteria for companies that have a negative impact, and they do not enter the portfolio. We have integrated it into our voting at AGMs, and also have a very focused engagement program. So it's using the whole toolbox of stewardship and investment opportunities.
Super. You mentioned engagement. Is that engagement with corporates or with other stakeholders as well?
Yeah, indeed, it is engagement with corporates, but it is also engagement with knowledge partners. Biodiversity and nature is one of those areas where there is so much yet to learn. So in the Netherlands as well, we work with Naturalis, and also engaging around the policy framework and the operating environment.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. Rafaela, I turn to you. How are you looking to take action within BTG Pactual?
Okay, so good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here. Thank you, PRI, for the invitation. So for those who doesn't know, BTG Pactual is the largest investment bank of Latin America. We have an asset management that has over than 1 trillion reais under help for us. We also are a TNFD, early adopters, because we understand that we, as a Latin American country, biodiversity is a very important topic for us, so we need to take the lead. We need to show to the world the importance of biodiversity in Brazil and in the Latin American region. So coming back to BTG, we also are part of a pilot, a TNFD pilot, together with Global Canopy. And in the beginning of the year, we updated our sector policies. So we have 20 sector policies that we explain how we analyze several sectors, and in those policies, we integrate nature aspects. We already talked about deforestation because this is a big topic in Brazil. This is a very important topic for us. And when we talk about nature, we included some aspects more in terms of a nice-to-have ones, because they were new topics for Brazilian companies, and we wanted to educate our clients before it. So when we talk about biodiversity topics, we wanted to use the avoid and the reduce impact on nature. We also were discussing invaded species, so we were putting a lot on how we, in these policies, how we are including this topic and the relevant in respecting the law. And another relevant topic for us is that we are investing a lot in the Amazon region. So BTG made an investment of almost $60 million in Oakberry. This is an acai production that has many stores all over the world, and we are helping Oakberry to understand better nature risks and how they are working better with their supply chain.
Super, thank you. It's quite interesting to hear you mention invasive species, because I appreciate that's one of the drivers of biodiversity loss that a lot of investors are often struggling with, or at least to account for. So if you have any more to share later, I might come back to you. Joe, finally, to close us off, how are you taking action within Columbia Threadneedle Investment?
Perfect, thank you. And yeah, also very happy to be here as well. So I work for Columbia Threadneedle Investments. We're a global asset manager. We manage about $650 billion on behalf of our clients, many of which are pension funds as well. I sit in our responsible investment team. I'm our nature lead. My background really is as an ecologist. I started my career kind of stomping around fields, measuring species, and then slowly moved over to the kind of corporate dark side over a few years. And our nature strategy really kind of boils down to kind of 3 key pillars. Firstly, we invest in about 80,000 companies, so we really need a kind of clear way to prioritize where we're going to place our kind of research and engagement effort. And that is a really kind of data-driven approach, which we've been working to develop with a few external data providers and academic institutions. Second, we also look to conduct quite deep research to make sure that we can actually embed nature in the kind of engine of investment decision-making and build it into financial valuation models. So we're piloting a few interesting approaches on that at the moment. And then the third one is around stewardship, which I think we've already brought up a few times. And there again, I think we are trying to have embedded in our kind of already robust stewardship approach where we set kind of clear objectives for companies, then can track those through engagement, and hopefully that converts into milestones. We also approach it slightly differently depending on the sector which the company is in, and whether we need to kind of approach it through kind of bilateral engagement or more kind of systematic engagement, which deals with kind of wider value chain issues, which maybe just engaging with individual companies isn't the most effective way to solve. So I'll pause there for now.
Thank you very much. Now, I hope you will have noticed the common theme across all those type of action in terms of looking at their investment policies, their capital allocation, their stewardship, which is very much reflective of the nature program of the PRI. It's not staged. I think hopefully it is just a reflection of how investors so far have been taking action on nature. And I appreciate it's not exactly always an easy process. So I wanted to give you the opportunity maybe to share, have you encountered any challenges in that effort of taking action, implementing? Is there anything that you kind of want to voice out? And if you have a solution or at least something to help overcome that challenge, that'd be very welcome as well. Bertrand, please.
We're involved in a number of collaborative engagement initiatives, Spring, Nature Action 100, FAIR. To us, this is a great way to overcome the challenges because the subject of biodiversity and nature is very complicated, much more so than climate. And so benefiting from collective thought and also ensuring that we speak on a complicated subject with one voice to potential companies is a good thing. Otherwise, the companies might be confused for the right reason. So that's the value of collective action on this, and having technical partners also on such a complicated topic is essential, I think.
Yeah, I can perhaps give, I agree with what Bertrand has been saying. And another example is that we've just won a bid for a large offshore wind development in the Netherlands. And we've actually decided to work with the leading biodiversity organization in the country to help us advise on what does it mean to really integrate that into this development. So it's very much on the ground work that we are looking for. And then, of course, it's been mentioned quite often, the data side. But I think, again, they're really developing the thinking around what do we need to measure? How can we integrate it? What kind of methodologies are out there? And I find it quite inspiring also from a lot of the expertise-driven, knowledge-driven organizations here to learn from them and work with them.
I would add what Claudia just said to talk a little bit more about data. So since we become the early adopters of TNFD, many data providers talk to us and say, here it's a data, come BTG and check what you think. We talked to over 15 different data providers, and our feedback was, these are not data from Brazil, this is not data from Latin America, so for us it's very important to have this national content and to include some projects, map biomas, conservation units areas that we have already here. Other very special thing that we have in Brazil is our permitting process. So if you have a big infrastructure project in Brazil, you are obliged to do a social and environmental study. This is like 1,000-page long, and you are obliged to have a lot of data on fauna and flora. And this data is there, but it's not used. So this data should be using any kind of data provider. So this is a very good tool that we need to push, and we need to use it somehow.
Do you want to add a challenge to the pile, or does that cover it for you?
That's fine.
That covers it. That's enough challenges, I'll be perfectly honest. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about practical implementation here, and I maybe want to take us to the big picture now. We're at COP16, we're in the Nature Positive by 2030 Pavilion. We've talked about capital allocation investment policies, having sectoral policies, doing stewardship. Is that going to be enough? Do you think we have everything at hand at the moment to reach a net zero nature positive future, or is there something missing?
Plenty missing, unfortunately. I would say we also invest pro nature. We have a $2 billion allocation for nature-based agriculture, sustainable agriculture, sustainable forestry, ecosystem restorations. But I have to say, it's slow and very difficult. You know, those are relatively small investments, and so we need to find ways to scale that up. And I think with regards to generally, with regards to influencing companies, especially in the big food and ag business, is the lack of policies. You know, in climate, there is the concept of transition risk, where there's a carbon price, there's regulations, there's this, there's that. In question of agricultural practices, there is none of this, or very little of it. And therefore, when we talk to company to improve their practices, well, yeah, to some extent, but they can't go the extra mile. And so I would say that we need a lot more government policy to help steer in the right direction. Also, on the subject of deforestation, you know, we try not to finance anything where there is deforestation, but that's a bit of a divestment strategy. But it's not solving the problem. The problem of deforestation, people don't deforest or chop down trees for the pleasure of it. They do it because they need an income. And so a strategy like this needs to be, an investment strategy like this needs to be associated with programs for income replacement, etc. And it needs to be partnerships with governments, local NGOs. We can't do that. We are a Canadian asset owner. We're finance types. We don't know what we're talking about when we talk about income replacement. So there needs to be these groups to try to find solutions, and we can provide capital. That's one thing we can do.
But you need the sectoral transition pathways to guide you in that effort.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any reflections from other panelists, please?
Yeah, so to add a different angle to it, I think it's really important also to understand the impact of nature loss on society in terms of economic terms. So that is something where we have started doing a project also with Wageningen, which is a Dutch agricultural university, also it's well known for that, together with a number of other investors to really sort of develop methodologies, get the data together. And they are doing a presentation tomorrow, in case anyone is interested to learn more about it. But it's really working again, also with academia, with fellow investors on something that could become, you know, some sort of common good methodology type approach. And it gets towards the idea of natural capital accounting.
Yeah, could I just come in as well, just to maybe build on some of Bertrand's points as well on the kind of regulatory gap as well on this? I mean, I think the kind of recognition of this problem has been around for a long time, like in the Aichi targets, even like 20 years ago, there was this focus on harmful subsidies. It exists today as well, and we're all aware that that is an issue. I'm quite a big believer in trying to kind of control the controllables, and I think as investors, there are still ways that we can interact with that regulatory kind of barriers and actually try and have a positive influence on them, as well as just kind of recognizing that they exist. And I think there are a few ways that we can actually have a positive impact as investors on that, and working with some of our more proactive investee companies to drive forward regulation. So yeah, maybe a few examples. So some of the sectors we obviously invest in are highly regulated. Often their kind of climate and biodiversity impact is subject to those regulatory decision makings. The kind of utility sector is a great example, and we think that by working very closely with, for example, UK water utility regulators, we've been able to shift some of the incentive mechanisms to hopefully embed biodiversity and nature-related factors in more explicitly in capital allocation decisions within those utilities, and build out actually a future funding pathway for improving the slightly parlous state of UK water utilities. Another example as well is, again, that we can't really kind of do this individually as investors. We need to have a more kind of collective and proactive policy voice, and organizations like the Investor Policy Dialogue on Deforestation have been really instrumental in trying to kind of drive that collaborative investor movement on these really diffuse topics which impact a number of companies we invest in, particularly in Brazil and some of the consumer countries. Like the UK, for example, we just recently are kind of writing a letter to a number of UK ministers on UK deforestation policy and better alignment with some of the EU policy as well. And then maybe the last couple of points is that I think often as investors, we critique some of our investee companies based on their lobbying activities, but actually we almost need to kind of better harness them and work with them and be kind of more comfortable with having a more proactive public voice. Because I think as investors, often we are reactive to policy rather than actually trying to maybe kind of influence it to kind of drive forward the outcomes we're looking for.
Thank you. And I think I should probably mention at this point that obviously this touches upon the topic of responsible political engagement. And there are international standards to help us understand what does it mean to lobby in a transparent and accountable manner so that you do bring your insights as an organization to policymakers, but with full transparency for the rest of society stakeholders. What about you, Rafaela? What do you think, what else is needed in addition to current actions?
I think more engagement is needed between the asset management, the asset managers, and when engaging with the client, with the company, we as investors, we need to explain why this is relevant, why this is important. I think for Brazilian companies, they struggle a lot to understand why investors are imposing, then to have a specific policy, then to have a specific restriction. But we need to show them that this is a risk for them already. This is a financial risk for them. This is a market risk for them. So I think our role is also to have the biodiversity, the nature risk translated into a number so the company can understand. Otherwise, it will be just talk and no action.
The one which is important, biodiversity is local and land ownership is sensitive. You know, we make very large investments, several $1 billion in Mexican wind farms or highways or Brazil infrastructure, and nobody bats an eye. But if we showed up and said we're going to buy $3 billion worth of land, they'll say the Canadians are buying the country. And that is an issue in nature, and therefore, and I'm very glad to see the efforts that BTG Pactual is doing, because you need the involvement of the local financial sector in this. Also, the banks are the ones financing agriculture. We're way too big for that. We don't have a relationship with farmers, and so if we want agriculture to change, it needs to go from the farmers, and the local banks are financing the farmers. So having the financial ecosystem, local financial ecosystem involved in this case is much more important than on other aspects.
Thank you. And I think actually I would say that COP16 has been quite an incredible experience in terms of the level of engagement of the local ecosystem, including the financial one. We had Latin American and Caribbean Finance Day on Saturday in the Green Zone with over 500 attendees and loads of Latin American financial institutions that may not be coming to the Blue Zone, but they certainly took ownership of the Green Zone and they are entering the conversation on the road to COP30 to Belém next year. But maybe I'll pick up on this question around land ownership and then the question of how best to engage with local ecosystems. From your perspective, Rafaela, in Brazil, what are the trade-offs? What do we need to be on the lookout for when we make some of those decisions?
On nature and climate, or on land ownership, on everything?
Both are either, depending on what you want to touch upon.
Okay, I think on nature and climate, sometimes when you are, for example, investing in transition mining, you are affecting the nature. So when we are talking about, again, the environmental permitting process, this somehow is trying to mitigate balancing nature and climate. In Brazil, we often have a discussion of land use, of right of land. So this is something that we as a bank we need to take care of it. We do extensive due diligence. This is something that we need to monitor, and this is also especially a big risk in the Amazon. And this is important when we start to talk about social license, social permit, social license to operate in the region. So I will add that the social component is also very important for nature as well.
Okay, so the importance of due diligence to ensure that there is very much, that we're taking into account climate, nature, and human and social rights when making a decision. Thank you, okay. Now, I noted amongst your different points as to what else do we need to be able to have that nature-positive future. You talked about sectoral transition pathways, natural capital accounting, the question of land ownership, the question of engagement with the wider ecosystem to convey, and in particular, engagement with policymakers. And that's why I'm going to pick on you, because I know CDPQ and other asset owners have been particularly active on talking to policymakers, putting out statement to say we want ambitious action on biodiversity, and I'm hoping you can tell us a bit more about that.
Yes, we have made a call to action with Church of England and another group of the UN Joint Staff Pension Plan and others to push governments to really include policy in the whole, policy action in the whole discussion. It needs to be sectoral. What applies to deforestation doesn't necessarily apply to agricultural practices, obviously, or farming of animals to farming of plants. But we need that thing. We need thoughtful policy to enable financing. We provide capital, but in the end, we finance companies that do things, or farmers, which are small companies. The other aspect is policy. I mentioned earlier about income replacement and.
Thank you. I know, Joe, you mentioned engagement with policymakers as well in the UK context. Do you have any reflections as to what's needed from policymakers?
I think there's quite a large wish list, and I think one of the key things is that we're trying to kind of go down a bit of a level deeper, I guess, and be really kind of precise about what we're kind of looking for. I think it's all well and good to kind of identify the kind of overall headline issues, and I think a lot of us will kind of agree on those. I think actually coming to the table with a kind of precise list of the explicit kind of tweaks we actually think policy should be making to redirect capital flows is really important. Particularly in a kind of like deforestation context is what we've been most closely working with, and actually there we aligned with the UK retail soy group who are kind of quite an ambitious group of retailers who are looking to make sure that they weren't being penalised for some of the more positive actions which they're taking to avoid deforestation-linked soy. I think that's a really nice example of where actually as investors we can kind of lend support to those companies which are willing to kind of put that type of position out there and try and kind of interface in a bit more precise manner with that regulation.
Thank you. Claudia, Rafaela, do you have kind of key components needed from policymakers that you'd want to put forward as well? You both do, clearly. Rafaela, please go ahead. I'm going to break it up.
So I believe in Brazil we need more. There is a plan on reforestation now that the Brazilian government is launching today. There is the discussion about the Brazilian taxonomy that is not ready yet, hopefully next year. And also our local carbon credit market, it's not yet. So I think we need more incentives to have more financial incentives to good ESG practice. Because in the end of the day, the companies, they don't see financial returns on ESG practice harder than just a legal perspective or just to have access to a specific market. So I think this is missing, and this is something that government or maybe our engagement could help us with.
Claudia?
I thought, one important one that we find is that tender processes for infrastructure projects, for example, should really have this component in there, so that also that it is perhaps not the highest bidder who gets awarded the prize, but the one who has a good bid and can also really demonstrate that environmental practices, nature positive practices are being implemented and adhered to.
Yeah, and I think that's probably where sectoral transition pathways will be particularly helpful to understand what does it mean in that particular industry to have that holistic picture where you take into account nature as well as other factors in developing that. Thank you. Now, obviously, those are asked for other entities to carry out and to implement, but what do you see as a proportionate and meaningful role for investors in this journey towards nature positive? What is needed from investors themselves? And I'm going to start on the other end this time with Joe as a result.
Okay, perfect. And I think there are loads of roles which investors can have to kind of really proactively engage with this landscape. I think the one which I'll maybe kind of pick out, which I think we often don't talk about enough, is actually embedding nature-related considerations in the valuation models, in like DCF modeling, to be able to actually incorporate it in equity and debt investments in public markets, which is mainly what I work in. I think we talk about stewardship, we talk about policies, we talk about exclusions a lot, but that's kind of changing the parameters rather than actually the kind of engine of where the investment decision making is going. And I think there are some ways, and this is a really resource-intensive process. We're not going to get a single kind of data input which is going to feed into a process and then it's going to trigger the whole thing to shift. It's kind of really on bottom-up analysis, which is done by kind of research analysts and portfolio managers to influence individual investment decision-making. We've tried to kind of pilot this in a couple of ways. One we did recently was more around how we were projecting different commodity price impacts from nature loss, climate risks, and social factors on some geographically constrained commodities, and how that might then flow through into equity valuations for a subset of consumer stocks which we invest in. And then that's a really nice way that you can then play that straight through into an existing analyst financial model and then hopefully bring it into the kind of heart of the investment realm, as well as this being something which we're all trying to do for kind of impact funds, sustainable funds, and on the kind of outside looking in.
Rafaela?
I think we have two main roles. The first one is to show to clients things that they are not seeing. So for many companies in Brazil, I think nature is not a big concern, it's not a big issue that yet. So showing nature as a financial loss, as a market risk, I think this is something that we are able to help and to show them so they can start to engage, not imposing, say you have to have a policy, you need to have an exclusion list, but engaging and showing that this is useful for them. It's not useful for the bank, for the investor. And the second is showing good examples. So BTG is over 40 years old, but back in 2011, we bought Timberland Investment Group. Timberland Investment Group is the largest timberland asset owner in the world. The second in the world, the first one in Latin America. So they manage big timberland forest, and back 2 years ago, they launched a reforestation strategy. So the idea is to invest $1 billion and to plant over 1,000 hectares, 1,040 hectares, and restore that in the Cerrado, so in Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay. So of these $1 billion, we invest almost 60% of that. So these are good investments that bring returns to clients, but also have a good ESG output. So we have to show good examples so more other investors can replicate this model.
Yeah, I think another area that's quite interesting are public-private partnerships. To explore better what can be done with the concepts of, let's say, blended finance, of investing in emerging markets we've done it through the ILX fund, for example, which is private credit in emerging markets. So just being more, I suppose, collaborative in that process, and also from an investor perspective, being more articulate in terms of what are your expectations of what is a no-go, what are the minimum requirements, and what is it that you actually would like to be invested in. That, I think, could also be very helpful.
I should probably point out the MDB Pavilion is just around the corner. If anyone wants to have a discussion with the public development banks while you're in Cali, you should absolutely go and say hello. Bertrand.
I would go back to basics. You know how you say, well, you need to walk before you run. The problem is finance in general is barely crawling on this subject. The issue is people don't, and this general finance, people mix climate and biodiversity, which obviously there is strong interlinks, but the question of fertilizer use and pesticides is not so much a climate issue as it is a biodiversity issue. So there is that confusion. They think it's all about carbon credits, which it isn't. And so all that to say that this whole topic needs to be explained to finance, demystified, understand the complexities of it, understand the fact that it is nature and biodiversity itself is a systemic risk. So that once they have a better understanding of this, finance is able to address those questions in a smart way. So there is still a lot of education that needs to be done compared to where we are on climate, for example, where finance may be walking today.
Thank you. And I appreciate education actually may be one reason for which we have seen so many investors, financial institutions and businesses come to Cali to this COP16, because they want to be able to form those relationships and educate themselves. What did each of you wanted to take out of COP16? Why did you come here, and what are you hoping to leave with as a result? I'm going to start in the middle now. Rafaela.
I would say partnership tools to assess better biodiversity risk and to understand why we as financials, we are starting to take care of this biodiversity risk. So I would like to understand more this atmosphere, why financial institutions, asset managers are interested on that.
Okay, and I appreciate we are only halfway through COP16. It feels like we've been here for much longer than that. Do you feel like you're going to leave with this partnership, with those tools, and with that knowledge?
I think 70%, but it's good.
Okay, that's a good record. I'll take that. Claudia.
Yeah, I think I've mainly come to learn and interact and understand better what are the trends, what is the thinking, and how could one be working together.
And do you feel like you're going to leave with that knowledge and ready to take that back home?
Well, I've certainly picked up some very interesting thoughts, which have to be explored further.
Okay, super. Bertrand?
Came to see my good friend Claudia. No. Yes, that's a side benefit, the networking, but it's really education, understanding where the thinking is going, steering the strategy of a pension plan. We need to have a sense as to what people think, things that are being said, what can be implemented in the world we live in finance, what would be nice to have, but maybe finance has limited ways to deal with it. So just education, generally understanding where this is all going, and engaging with people.
And do you find that so far where this is going, is that any surprises? Is it going in the direction you expected?
Yeah,
or?
Very much so.
Which is probably good news in that case. Good.
Yeah.
Joe?
Yeah, I think it's more of the same. I think it's the kind of personal connections, being able to kind of ground ourselves, I guess, in the kind of latest science and research and local communities. I think also just practically, it's been quite good to meet a few of our investee companies, sustainability teams, kind of loosen them up over some salsa and actually work out kind of where they're actually positioning and what their actual challenges are outside the confines of a kind of more corporate environment. So yeah, it's been really helpful.
I'm glad to hear. Now, we have a very important year ahead of us. We have COP30 in Belém next year. The PRI will also be organizing PRI in person in Sao Paulo just the week before, because we want to be able to bring the financial community on the ground to have meaningful discussion and feed then into COP30. Can I please ask each of you what's on the agenda for you in 2025? What's the next big thing once you've come back to COP16, maybe taken a bit of a break, I hope? What's next for you in 2025? I don't know if anyone would like to get us started. Joe, please.
Yeah, I think as I'm sure you've heard many times, moving from kind of talking to action, moving away kind of beyond disclosure as well, being kind of more kind of clear about why actually we are requesting certain disclosures from companies, hopefully trying to kind of limit the burden and free up the ability of our investee companies to kind of stop producing endless piles of documentation and actually start allocating capital towards this as well internally. I also think, the bringing together of some of those nature and climate topics as well at Belém is going to be kind of really helpful as well for hopefully elevating some of the kind of good work which has been put in over this week and hopefully the rest of this week coming.
And is there anything internally within Colombia through annual investment that you hope will feed into those efforts next year, in the coming year, sorry?
I think it's more of the kind of integration into the valuation side of things, which I'm personally really excited about. And then I think the next steps are some of these collaborative initiatives, which kind of have only launched this year, PRI Spring, Nature Action 100. I'm on the steering group of Nature Action 100. I think we're really excited to hopefully kind of launch off a good base and actually bring this down a little bit more to sector specifics, and then also working together with a lot of our kind of great partners in other initiatives like Spring, like FAIR, like World Benchmarking Alliance as well. And I feel like there is real momentum which we can hopefully build off.
And you're launching your benchmark, NA100 benchmark is coming out this week, isn't it?
Thank you very much. Yeah, launched this morning, and we've got the full launch event tomorrow as well.
Okay, well, I know what I'm reading on the plane back to Europe in that case. What else is on the list for you in 2025? Bertrand, do you want to go next?
Yeah, just, turning those words that I said, we said, into action in a portfolio of 450 billion. That's a lot of work. We need to continue on our climate strategy. We need to continue on our biodiversity work and deploying dollars in the right directions, not deploying dollars in the wrong directions, educating the investment teams, educating governments, policy work, engaging with companies, and driving effective change. That is, coming back to the analogy earlier, it's not running, it's a marathon. And that's what is going to require all our efforts.
That's quite a long list. I hope you have a big team to run that marathon with you. Claudia?
I think, specifically on nature, we've been doing a lot of work this year to really understand exposures and what we can do and so on, to act on that with that better understanding next year to be able to drive the portfolio better in terms of where we go. And then other topics beyond nature and climate for us are also AI, how that is being used by portfolio companies, and then also tax as an issue. So just to say, it's not only environmental, there are also social issues that are, of course, have to be taken into account.
And so will you look to think around what's going to be the use of AI, for example, in your context, and how that can also support your efforts on other agendas like climate and nature?
Yeah, so AI is a tool that we use internally to help our investment process. Then AI as a way of analyzing more data and getting us better access to data, certainly. But then also the use of AI by our portfolio companies and what is the responsible approach to doing so.
Okay, super interesting. Thank you. Rafaela?
I would say still engage with the clients, incorporate more and more nature into our investment thesis, our decision-making process, and hopefully having good cases to show you next year in São Paulo and Belém. Yes.
We're very much looking forward to that. Now, my panelists have been splendid in that they gave me succinct responses, which does mean that we have time for some questions, and I hope they won't mind if I just turn to the audience to get some questions, and I'm going to start roaming around as a result, and I can see one at the back already. If you don't mind introducing yourself.
Hello, my name is Thomas. I'm from Pension Denmark, a Danish pension fund. There's been a good discussion today, but we haven't discussed target setting. So target setting in regards to climate has been kind of straightforward, I would say, but target setting in the in the biodiversity and nature space is a little bit more complex. Some asset managers has committed themselves to no no commodity-driven deforestation by 2025. I'm very curious to hear the panel's thoughts, both from a pension fund perspective, but also from an asset manager perspective, what your thoughts are on target setting.
Thank you. Thoughts on target setting. You're also allowed to say if you disagree with climate target setting, bit easy, because I appreciate that might be the thoughts of some of you. Claudia, please.
Yes, so our clients have set targets, an investment-related target, and then also targets with regard to deforestation for 2025 and for 2030. And that's what I mean. We have these goals, targets, ambitions, whatever you want to call them, and now it is really getting into the detail. How can you realize them? We are quite humble about it. That we said, some of it we have to work out. We have to work out the how to do it.
Yeah, very much so. Work out how to do it. We have targets to deploy $2 billion by 2026 in solutions. Deforestation we're already very careful of, so hopefully we are at the target. In the direct investments, there's issues in supply chains that are difficult. Engagements, we work on that, but it's an area that we need to much better understand. And targets, numerical targets in climate works because we know how to measure tons of carbon, we know how to measure a number of things, whereas in biodiversity, the metrics need to be local, need to be specific. What applies to a cow doesn't apply to a wheat field or doesn't apply to the rainforest. And so it makes setting targets very difficult. But we're working on it, thinking about it.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I also think there can be much more interaction as well. I think a lot of climate targets have been set kind of regardless of the kind of deforestation and other nature-related elements, which kind of blend in very nicely. And some of these elements I don't think it's fair to say that we don't have the data. Like we already can track deforestation data in a fair amount of detail. It's something which I think more managers and asset owners should be pushing managers to set targets into climate. And I think it's something which we can start to kind of build up from that base rather than trying to kind of come top down, approaching nature across everything. I think maybe starting with what we can do and then kind of going from there is more feasible. I think the other thing on target setting I'd also flag is more kind of output and outcome-based targets before we then get to impact-based targets, because I think we need to kind of slowly build up pace to be able to get to that point. And I think being able to even track those types of metrics would be still really valid and helpful as we get to that kind of end destination.
And I should probably mention that it's very much in line with the guidance that's being published by the Finance for Biodiversity Foundation on target setting for asset owners and asset manager. Rafaela, did you have any reflections on target setting?
I would just point one thing. Carbon, when we talk about climate, we have emissions, we have a number, we have a methodology. What's the carbon for nature? I think this is the first step for start thinking about target setting.
Thank you. I have another question here.
Thank you. I'm Harriet Bulkley. I'm a researcher at Durham University in the UK and Utrecht University in the Netherlands. Nice to see you all and thank you for the panel. I'm wondering how you were thinking about trade-offs in terms of across your portfolios. When we try to invest in climate, biodiversity and for social justice, sometimes the investments will lean more one way than another and we will have some challenging decisions to make. Wondering how you're thinking about that within the context of your portfolios and how you're advising that. I've also got a very set of complicated things to say about principles, outcome targets and metrics, but I won't say that now because I can't formulate it, but thank you.
Would like to get us started on trade-offs.
It is something that we manage on an ongoing basis. You know, when you back a project, whether it's renewable energy or something else or real estate development, there are trade-offs to be made. And the question is, are those acceptable? And we have internal discussions on these with the investment teams at the committee level to decide whether they are acceptable. And when they are not, then probably we shouldn't do the investment. And we have not done investments on that basis. And in any case, if there are negative outcomes, they need to be managed. So whether it's ecosystem restoration or something, it needs to be managed. It needs to be in the plan before you make the investment.
I think it's a case-by-case matter, but what we try to do within BTG is trying to translate more climate, social, and nature into a credit risk and into a reputational risk. And then we decided as a group which one is the highest risk and which one we are willing or not to take it. But it's a case-to-case risk.
Quite a careful approach as a result. Okay. Any different approaches, or is that quite similar to what you do in your respective organizations, Claudia and Joe?
I think it's quite similar that all investments involve some degree of dilemma that we have to understand and then decide upon.
And maybe I'm just going to ask, actually, is it, so you take into account a number of different ESG issues, I would expect, as part of those discussions, that case-by-case approach. Has it been long that nature is in that amongst those considerations, or is it more of a recent phenomenon?
It has. These issues have been in there for quite some time. Particularly, we are a large investor also in private markets, where they've always been very prominent. Or when you've been looking at supply chain issues.
I did my career in infrastructure, investment, greenfield, and I can tell you, environmental impact assessments and endangered species and things, to help deer cross highways and things like that, have been in the thinking, and this was in the early 90s.
Now we just need to replicate it across asset classes and across considerations. Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? I will come in this direction.
Hi, thank you for your the very interesting panel. I'm Vishnu from Asia Investor Group on climate change. I think my question would be, what would your view in light of forest conservation versus restoration? Because the context of my question right now is we know there's a lot of forests, tropical forests, especially like in Indonesia, in Brazil, that is at the risk of deforestation. And forest conservation is much needed in that area. But at the same time, what I've been seeing throughout the discussion in COP, there's a lot of discussion around NBS that is, I would say, more dominantly focused towards the topics of restoration. So yeah, would be glad to hear your view on that.
How we look at both deforestation as well as starting looking at that restoration. Protection, conservation, and restoration. Also, Wisnu, it is lovely to meet you in person. The perk of being at COP and seeing people in person. Would anyone like to get us started on this question? Bertrand, please.
It's an interesting question. We look for ways to deploy money. And so, question, when you protect something, where is the money? Where does the money need to be spent? Question. I don't know. Maybe there's answers. And two, how do you generate revenue? And that comes to a key aspect, which is we need biodiversity credits, definitely. But given the fact that biodiversity is so diverse by definition, they need to be thought through carefully. And we need to absolutely, at all costs, try to avoid the mistakes that were made in the voluntary carbon markets. The financial system is not going to come up with brilliant ideas on this. We tried that with carbon. This is even more complicated. So we need some very thoughtful groups involving a number of parties, civil society, government, and finance, to come up with something thoughtful, applied to a specific ecosystem, see how that works, and then deploy it to other areas.
Joe, please.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. And I think it's not a kind of either or answer. I think it's probably a both and, really. Yeah, okay. So I kind of agree. I think it's about kind of being able to kind of create financial flows which support both types of landscapes. And I think in the kind of existing tropical forests in the kind of global south and being able to kind of expand those, I think that it has always been a challenge, but I think there are ways now which maybe we are starting to see some kind of green shoots. I think from the kind of public markets perspective, some of the recent sovereign issuances which have been tied in Brazil, in Uruguay, in Chile, to kind of actual afforestation, conserving tropical forests, I think is a really interesting way for us to be able to actually access this as very large cap investors who sometimes are only exposed to the risk side rather than through the actual being able to kind of support development of these landscapes. So that's kind of one route. I think we're also seeing more, I guess, kind of systematic plans as well, like the Brazil bioeconomy strategy, and then us being, again, through the kind of lobbying side as investors, being able to kind of play a more proactive role as well in being able to communicate why these types of landscapes actually matter for us from a resilience and opportunity standpoint as well. Again, we've done some and there's a lot of it out in the market on kind of the resiliency of kind of agricultural systems in South America in the event of kind of Amazon switching and collapse to Savannah-style system, and what that will actually mean for a lot of the productivity and GDP of those regions. And that's something which we can actually then play into how we value sovereign debt, how we interact with those credit agencies, and how we interact with credit rating agencies as well to kind of realize some of these financial risks and be able to kind of bring them into the mainstream as well. I do think that afforestation in the kind of global north from an MBS side of things is still really important. And I guess as investors, we're exposed to ecosystem health collapse, which impacts our investments. And that's kind of independent of where that is.
Thank you very much. Now, thank you very much for your question. Thank you to my panelists that let me grill them for close to an hour. And we can hear the people from the next session arriving. So I'm going to ask you all to give a big round of applause to our panelists. And thank you for coming.
Hello, everyone. Hello. If you're staying for the WBSD, then you can stay seated. If not, please move out. Thank you very much.
I don't have any voice. I'm gonna come see. Yeah. Hello, everyone. If you want to join this session on nature metrics for business, please come find a seat. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Please come find a seat. Oh. Okay, it seems to be working. Just want to get my clicker. Okay. I'm on this. You good? Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm so sorry for my voice. Like you all, I've been here for some time now, as you can hear. Welcome to this session run by the WBCSD. We're going to be talking today about nature metrics for corporations. So you can't see that there, but my name is Angela. I'm the director of WBCSD, and I'm here with Diane Holdorf, also from WBCSD, and we'll be taking care of you for the next hour ahead. So the objectives for today, we would like to introduce to you some work that we have going on at WBCSD that we've been working on for over a year now, and with the first deliverable at this COP. Oh, thank you. And then we want to have a bit of a discussion on why are we trying to harmonize metrics for corporations. What is the value of doing this work? We'd like to get your perspectives on that as well, and we'll make sure to also discuss the value of this work in terms of driving impacts on the ground. We do want to make this session interactive, so you'll be given a chance to ask questions. So if you have anything that comes up while you're listening to the panel discussion, just write it down and we'll come to you after the panel for Q&A. I'm just going to now introduce Diane. He's going to say a few opening remarks. If you want to come up stage.
Thank you, Angela. Hello, everybody. How are you? It's a shockingly quiet crowd. It's very nice to see you. Diane Holdorf from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. For those of you who don't know us, although many of you in the room are key members and partners, we are a platform of 250 leading global companies who are committed to action and execution on the climate, nature, and equity nexus challenges for business and the society in which we all have to succeed. So what you see here is the list of members, and can I just get a shout out to all of our members who are here in the crowd and all of our partners. If not doing this together, we don't get there at all. So thank you so much for that. It seems kind of silly to put this slide up here, because if you are here, this is the center point of what you're working on. But it is worth remembering that we are actually in a crisis, and the climate crisis and the nature crisis are connected and respond to one another. And the crisis of people is because we're not keeping people at the center of our actions, our insights, and our decision making. And so while we're here in the absolutely stunningly beautiful city of Cali, we are here because we have to drive our corporate action and our system action to really address the issues that are being negotiated in the big rooms right here in Cali. So we're working very hard to make sure that the actions that business takes are reinforcement to what the negotiations look like, but are actually able to also drive the ambition that we want these regulators and policymakers to take on all of our behalf, because we need them as much as they need us. These are very key mega trends that any business in the room and the partners, all of you who are working with the private sector know. Navigating this, particularly in the current economic and geopolitical situation as we look ahead to next week, is challenging. But it is also incredibly material. These are very real material business risks, challenges, and opportunities. And so when people say, why are companies navigating these issues around sustainability performance? Well, of course, there's regulatory drivers, and many of you are dealing with that right now. But there's also very real business decision-making information that's needed from this data. And that's exactly why we're taking this work on, to integrate how sustainability goes into informing and improving the business decision-making. Without that performance and accountability loop, we're operating a bit blind in a business sense on how will the decisions that we're taking today impact our resilience, our competitiveness, and our ability to continue to operate, not just in the next 10 years, but in the next 18 to 24 months. We're seeing that level of shift from global weather patterns, geopolitical shifts, market trade changes, regulatory action that require a speed of attention to understanding how nature impacts the businesses that we're all operating. So this is the work that we're doing as we think about metrics. I mean, in order to set a goal, a business has to understand what's material. How do we know what targets should we be setting out? How do we make sure that they're integrated and aligned with what our business is trying to drive? And that is the work here of taking metrics into account that are very relevant for business as a whole and sectors specifically. And we can't do this if we're not doing this in partnership. There's a lot of work that has gone into understanding the thousands of metrics that are out there on nature data. You all know what a complex system that is. We're going to hear from Marco on the state of nature metrics. We've got metrics that have been feeding into that process. We've got how TNFD is picking that up. What we're striving to do is to funnel that into how does business pick the metrics that help you respond to CSRD, to TNFD, to SBTN, that are actually sector relevant and that you can use in business decision making. So know that this is a huge partnership, both visibly and behind the scenes, on how we're aligning all of this work and bringing it forward in a way that actually is very relevant to helping actions start now. Back to you. Back to Angela.
Thank you, Diane. Now that you set the scene so brilliantly, I will just tell you in a few words about the work that we have going on at WBCSD to support our members in navigating this complex ecosystem in which they operate related to metrics. I'll take just a step back because this is something that's been going on for quite some time to get to where we are today. So it was back in 2022 that we started at WBCSD to really work with our members at the sector level to help them define a shared agenda for nature positive at the sector level and set a shared vision and carve a path forward as a sector towards nature positive. We have 4 sectors that have been front runners: the forest sector, agri-food, built environment, and energy. It's important to note that we've tied this into a bigger partnership with the World Economic Forum and Business for Nature to support as many sectors as we can reach, and we now have 12 sector summaries that are available for you to go consult on these 12 sectors here. And just added a new one to that grouping this week with the pharma sector as well. So 6 roadmaps to nature positive underway at WBCSD. We have 4 that have been bravely working on metrics for the last year. So forest, as I said, forest products, agri-food, built environment, and energy. And now we have 2, chemicals and pharma, that are working on their foundations and will move on to metrics next year. What do I mean by phase 1, phase 2? Just to clarify the journey that we take with our members over a period of about 2 years. We start with the foundations, which consist in identifying the material impacts, dependencies, risks, and opportunities for a given sector. Once those are identified, we build consensus. We work together on identifying the right actions that companies can take at different stages of their value chain to address these material issues. Making sure that they align with the SBTN mitigation hierarchy for the framework nodes in the room. That means that avoid, reduce, but also restore and regenerate nature. So typically, when I mean action, what do I mean? So, for example, in the forest sector, these are closely tied to the principles of sustainable forest management, and for the agri-food sector, it's regenerative agriculture principles that have been tied to metrics. Okay, and once we have these actions, what happens? We want them to be implemented, and that's why we move into the lovely job of finding the right metrics to be able to measure progress on these actions and set the right targets, at different levels, corporate, value chain, or location specific, to be able to really make sure that you're making that progress on these actions. And the objective is to bring all this together by the end of next year into a user-friendly, we hope, portal for sustainability practitioners to be able to navigate this space with a bit more ease, to be able to pick the right metrics to measure the impacts of the actions that they want to drive, and be able to really make decision-making internally based on the right data sets. So the portal, I will not bore you with the portal, but I will just tell you about 4 key features. So that's 4 elements of this work program that we're going to be continuing next year. The first is that we're really working on prioritizing metrics. We prioritize by only looking at these metrics that are tied to the key actions for a sector, the actions that are material to a sector. So we're not taking all the metrics out there, we're just taking the ones that are material. Then we're going through an assessment on the feasibility and ease of implementation of the metrics. So we're giving them a bit of a rating in terms of how easy they are to obtain. I mean, what not easy necessarily, but what is the level of feasibility, considering costs, the data availability, etc. That's the prioritization. The other element that we're working on is making sure that we're taking all the relevant voluntary and regulatory frameworks for a given sector, so that when you pick a metric, you can see the alignment with the voluntary and regulatory framework. So if you pick one, you'll be, oh, this is aligned with TNFD, with the CSRD, it's partially aligned with GRI, etc. So you can see that interoperability between the frameworks. Slower. Okay. I'm speaking too fast. Apologies. It's a character trait. I get excited, especially when it comes to metrics. I will slow down. The third feature of the portal is related to value chains. So our sectors do not operate in islands. They are all interlinked. So for example, agri-food and forest products feed into all the other systems, such as energy, built environment, pharma, chemicals, etc. So we're going to really build on that value chain connection in our work. We're also going to look at what are the right metrics to be reporting on depending on where you are in that value chain. If you're not a land manager, what is appropriate for you to be reporting on? If you're multiple tiers removed from the land, for example. And the final piece here is really making sure to think about metrics with the view of target setting. So that means that we're tying the metrics to targets from SBTN when they're available. If not, we make suggestions of what an appropriate target can be for the metrics that you'll be choosing in the portal. So all this work is started and continuing next year. So at this CBD COP, if you can, no, there's a QR code that's going to come up in a sec if you want to. So we're releasing just what we call the strategic outline for the project. We made that available, and we're releasing that alongside two tools available for pilot testing. One is the agri-food metrics, and the second one is sustainable forest management metrics. So if you want to have access to the tools, you have a QR code in a sec. But then built environment energy, stay put for a little bit longer. They'll come in January. We're working through it, and we'll make them available as well for pilot testing. And by the end of next year, if everything goes to plan, we'll be able to pull it all together in a portal where we'll have our 6 initial sectors, bearing in mind that that's just really the start of the journey. We really would like to include as many sectors as possible, and also increase the features of the portal to go further than just prioritizing metrics, but then also finding for example, linking to data sets or tools to help you implement the metrics as well. Because we know that's just, 1% of the job, finding the metrics, then you actually have to implement. Okay, so now you can scan the QR code. I will bring you to the strategic outline. You also have my email address here if you want to reach out to pilot test It's grahambrown@wbcsd.org. And we'll make the tools available upon request. Okay, so I think it's the time to move on to hearing from. So we had about 90 members engaged in this project so far, from 90 from different angles. But we're going to call up some of our stars on this panel to tell you a little bit about the vision, how they see this driving impact. Well, first, maybe Diane, if you want to go as our moderator and take your seat. And then I'll invite Marco Lambertini to come and join us. So Marco Lambertini is the convener of the Nature Positive Initiative. I'm sure you would have heard, hopefully by now, that the the Nature Positive Initiative is driving a very ambitious project to identify state of nature metrics through an extensive consultation period. And so that work is connected into our work as well. So Marco will tell us a bit more about that. Then one and only Brandon Lewis from Manulife. If you want to go sit maybe on this one, so we can, yeah, anyway, never mind, doesn't matter. So Manulife is an amazing company, but also the co-chair of the Forest Solutions Group. And the Forest Solutions Group have worked on prioritizing metrics for sustainable forest management this year. And so Brendan will be talking to this work. Anke, I want to say Quest. Okay, good, thank you. Would you like to take us? I don't want to over-engineer this. So Anke is with Yara International. They are also very active in WBCSD's food and agriculture pathway, and have played a big role in the regenerative agriculture metrics, and she will be speaking to that. And finally, Johan Lamarant, yes, good, from Arcadis. So Johan is bravely, at the moment, working through the metrics prioritization for the built environment and energy sector. And so this is, work that is ongoing, and he'll be telling us a little bit about how these metrics apply to these sectors that are not thought of as land-based sectors. Great. Diane, do you have a mic? Yes?
Got it. Great, good. Now, let's get into the conversation, and we're going to hopefully leave enough time for questions as well. So that's a hint to our panel to be tight and focused in the discussion that we're going to be sharing here today. So, Marco, just a quick shout out as the man behind, along with many others, this space that we've been all calling home here in the Blue Zone. So maybe just a quick shout of thanks for this, enabling us to all be in this space as well. Well done. Marco, Nature Positive Initiative. You set this up to make sure that the concept of nature positive is not just understood, but upheld. And that's critically important. And you've been using it then to help additionally harmonize metrics at a really broad level to help drive our theory of change. So take us a little bit through what that has been looking like and what it is you're going to accomplish with that.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for joining. I have to say, this is my 6th panel session on metrics, and they were all jam-packed. So metrics, sexy metrics. I couldn't believe, if somebody told me that some time ago, I wouldn't have believed it, that we could have packed, but actually it's not about sexy metrics, it's about necessary metrics. And I think everybody now understands that because our commitment to nature has never been more precise and quantifiable as today, the GBF is the most measurable ever global biodiversity framework approved in history. We need to measure. And they all say you can manage what you don't measure. Well, you can't change what you can't measure properly. And you can't hold ourselves accountable if you can't measure. So measurements are critical, but are also complicated. And for some, intimidating as well. And actually, Diane, if I may comment on the cover of your draft report, that's a perfect cover because it gives you the sense of the complexity of the chaos that is out there in terms of nature metrics, 700 metrics on nature available, which on one hand fantastic because it shows that we are able, better than ever before, to measure different elements of nature. But on the other hand, for companies that are beginning to approach the biodiversity space outside philanthropy, but more in terms of, as you mentioned, material, risk, opportunities, dependencies, it's intimidating and it's confusing. So what we did agree as Nature Positive Initiative, and of course WCSD has been from day one of the most active members of the initiative, was, okay, we got alternate biodiversity laws in the coming biodiversity framework mission, which is the new global goal for nature, nature positive in simple words. How do we measure it? How do we measure if we actually are on course to achieve it? How do we measure progress? And how do we help each actors, not just companies, but also financial institutions and other players, landowners and others, to contribute? And we agreed that as a first step, and I say as a first step because it is a first step, we should agree on the absolutely minimum meaningful set of metrics that can be universally used across scales and across users for a number of use cases. Why on a minimum level? Because right now, McKinsey report 2023, less than 10% of companies, Fortune Global 100, have actually developed any targets on nature. And your point, Diane, that you mentioned earlier about the importance of supporting companies develop corporate strategies, nature-positive corporate strategies, require clarity on metrics. So minimum viable, universally usable, accessible, affordable metrics, focusing on the state of nature, because in the state pressure response framework, unless you start with the pressure, of course, that's the most important thing. But unless you have a reference point and metrics that give you the sense of whether the state of nature vis-a-vis your response to the pressure is increasing or is improving or not, you'll never know whether your strategy is fit for purpose, whether your strategy is aligned with the GBF. So that's why we're focusing on minimum viable, meaningful, but also practical and accessible set of metrics on the state of nature, which we all agreed is a missing piece of the puzzle.
Great. And your leadership on that has been so helpful because you've been driving tremendous alignment, both direct and behind the scenes, on how we're thinking about this across the pitch, really. So, Brandon, I'm going to come to you next because you're sitting here, Monday Life helps to chair the Forest Solutions Group, working on behalf of managed forests. You were one of the first sectors to be out ahead in working on setting the guidance and working on these metrics. And Manor Life has a very particular place in this because you're also an asset owner. You bridge into the financial sector. So how is the finance sector looking at the application and interpretation of these metrics?
Thanks, Diane. Great question. I'll speak a little bit to kind of enabling conditions that are required, I think, for these to be useful. We have to use these for them to work. I know that sounds ridiculously simple, but you would not believe how many efforts to develop metrics or standards or things for the private sector, which are kind of talking at the private sector, how many of those end up not being usable, which kind of defeats the purpose, right? So we need to be able to use these. So what are the enabling conditions that will enable us to use these? It depends on the stakeholder group. So I'll speak first to regulators. So when we think about defining sustainable forestry or sustainable forest management, what we often have is different jurisdictions defining sustainable forest management differently than other jurisdictions. But they are defining them the same for every place in the world, right? So the US might say sustainable forestry looks like this, and it's going to look like this in the US, it's going to look like this in the EU, it's going to look like this in Colombia, it's going to look... Same thing, right? That's problematic. We need the exact opposite of that. We need jurisdictions to recognize the nuances in sustainable forestry in different jurisdictions, but to have a universally applicable approach to defining sustainable forest management, which I think is what we have with the nature metrics. That's kind of regulators. The NGO community, we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? We've argued about these metrics already. That's the good thing. These have been vetted thoroughly in collaboration with the private sector, with the NGO community. They've already been debated and discussed. That's excellent. Now we need to get on with it and start using them. And finally, on the corporate side, fragmentation is the enemy of scale, right? So if my company is using, metric A, and your company is using metric B, and another company is using metric C, if we're all defining this differently, we're speaking past each other. And that lack of standardization is what it's what prevents scale. There's no comparability for investors when they're comparing my performance to your performance to their performance. I have a friend and colleague in the FSG, and this is the last thing I'll say, who says, you know, we should not be competing on how we measure things. We should not be competing on measurement methodologies or what's the most appropriate metric. We should be competing on performance. So let's work together and use the same set of metrics and focus on competing on performance. And I think that that's one of the things that that this Nature Metrics portal enables us to do.
Yeah, Brendan, thank you. I think you said that so clearly on how we got to this place and what we need to do now. Did everybody hear that? What do we need to do? Use them. Yeah, I mean, it's true. We have to actually implement. So with that, Anka, I'm going to come to you because this use of metrics, agriculture and food sector is another significant land-based value chain, a huge driver of pressure as well as reliance on nature. There's been very deep work on the guidance and the metrics for your sector as well. What do you expect to see as a result of the application of this consistent use of the metrics?
Yeah, first of all, it's great to be here. I mean, we have talked about this a lot, but and I'm also involved in the metric development since years now. I want to congratulate World Business Council for taking the effort to bring all these stakeholders together, because we are all coming from a silo. OP2B started with this, bringing all kinds of stakeholders together and started, or basically launched a joint learning session. I would say awareness and learning session. We came all with different perspectives, and with time, sharing our perspectives, sharing our knowledge, we got to a kind of consensus. And this was a fantastic example how we should do it, how we should address joint problems by sharing our perspectives and come to common opinions and a sense. And World Business Council has housed now OP2B and consolidated this work stream further, building up on what has been already done, not just by OP2B, but also by all the other organizations which you have mentioned. They are all working on the same things, and they have also contributed a lot to the learning and the consolidation. Now we have identified for regenerative agriculture that we need to address the environmental, social, and economic elements in one go. We cannot reach out to farmers in a kind of sliced approach, saying today you will focus on climate, tomorrow it's then the nature. You have also to survive somehow, you know. We have to do it with one theory of change and make it cohesive from the beginning. Because if you talk to farmers, they say every day somebody is knocking on my door and has a solution, you know. We need to make sure that what we are asking the farmer today makes sense overall. And we also need to know what is really material in farming, in our food system. What do we need to address and how we measure it? And this approach has helped us a lot to identify the outcomes we need to make farming resilient, socially and also economically feasible, and to reach the SDG goals we have. We have a very strong value proposition for that, and I also liked what you said, the standardization, because just look in our digital world. What we need to do is we have to measure the same things with a standardized methodology. We have to connect the dots across the sector, and we have to incentivize those who are really performing, because all who are contributing need to have a benefit from it. And you could also say we need to enable to do good and to talk about it in a credible manner. And we need a regenerative currency. And by quantifying the performance, we can also enable those who are really front runners and outstanding to shine. And this kind of benchmarking enablement will also motivate others to step in, and it will have a catalyzing impact. On top, we talked a lot about cohesive systems between policy and private sector. If we can demonstrate as a private sector
we have alignment, across the private sector. This is very impactful for policymakers too, because we need to avoid that they are reinventing the wheel again, and then we have to defend our system towards the policymakers. So please be outspoken, get co-engaged in all this, and make sure we are visible with our solutions so that they can build up on it and we can join forces. It's also fantastic that it's a cross-sectorial approach, which makes it really scalable. And if you look at the value chains, they are all connected. The food system is the biggest system we have, so let's make sure that it's covering the whole space. And I think collaboration is a very important element. We have proven that the private sector is capable to collaborate. And now we have achieved a consensus. And please, I don't want to hear anymore. We have no definition of regenerative agriculture. We have now 11 metrics we can measure and we can report on. And you can call it eco-ecology or whatever. I mean, we call it here in this concept regenerative agriculture, but it's not so important how we call it. It's important that we are measuring the right things for outcomes for climate, nature, for the farmer and our food security.
I think that's a beautiful way to say, again, we have to use these metrics that we are aligning behind. They drive credibility to the marketplace. They drive coherence for policymakers. But Anka, you brought up a very important point. They drive way more simplicity for all of those who are actually working at the ground level, our farmers, our forest stewards. We cannot add complexity to an incredibly challenging business model that they are already operating within. And those considerations have gone into this selection as well. So thank you so much for taking that forward. So those are two clear land-based value chains, forest and food and ag. And Johan, I'm going to come to you next. You're here representing the built environment and energy, and it's not always as clear how dependent those two sectors are. They tend to be considered more in the hard-to-abate sector, but they're heavily nature-dependent and nature-impacting. So what has been the journey like for that, and how are we getting to these aligned metrics for those sectors as well?
Yep, thank you, Diana. I'm representing indeed the built environment sector as Arcadis. We are also supporting World Business Council with building this nature metrics portal. So maybe I want to clarify also that the building of the nature metrics portal at this moment does not include these suggested state of nature metrics which are being developed by the Nature Positive Initiative. And so that I want to make this clear to avoid any confusion. Because in the Nature Metrics portal, we are focusing on the disclosure frameworks which are being used at this moment, the voluntary and the regulatory disclosure frameworks. And in the portal, we only included the mandatory metrics of all these frameworks. And so I want to make this clear. For the built environment sector, and of course the hope is in the future that we can include the state of nature metrics, and even better when they will be embedded in the TNFD, in the CSRD, and so on. And that's also the intention, I guess. And then we have it all together. With regard to the built environment sector and the energy sector, it's more a sector focused on site level assessment at this moment, although the supply chains are indeed very important. And I strongly believe that this nature metrics portal can help companies. First of all, they need to report anyway. So at this moment, corporates, I don't have to tell the corporate community here in the room that the focus at this moment is on disclosure. They want to be compliant with the current disclosure frameworks. But to avoid a ticking the box exercise and just trying to come up with information on the mandatory metrics, it's much more interesting if you can connect it to concrete actions, and even better if you can connect it to concrete targets. And this is also the intention of this whole Nature Metrics portal. So this will definitely help the transition of the energy sector, because metrics, that's fine, that's one thing, but it's far from sufficient. Metrics are only useful if these are connected to actions and targets. And only then, okay, I think, personally, I'm very convinced this will be a very powerful portal to support the transition of the energy sector and also the built environment sector for sure. Yeah, that's it.
Johan, brilliant. Thank you so much for raising that. And Marco, Johan raised a couple of points that I want to come back to you on now. The state of nature metrics, which are absolutely in consideration with the work that WBCSD is doing together with others. How do you see it as applying across sectors? And what's the work that you're leading on the relevance of why you're bringing them forward?
Yeah, so first of all, just to reiterate what Johan just said, super important. All these metrics, pressure, response, state, they're all part of the same effort. They're enforcing each other, they're informing each other, and they're driving corporate strategies to lead to transformation and target setting. So we're trying with different exercises to, if you like, create the whole picture of tools and whole set of tools that are needed to truly drive transformation that we need to see in the business sector. And this is incredibly exciting that metrics that until very recently were confined to academia or to conservationists are now actually becoming hopefully mainstream in the way businesses assess their dependencies, their opportunities, but also their risk, and ultimately their outcomes. And that links to accountability, links to recognition. We will open a lot of new spaces that will really incentivize more and more transformation and transitions. And as I said earlier, our set of metrics, our really collective, a lot of organizational input is not our MPI. This is not a proprietary thing. This is not a branded set of metrics. These are metrics that needs to be used by everyone, hopefully, and already are contributed to by many organizations, even beyond the 27 on part of the MPI initiative. So these metrics are really trying to be cross-sectorial, and particularly across a number of different use cases. So they will be important for regulatory as well as voluntary framework like NFD, GRI, SBTN, but hopefully also CRD or the European Union and others. They are a metric designed to be usable by companies and financial institutions in their own corporate strategies, nature-positive corporate strategies, by assurance providers to be able to provide assurance and audit the commitments and the outcome of companies, financial institutions. And then, of course, also new use cases are popping up all the time. I've been approached recently by organizations that are providing credits that want to start using these metrics to validate the credit system and many others. So I think the idea, Diane and everybody, is really to provide something that represents an incentive to start the journey. We are not talking about the magic wand, the cutting-edge metrics. There are plenty of exciting metrics developing, by the way, that your exercise will capture, and companies will be super welcome to, of course, adopt, because the more sophisticated you are, the more sophisticated and credible and effective your strategy is. But at this stage, when many companies find biodiversity intimidating and a black box, we want to really also encourage companies to start from a very simple level of measurements and then progress over a journey of maturity and understanding as we move forward.
Thank you, Marco, for adding that addition. I think that's really important for understanding how we're linking these together and how they can best be used. So what I want to do now is turn to you as the audience, because you have a pretty remarkable group of front runners up here who've been deeply involved in development. And you've got Marco, who's really leading the front end of this on the state of nature metrics. You must have questions for them. And I'd like to create enough space and time for us to do that. So Holly has a roving mic. There may be another one in the audience as well. I'm going to catch probably 2 or 3 questions and then bring them back in for our panel here to respond to. First hand up in the back. Thank you for kicking us off. And then a second hand up here in the front.
Thank you very much.
Just one thing, just everybody, please introduce yourselves as you're starting. Thank you.
I'm sorry, my English is very broken. I will try. Thank you very much. My name is Josue Aruna. I come from Democratic Republic of Congo. in Central Africa, in the Congo Basin. I work with Congo Basin Conservation Society network. Our common vision is to protect this high biodiversity area in the Congo Basin. But as we are on the ground, we are facing many threats and many problems as we are coordinating a nature defense movement. Nowadays, I'm talking to you here, one of my teams, they are maybe 18. They are in front of with the cat in my country because of defending the destruction of the forest by the logging, coming into the site with the market from China, Arabic, using neighboring country, and they destroy the forest of indigenous community. Nowadays, we are in front of with the cat. I think that the next week they will judge them, and we are going to pay maybe $50,000. They will ask to us because we say no for deforestation based on logging. So I would like to know what happened at what can we expect from international community as we are on the ground doing the big work once without support. It is a voluntary work because we say that we choose the way and we can't abandon. The second one is to know what strategies you are doing for people who are working daily on the ground for implementing the global biodiversity framework. Without nature defender on the ground, we can't success. Because many threats are coming on the forest. Specifically, I'm talking about the Congo Basin, where we meet about the challenge about mining and deforestation due to logging. So we need to know what key message I can bring. They are calling me now. Tell to the international community, we are in the threat now. They are using armed group for logging and they are under threat. What kind of support, what kind of message can we bring to our local community and the indigenous people? But also, financial mechanisms stay somewhere. We talk much. No, we do not have innovative financial mechanisms that could go directly through on the ground to meet civil society and the indigenous people acting for implementing what you are taking as decision here. Thank you very much.
Can we all just, first of all, thank our frontline defenders for a huge job you are doing in one of the most important ecosystems. So I want to start out by saying thank you. The challenges that you're raising into this room are real, and we're going to come back and figure out how we discuss that, because clearly metrics don't solve for governance, and they don't solve for the funding that's desperately needed. But there's work to be done in supporting those who are doing this work on the ground. So we'll come back to that as we correct more questions. But first and foremost, thank you. We have a second question here in the front. We'll take that before we turn. And then another question here in the front, and then I'll come back to our panel.
Hello, everybody. Good to see you again. Also, thank for all the work that you're doing. My name is Eric Benslev. I work to use private markets to transform agriculture. Simple terms. We have an elephant in the room always when you're talking about the business community, and that is business has been a huge contributor to the destruction of biodiversity. And Anke, I know well, and the intentionality of Yara International, while good, there is a huge question about how fundamentally I'm going to dig into operations of the input community. So the input of fertilizer, nitrate fertilizer in particular, and how that's been destroying waterways and livelihoods and Yara, of course, being one of the largest, have been a contributing factor in that. But how do you turn around the ship? How do we turn around a big organization like Yara that clearly have good intentionality of changing fundamentals, but how can we go in and incentivize the core business so that it's not about selling more tons of fertilizer, but incentivizing? I would be really interested in hearing more about that, how you embed the mechanics of less pollution into the Yara machinery.
Eric, no, we're going to take one more question. We're going to respond to all of these. Eric, thanks for bringing some of the really big challenges into this space for us to discuss as well. Holly, we have one more question here that we're going to take, and then we're going to do speed round responses. But thanks for, again, placing the real challenge into the room.
Thank you. Thorsten Iron from PFC International, the world's largest forest certification system. I have a very practical question. It's fantastic that we have these metrics and we contribute to consultations, and I think it's a fantastic framework that we have in place. But metrics are only as good as the data that we need to obtain somehow to fill in this framework. Which makes me then wonder, 25% of total global production forests are PEFC certified. Where do you see the role of a forest certification organization such as PEFC in helping provide the data?
Yeah, so again, very practical. A couple of things here to just frame our responses. One is, by design, we're here talking about metrics. There's no way they are the solution to all the work that needs to be done. But they have to inform better decision making. And that's how I think we need to respond to these really critical questions. So if we can come back and think about how data can rely on the type, how metrics can rely on the type of data, for example, that can identify the illegal roads that are the front runners to identifying where illegal deforestation is going to occur, and how you start to set into place within those metrics the role of social indicators, which FSG, for example, is doing some leading work on, how those metrics get used for the tough conversations at the leadership levels of organizations on what does the business model implications of these, and how do we expand the use of certifications within these metrics decision-making conversations and leverage what already exists. So those will be the ways that we try to frame the response within the context of the conversation here today. So, Brandon, let me come to you first, and then Anka, I'll come to you, and then if you've got any builds, Johan, will come to you as well.
Thank you for the PEFC forest certification question. So this goes back to the point that I tried to make at the beginning, which is let's not reinvent the wheel, right? So I think one of the key metrics, actually, that we can use to communicate the extent to which forestry is happening sustainably is percent of forest certified by an independent third party according to a credible independent standard, right? So I see forest certification fitting in as kind of the primary top level of metrics. I'll make one other auxiliary point, which is I think that there is some prominent regulation in certain parts of the world, which shall not be named, relating to forestry at the moment, which has tried to reinvent the wheel. And I think that's extremely problematic. Let's not do that. Let's stick with what we already have and build on it.
Do you want to just make a quick reference to the social indicators that FSG is starting to develop relative to how we keep people at the center of that as well?
Yeah, so one of the things that we're increasingly seeing in an increasingly urbanized world is migration of people out of rural areas into cities. And forestry is primarily it's a rural, for the most part, it's a rural industry. It's a rural sector. And so one of the things that forestry is capable of doing is, bringing good jobs, providing good, well-paying jobs and decent work, SDG 8, in those communities, and it can be a core kind of economic driver. So that's one of the things we're looking at with the social indicators as well.
Great, thanks so much. Anka, let's come to you next. How do you use this in having the tough conversations on the business?
Test. Yeah. Thanks for the bold question. I mean, I'm not surprised by this question because I'm asking this question also to myself, to be honest. Yeah. So we are 18,000 people, and our mission is to responsibly feed the world and protect the planet. It's a weight on our shoulder, I have to tell you. We are serving 20 million farmers in 140 countries. We are aware that we are part of the problem. We are also aware that mineral fertilizer are feeding half of the human population today. We know that we have to improve. And the beauty is, if you look into the metrics, there's nutrient use efficiency Nitrogen use efficiency is also a very important part of what Yara is doing. We have developed, I'm since 35 years now in this company, 31 years in research. We have developed tools and services to enable farmers to use our products with a high efficiency. This adoption is still not at a level we would wish for. Therefore, we are also driving these metrics to create a demand also for the farmer and enablement from other parties in the value chain for the farmer to go to precision agriculture, to use this resource in a way that every nutrient counts, not just the fertilizer. Every input counts, go for a scientific-based approach and make sure that we develop crop nutrition solutions and not pushing volumes into the market. We know that this is not sustainable. That might happen here and there, but this is definitely not our strategy. Our strategy is sustainable and profitable crop nutrition solutions for farmers. So we are also in the circular economy. We are providing organic mineral products to the farmer, and we are combining our physical products with tools and services to enable a proper use. But we are not there yet, but the metrics will help us to show the performance and where the hotspots are. And then we can get much more targeted with our action. So happy for this question. We are all on the road. We are part of the problem, but we are also part of the solution. And we are all standing in a way in the row to get this fixed. And what we also like a lot is this outcome-based regenerative agriculture approach. Because at a certain moment, we need to transform to outcome-based business models. Yeah? So we are paid by volume. And we have invested a lot into the better use of the product. So it has to be also somehow acknowledged that this is a cost research development, which needs to be also basically paid back. And with return, with outcome-based systems, we can implement that. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm just jumping in because of time. Thank you so much. I mean, it's a great example of how metrics are being used to shift business models that have fundamental challenges in today's context. And this is why it's so important, and this is why they have to be used. Because if we're using them consistently and credibly, then we're driving a market sector shift, not just a single leading company's actions. So, thank you so much. I wanted to create the space for questions. We deeply appreciate how we have to take on the challenging actions as a result of our work. That's why all these companies are here. There's 3,000 companies at this COP versus 1,000 in Montreal versus 300 at the COP before that. It shows the level of engagement and action to understand. And this work is critical to that. So I'd like to thank all of our front runners who are up here in this discussion today. Marco, thank you for your leadership and partnership as well. And Angela, I'll turn it to you to help summarize and close our discussion here on metrics. Thank you.
I won't summarize, but I will just thank our thank our panelists for joining us today. I just wanted to thank the 90 members who have been engaged in this process with us. our 4 service providers, ERM, the Biodiversity Consultancy, Qantas, and Arcadis, and also all the external stakeholders that are engaged in this process to make sure that the metrics that we're developing are really bulletproof and aligned with everything that's coming out at the moment. So again, if I'll leave this on as we move into the next session. So if you want to scan the QR code and reach out if you would like to pilot test the metrics for agri-food or forestry. Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
This good? Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Happy COP. Welcome to Cali. Welcome to North America via Cali. Awesome. Look at this room. Thank you all for being here. My name is Michael Degnan. I'm the Deputy Director of the Campaign for Nature. I hope that everyone's having a good COP. It's a busy COP. We appreciate your spending some of your time with us here today. Let me give a quick overview of what we're talking about today, and then I'll introduce the panelists. A couple of years ago, as you all know, the world adopted the target to protect at least 30% of the world's land and at least 30% of the world's ocean by 2030. As it did so, this target represented the most ambitious conservation target that the world has ever seen, and for the first time adopted a target that was actually as ambitious as the scope of the challenge of the biodiversity crisis itself. The question then immediately became, how do we implement this? And 2 years later, if we look at where we are globally, I think we have to say that there has been some progress, but not enough. And we know that there are a lot of significant challenges that have to be fully and comprehensively addressed in order for 30 by 30 to succeed, for it to be durable, for it to provide all of the benefits to people, to economies, and to life on Earth that we know that it can bring. I want to highlight 5 of those issues right now. The first of those is quantity. Over the course of the better part of 100 years, it took us that amount of time to protect across the world roughly 18% of the world's land and 8% of the world's ocean. So now we need to roughly double and quadruple those figures in 6 years. Second is the issue of quality. We know that quite a bit of those existing protections aren't actually delivering and achieving the outcomes that they're intended to. Fewer than half the percentage of protections on oceans are actually delivering their intended results, and we similarly see a problem of paper parks on land. At the same time, we know that there are significant places for biodiversity that are not protected. Roughly 1/3 of the world's key biodiversity areas lack protections. So we need to address both of these points. We need to prioritize the places that matter the most for biodiversity, and we need to do important work at the same time to improve the effectiveness of the existing protected areas. Third is the issue of indigenous rights. A couple of years ago at COP15, there were significant acknowledgments in the agreement about the central role that indigenous peoples play in conserving biodiversity and the need to adopt a rights-based approach to biodiversity. This itself was reflected in Target 3, which acknowledged indigenous territories as a third pathway to achieving 30 by 30. But there still remain practical questions around the world about how to actually do that and what does that actually look like. The fourth issue is one of leadership. We know that to achieve 30 by 30, this is a huge endeavor, right? And it requires leadership at all levels, across all jurisdictions. So how can we make sure that we're getting the right leaders, subnational level, national level, indigenous leaders, civil society, et cetera? How can we make sure that we have the right leaders in the room? And then finally, the last point is finance. If you look at what we are currently spending around the world on protected and conserved areas, it is roughly $24 billion a year. Some leading economists have looked at the figure for what it would take to effectively achieve 30 by 30 and found that that figure is $100 billion a year. So that's a big gap, right? What do we need to do and how can we act to urgently close that gap? I'd like to thank the panelists for being here today because I think that each one of them will be able to speak to several of those challenges that I just addressed. And I'm excited to hear the work that each of them has been doing since COP15 to actually implement 30 by 30. And then together, I think that there's a really interesting and compelling story that we are starting to see in North America about how each one of those challenging issues that we have to get right as the world in order for 30 by 30 to be durable and meaningful, how each of those can be addressed and done in such a way that we're putting ourselves on track for success at the local, national, and frankly, even continental level. So I hope it's a story that we can keep telling, and I'm excited to have the chance here today to begin that. So let me introduce the panelists. I'll quickly introduce everyone, and then we will go through and hear from each. We have Secretary of Natural Resources Wade Crowfoot from the state of California, Basile Van Harve, Director General and Special Advisor on Biodiversity in Canada, Eduardo Robelo Gonzalez, International Affairs Director for the National Commission for Natural Protected Areas in Mexico, Jacob Martin Malus, the Assistant Deputy Minister for Biodiversity, Fauna and Parks in the Ministry of Environment in Quebec, Licia Ortega with the Fort Yuma Quechan Tribe, and Rene Gonzalez Montagut, the General Director with the Mexican Fund for the Conservation of Nature. Thank you again, everyone, for being here. Let me now hand it over to our first speaker to highlight the actions that he and his state have been taking since COP15. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. It is energizing to be here with you all in the audience and fellow panelists. And I have to say, I've learned from many of our fellow panelists just in the last few days. We know that national leadership is essential to achieve this breakthrough agreement from 2022, the Convention on Biological Diversity. And a few hundred meters from here, there are representatives of our national governments that are negotiating that. But the way I think about it is that national leadership is necessary, but not adequate. If we're actually going to achieve Global 30 by 30 and all of the provisions of the CBD, we need many more governments involved, many more sectors, starting with tribal governments, state and provincial governments, local governments, scientists, educators, conservation organizations. And if you're in this tent listening to us right now, you're probably not one of the negotiators, but somebody, a leader who's trying to figure out what role do you play? The Bogota mayor a few nights ago put it really nicely. He said, each of us need to think about what role we specifically play in achieving biodiversity. And so in California, we're working to do our part to show that 30 by 30 and so many other initiatives to protect biodiversity are achievable. We're an American state, obviously. We have a lot of devolved power as well as a lot of budgetary authority. We're big. If our GDP, by GDP, we're the 5th largest economy in the world. And we're a state that's always tried to drive on our environmental ambition. And I have to say, for a very long time, we had sort of a blind spot for nature. We had really strong climate targets, but we really did, they weren't connected with nature. And so our journey over the last several years has been focused on just that. How do we lift up nature, and how do we set strong targets that we are going to meet? And that's really where 30 by 30 comes in. Our governor established 30 by 30 by executive order in 2020, which is pretty remarkable because it's 2 years before it became part of the Convention on Biodiversity, durably protected principally for ecological benefit, and we're driving forward. I'm really proud to report that over the last 2 years, we've added 1.5 million acres, or about 700,000 hectares, to conserved areas in the state. And we're doing that through a very transparent geospatial platform we call California Nature. So you can see what we're doing and how we're doing it. And I won't get into everything that we're doing, but I'll just share how proud I am that of this paradigm shift that we're making to support our indigenous communities to lead this effort. We know that many of the challenges that we have environmentally, we have because we disconnected ourselves from the wisdom and the leadership of people who have been taking care of what we know as California for thousands of years. And redressing those historic wrongs and supporting ancestral land return, co-management of our lands and waters, expanded tribal access is not only the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. And I'll tell you, the most profound part of my work, my journey, is to understand the depth and the breadth of tribal knowledge and wisdom on our biodiversity. And so we're really excited to be achieving 30 by 30, we think, through pivoting our approach within state government to really support tribal leaders that you'll hear from more about today. So thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about what we're doing.
Secretary. Now let me hand it off to Basil van Harve.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. It's great to see so many known faces and friends in the room. And it's great to have an opportunity to talk about North America, something I don't have the opportunity to do very often. In fact, I wish I could speak after Jacob, because he's the one really in the driver's seat, and his colleagues across our country. As you know, Canada is a federation, and natural resource is essentially under the control of the province. And we at the national government recognize that and have been working with province and territories in setting targets. The other points, and I'll follow up from my predecessor, is the role of Indigenous peoples. There will be no protected area in Canada without Indigenous people engaged. And we recognize that from day one. And if you look at all the agreement that has been signed, and the way we work is we prepare and negotiate agreement with province and territories and Indigenous people for the realization of 30 by 30. One that we signed is with British Columbia, and we were quite proud of having the 3 groups at the table signing it and referring to it. And those are pretty detailed worksheets where we line by line detail protected area in this place at this year, and then the resource associated with each of those. So for us, it's a journey, it's a negotiation, and then when we have some that are pretty well advanced, some agreements are already signed, others are being negotiated. We have to recognize, and it's probably a lesson that is useful to others, but certainly present in North America, is if you're in the business of doing 30 by 30, you're in the business of providing housing. You're in the business of providing drinking water. Because if you're not engaging Indigenous people in capacity that they need, they're not going to talk about protection or conservation of land. They need to think about those issues. So we're building plans, we're reaching across government, engaging other agencies that are doing this, and we're trying to provide with a complete package. We're also keen to engage other sources of funding, philanthropy, private sector. There is a number of partnerships for permanence being negotiated across the country. So definitively, those are new ways of establishing permanent funds, endowment funds type, that will be able to get to protection. Now, for all of you, if I'm talking about Canada, you're thinking about large expanse of pristine land. But we do also have a southern part of the country that looks a lot more like California in some places, except for the weather. It is equally important to think about conservation of land in those areas. And then perhaps Jacob will talk about it, but those efforts are largely more expensive. And an easy solution would be to focus on remote area, and we can add massive amount of protection, changing a regulation on winter or summer passage of shipping lane can result in large increase in performance, in the performance indicators. But somehow, sometime protecting some, land close to urban area is also as important. We have in North America an organization called Ducks Unlimited. It was many years ago solely a hunting organization. It has become a wetland protection organization, and I've been thrilled to see them engage in housing development outside of cities, providing sustainable solution that provide for housing for people that they need a place. We all need a place, but in a way that is respectful of those wetlands, and then maintain population of water birds or waterfowl, as we call them in North America. Another piece of advice I would say, we're trying to engage everybody. This is not an us against them type of project. This is a project where we like to engage all the communities. It is sometimes challenging. We need to explain how a stronger role for indigenous people does not necessarily mean big change in the life of non-Aboriginal people. And sometimes we have to take time to do that. But those are the lessons learned. My wish, I don't know if I'm able to express one, is I would really like to see a North American nature plan and then connecting our 30 by 30 plan across the continent. Thank you very much.
Let's do it, I hear the crowd say. Yeah, good idea. Thank you, Basile, and thank you for your work. I said, let's talk about what we've done since COP15. Perhaps for you, I could have said, what have you done before COP15 as well? Thank you for the work that you did to help deliver the target. And to the Secretary, I should also say there's a number of states, obviously, around the country that are hopefully following your lead. It's exciting to see new states adopt 30 by 30 goals, and I think that California set an incredible model of what it is that they can hopefully replicate, a true example of what leadership and ambition looks like. So thank you. Next, let me turn it to Eduardo Robelo Gonzalez. Thank you very much for being here. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I will try to speak a little bit, not so louder. I present myself, like I say, Eduardo Robelo. I represent here the National Commission of Natural Protected Areas in Mexico, which is the institution responsible for the monitoring and reporting of the surface covered by the goal or the target 30 by 30, the target 3 of the CBD. In Mexico, since the signing of the Commune-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, what we have done in the last 2 years, basically, is declare at this moment, just at the beginning of the year, or at the medium of the year, a total of 50 new protected areas for a grand total of 232 protected areas in general in Mexico, divided in all the different categories of the IUCN. But also we have another figure which is a protected area, but is not counted directly because it's a protected area which it comes from the proposition or the declaration from the people who owns the land. So it's a figure called Áreas destinadas voluntariamente a la conservación in Spanish, or voluntarily designated areas for conservation. These ADBCs are another form of protected area which had the recognition of the law in Mexico in order to be considered protected areas and are counted in the accountability of the country. But the main difference with the other protected areas is the management responsibility, which is also from the owners of the land, not only the institution that I represent. We are over there for helping them in order to have a sustainable management and an effective management of their territory, but respecting what they want to do with this territory. Of course, conservation is the main goal. That's the main goal of the 30 by 30, but also sustainable use of these lands in order to have opportunities to increase their incomes and to have a decent way of living in general. So in that type of figure, we also double up the amount of ADBCs in the country, going from 6,000 hectares to 1.2 million hectares of voluntarily designated areas just in the last 2 years, like I said. So in the other 50 protected areas that we declare during the last 2 years, we, of course, each and every one of them are really important, but I want to mention two of them, which are the national parks Bajos del Norte y Arrecifes del Golfo de México, which in total represent 5.4 million hectares of marine protected areas. Thank you. And thank you very much. Well, the true congratulations is for my colleagues in the territory who work tirelessly to always do this achievable. With this, we surpassed the 14% of land conservation territory and the 24% of sea conservation territory. Now, what we're speaking, you already say it, and it's the big challenge. So it sounds good, 50 new protected areas, almost 10 million new protected million of hectares, but we're speaking about 14% of the territory, inland territory. So we have to double up that amount. We have to double up the efforts of this National Commission in order to actually achieve the target 30 by 30. So it's a huge challenge. It's going to be one of the greatest challenge in the world for institutions like the one I represent. And what this means that we need to double up the amount of resources needed in order to effectively maintain these protected areas. Because it's not only conservation, we have to talk about effectiveness conservation, effectiveness management. And in order to do that, we have in Mexico a program which is called, or a system which is called e-efectividad, or which measure the effectiveness of the protected areas regarding different issues like infrastructure, equipment, of course, the conservation of some targets of biodiversity targets, of course, governance, and different amounts of indicators which are based on the green list. By the way, on yesterday, we received the recertification of 2 green list areas, which are Espíritu Santo and Isla San Pedro Mártir, which are 2 of the 5 green list protected areas that we have in Mexico. And this is where we're going. We want more effectiveness. We want more conservation. We want to achieve the target 3, but also do it responsibly with the governance, with the cooperation of the people, and do it effectively. And for that, we need the support of everyone here, the support of all of our allies in North America, in the region, in the world, in order to do that. Because, like I said, it's double up what we already done in. Well, the first area has more than 100 years in Mexico since being declared. So more than 100 years of work, and we have to double up that in order to achieve this target. So hopefully, any of you that want to help us, you're more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your incredible efforts, for focusing on the quantity, the quality, recognizing the urgency. We appreciate everything you're doing. Next, let's hand it over to Jacob Martin Malus.
Thanks a lot for the floor. First thing I'd like to say is, like my friend and colleague Basil was saying, nature is often a subnational or local government's responsibility, not 100%, but a high percentage. And subnationals have been doing really good during COP16. I'd like to underline Secretary Crowfoot's leadership. I don't know if anyone was here. Was it yesterday morning that we had that hack event? The energy in that room was amazing, and it's coming from subnationals. We had new members like Massachusetts, Vermont, from the U.S. and other countries, obviously. So just things are happening at a subnational level, and Quebec decided to step up a few years ago already. COP15 was in Montreal and Quebec. I think it's at the opening plenary, the Prime Minister of Quebec announced his intention to adopt a response to the global framework, even before the framework was being closed. And I was able to announce at the subnational summit on the weekend, Quebec adopted the nature plan. So it's like a 2030 nature plan. It's a global answer to the GBF. And it's actually supported by almost $1 billion from Quebec. So $922 million are going to be supporting that. Thank you very much. And I mean, it's going to make things a little bit easier, but there's still a lot of challenges ahead. And that's a great part of the collaboration between subnational governments, is finding keys to those challenges together. It's making a huge difference. Like Secretary Crowfoot said, he wants to steal our good ideas. Well, we just want to give you those ideas, Secretary. And it goes both ways. So it's huge. So we're really moving forward in that direction. Obviously, that's going to help us look into implementation. Obviously, Quebec has reached the 2020 targets with roughly about a little over 17% of the territories protected. Quebec is relatively big, so 17%, each percentage is about 17,000 square kilometers. So we've protected Italy, roughly, up until now. But as you said, we have to protect another Italy in percentage to reach the 2030 targets. So it's 295,000 square kilometers, I think, Pierre-Luc, that we're covering and protected. And all this is in categories 1 to 4, roughly, mainly. So it's strict protection. So we need the new tools to be going forward. And we adopted legislation in 2021, where we integrated the indigenous-led protected areas concept. That was even before the framework, and other possibilities. But I'm going to focus on the indigenous-led for a few seconds. We really turned things around in Quebec in the last years with indigenous communities. Instead of financing or trying to impose any direction, we sort of twisted things around. The nature plan is going to be able to support indigenous initiatives, and actually the Ministry of the Environment is going to be supportive to these communities to build these projects instead of imposing the national government's vision. So I sent letters to every single indigenous community of Quebec. There's 11 communities, and there's 11 nations actually, and I don't know how many communities in each nation in Quebec. So it's hundreds of letters that I've sent, and we're meeting with all the communities that have projects, and we're giving them the experience and the competencies that my team has in protected areas to help them build these projects. We have people here. I have Alain Branchon in front of me that's super active in Quebec from civil society. They're also offering their expertise to support indigenous communities, and it's making a huge difference. I mean, it's quite a twist with what things were done before now, and it's changing highly. So we're really working bottom up, and it's making a huge difference. So I don't know how the panel is going to go. I'll keep a few things, because I could go on for half an hour. So I'll keep a few things for a bit later on, but that's it for starters. All right.
Thank you so much for all of your work. Next is Licio Ortega. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Kamada venti benyap kamul Licio Ortega mapipanyanyum menyasnyahaps kamanskwatzan hanip shramul nahar. Thank you for being here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm so very excited to hear everything that this panel has said so far, and I just want to say thank you, Iwa Achot, to you all. I work in Indigenous policy and legal work, and I normally have to elbow myself to the table along with other tribal advocates and tribal leaders where we are to just have a portion of what you all are doing for tribal nations and Indigenous people. So thank you all. Hands up to you all for the work. I'm here just, in my position as a legislator for the Quechan Indian tribe. I'm serving my third term in that role. I'm also the communications campaign lead for the Quechan National Monument campaign. And I'm also an Indigenous legal and policy advocate nationally and internationally. So a lot of the work I do is with the framework and laws of federal Indian law in what is known as the United States. And so in my area, I had the very privilege of growing up in an area that produces lettuce that feeds the world. It's a $4 billion industry, and the land that we have stewarded for at least the last 13,000 years, has some of the most unique plants and animal life, and some of the most unique rock formations and oldest rock formations in the world. And so that's where I come from. But we don't look at our land for what it produces. We look at our land because it's a part of our cultural identity. It's where we pray. It's where we get our roles in life. And my role is a knowledge seeker and a communicator, a storyteller. And that's how I've spent a lot of my career. And from the high level, advocate at the federal levels just to get our sovereign and inherent rights that are already codified, that have never been upheld before by the federal government. And we have made major strides with this administration. We've seen a joint secretarial order that helps to, that mandated, that prioritized co-stewardship and co-management for Native people of our lands. And we also seen prioritization of traditional knowledge so that us, the first scientists, the first healers, the first doctors of the lands, are able to lend the knowledge that we've had and that we've held and that has been passed down to us from our ancestors into what are scientific and healing practices that many seek education for in a more formal way now. I've also seen sovereignty be at the top of a lot of agendas in terms of how to expand and actually lean into what sovereignty looks like. But there is more to do. And one of those things that we often see when we are advocating for our tribal lands is the lack of tribal consultation. And working on the federal level, we've seen a bill called the Respect Act that has stalled in the US Congress that would strengthen consultation to the point where it's pretty near consent. And on the international level, we know that free, prior, and informed consent is a priority for Indigenous people across the globe. So we're struggling with the US Congress, but that's where we take our Indian country agenda locally. California is my first home, what is known as California, and I can speak and celebrate the fact that our state of California passed unanimously the Senate Joint Resolutions 16 and 17 to call on President Biden to designate the Quezon, Satilla, and Chuckwalla National Monuments. So I'm so excited to know that at home, we are able to set a model and a standard for not just domestic policy, but international policy. We're not asking for anything unreasonable. We're asking to be at the table. We're asking to have our inherent rights exercised. We're asking to be the land stewards over the land that has been under our caretaking since time immemorial. And it's all possible. And each one of the things that you all have mentioned in terms of the consultation and involvement that you've had with Indigenous nations proves just that. It underscores that this is the way to go. And when we do that, we see a lot of promise. And in the United States, where we have seen tribal nations get their advocacy across the lines, we've seen herds of buffalo revitalized for the very first time. We've seen sea kelp regeneration, and it is serving as a biofuel, which is a solution that we can consider across the globe to get away from extractive industry. Because keep in mind, it's our land where those minerals are coming from. It's our ancestors' bodies, it's our prayers, it's all of the things that make us who we are and make up our identity that are being extracted. But we have other ways. We've listened to the land since time immemorial. And the Quezon National Monument campaign would encompass more than 380,000 acres of land. This is land that is used by Californians, Arizonans, and folks from across the globe that come and visit our sand dunes, which are a wonder. If you've never seen them before, you've likely seen them in movies. And those lands are precious to us. And being able to get this over the finish line not only helps President Biden be able to meet his goals, but it also shows the commitment to tribal partnership and conservation over our lands. So I'm thankful that I've been able to work with other tribal nations across Indian country to be able to regenerate and revitalize their lands. And now I'm coming home to make sure that we can do the same thing with our lands, and in partnership with the state of California, we are advocating together for that, so that next time we all meet, I hope I can say that we have our lands protected. I hope I can say that the Respect Act has passed. I hope I can say that we are 10 steps closer to protecting this land for all of us here. So I just want to again express my gratitude for you all having a seat here that I didn't have to bring up myself. And also for the continued efforts. Don't stop now, and encourage all of your friends. And I'd be remiss to say, if I didn't say, help us champion Chuckwalla, Quezon, and Satilla as well. We have advocates here that have QR codes. You can sign your name on our petition. That would help us to press President Biden even further. We're days away from a US election, and I know the world is watching. And so, again, just thank you. Iwa ako tanta.
Thank you so much for discussing what's possible and showing us what's possible. Renee Gonzalez, let me turn it to you.
Thank you so much for being in this panel and just very inspiring interventions. This is the real richness of being the last one so that you can pick on everybody's ideas. And as you know, Mexico, and if you know Mexican food, is nature and culture. And most of the protected areas in Mexico are in the indigenous and community lands. So it's a different model than what you see in the rest of North America, because here you have to work with the people because they are the owners of the land. And so the model of the Mexican protected areas is really a collaboration. And there's advisory councils in every protected areas so that all the work that is done by the National Commission of Protected Areas when it's federal protected areas is actually done in consent because it's the only way forward. In terms of the financing of it, as Eduardo already said, well, I represent an institution, an environmental fund over here, they will see the GF Pavilion, and all the conservation trust funds of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And for some strange reason, the Latin Americans are very well organized. This is very strange, but it so happens this time. We are financial mechanisms which work with the governments to actually bring the funds to the field. And so while the government is putting public funds, it's not enough. So we actually started 27 years ago creating the Fund for Protected Areas, which has 25 different donors. And it started with Global Environment Facility Funds, with endowment funds in 10 protected areas. 27 years, those $16.5 million are $165 million, and we're actually supporting 70 protected areas. But as you heard Eduardo say, we have 232 protected areas. So, from 10 to 70, it took us 27 years. Now we have to go from 70 to 232 in 4 years. And guess what? We're actually starting this journey with a lot of energy. This year, as you may have known, the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund was launched. And there is actually 3 countries that actually made it to get those funds. Mexico is one of them. Thank you to the National Commission. And on Wednesday at 5:30, we'll be launching Mexico 30 by 30. And yeah, thank you all, because it's been a world effort. It really is. We have had funds from all different governments, from all different institutions, and also, very importantly, from our Mexican government. The idea is that the Mexican government closes the gap by 2030, and we know that we have to double the budget. Right now, the budget of the National Commission for Protected Areas is $100 million, and it has to go up to $187 million, according to the analysis. And so while they do that in the next years, we actually have to raise funds, because we know that with $200 million, we're going to close that gap right away, and therefore we know that we will not lose biodiversity. When we put together the necessary funds, we've conducted studies, and also there's independent studies that show that deforestation goes down 23% in 10 years. So funds are working thanks to all the people of the protected areas from the National Commission that are working day by day. And one thing that I'm very proud to say is that the National Commission always says, yeah, we're 1,800 people, but we have 35,000 people in the field helping us. And those are the local communities, because it really takes a community to change the world. So watch what will happen in the next years. And I hope that you all, contribute to this. One of the most wonderful things to know, especially at this panel, is that, 24 years ago, we started with the Monarch Butterfly Reserve. And nowadays, I can proudly say that thanks to the efforts of everybody, more than 40 organizations, because it always takes a lot of people, today there's no deforestation in the wintering sites of the Monarch Butterfly. And we know that it's just the effort of the local Mazahua communities that expect around this time of the year that the butterflies are going to come and they're going to spend the winter there. Like that, we have the gray whales. Most of the gray whales in the world are Mexican-born, and they make their way to Alaska and back, So we have a lot in common, and we have a lot to work for together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to the launch on Wednesday. We have enough time here, I think, for a question or two. So let me see if there are any questions from the audience.
Thanks a lot. I'm from San Francisco, proudly here, humbly here with the amazing California delegation. And thanks to our friends from Canada for COP15. My question is for our esteemed Mexican colleagues. Thanks for all that great news. In addition, are you hopeful with the change in leadership in Mexico? And maybe you can't speak to the contrast going to the past. You have to be diplomatic, but are you hopeful for the future?
Quick answer, yes. Yes, I think just being here is approval of the commitment that we have as a country for the CBD. We just have the transition of government less than a month ago, the 1st of October. We started a new administration, and well, the new Minister of Environment is going to be here as head of the delegation. She actually will be in the panel that Renee already said. She's going to be, if you can go, tomorrow in a panel, because I like to mention that we're also working in the roadmap for achieving the 30 by 30, and we're also defining what we should do, and that's part of the commitment, what we should do with the OMEX, with, well, the OECMs in English, sorry. Because that's a really important figure in order to achieve the 30 by 30, but it's also important to know how are we going to report them and how are we going to measure their effectiveness also. So in order to do that, we're creating the roadmap to decree how are we going to eat in Mexico? We said, how are we going to eat it and how are we going to report it in order to achieve that 30 by 30? So that's a part of also the commitment. Then, like I said, the minister already said it, and she will also say it in the event. But I'm heading up a little bit. We're completely committed with 30 by 30. So that's one of the missions of this administration. So it's going to be a huge challenge. I don't want to say anything that has already been said, but that's the goal. And even with the obstacles that we are going to face, we have to do it, because it's not only for the political commitment. It's also, like all my colleagues said all here, and I think we're on the same page. It's for the people that lives in these protected areas, that lives from the resources of these protected areas. It's not for us, it's for the entire world. So it's a commitment that we are completely and fully on as Mexican. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you. It's good to hear that. I'm sorry. I'm going to take the prerogative of the moderator, if I can. I would like to throw one question in here. I've been struck by the commonalities between speakers. The fact that, yes, this is a series of panel presentations, let's say, that we just heard, and yet it felt like they were in dialogue with each other, right? And it's one of the reasons why we're excited to have you here today, because I think over the next 5 to 6 years, we can continue that dialogue, improve that dialogue, and look not only at what you're doing in your particular jurisdictions, but across the continent, see how we can work together, learn from each other. So with that as an observation, let me turn it to each of you if we have time, or whoever would like to speak to this. But if I could ask, what have you learned from others in North America, those on the stage, other efforts that are happening that you are looking to do in your particular region? So let me first turn to Secretary Crowfoot.
Well, I'll just say, I mean, we've learned so much even this week. You know, we sat in panels where we're learning about the Canadian Guardians program, where Indigenous members of tribes communities are actually funded by the national government to protect these lands. And so that might be one of these ideas that we work to steal. But then also how you've accomplished this stewardship in Mexico in partnership with local communities and Indigenous communities. I'll say this, we can't just wait for these international negotiations to have these sessions. We have to find ways to strengthen these learning networks because there's an incredible coalition of the willing, but we only have 6 years. I mean, 20 by 30, and it doesn't end there. But I mean, if we're really being ambitious and holding ourselves to accountability, we have 6 years to get this done, and we have to learn from each other in faster, better ways.
Adaptation, and what I learned is how we need to have flexible approach that take accounts of local circumstances, that take into consideration change at the political level and enable us to move through that meanders and of different things to get to that point.
Sorry, I didn't know I had to answer once again. I don't want to take the floor like the entire event. What I can say in working together, because like you already said, my colleague, is that it looks like we already established and we already have this dialogue prepared because it's so synchronized, but it's not like that. But I think one of the good lessons that we had in the last couple of years is working together. US, Canada, and Mexico, we have done it. I think it's a really good example about coordination in the region. Just from the system of protected areas, we have a committee, which is the North American Committee of Protected Areas. We actually signed an MOU to reaffirm our commitment from all the institutions working in protected areas in the North America. We signed it last year in Cancun. Actually, it was an event that was held by the Commission, in which we invited 23 countries in the entire continent. But over there, we signed the MOU from US, Canada, and Mexico for all the institutions. I want to say hi to Parks Canada, of course, and or to all colleagues from National Park Service, US Forest Service, US Fish and Wildlife Service, Geological Service, and Bureau of Land Management. All of us with CANAM signed this MOU, and we work together. Every couple of months, we sit in the same tables virtually or in person in order to discuss combined strategies in order to conserve our territories and the biodiversity in them. So it's a great effort of how we're going to or trying to do working together. And in this committee, we always discuss regarding trilateral species. We're always regarding how to involve indigenous people into the management of the land in our territory, exchange experience. So it's synergies and coordination as a region. It's going to be part of the how we achieve the challenge.
I'll be quick. Everyone at the national, subnational, local, indigenous-led initiatives, we're all working on the same targets, and we're going to be facing similar challenges as we're going forward. So there's some leaders that have gone forward already and crossed already a few paths, but please don't hesitate to reach out to those leaders. And that's part of the approach that the subnationals are using. The HAC membership and the task force has a platform to pair people that need help and others that can actually help on certain issues. So that's going to be, I think, an essential part of the 6 years ahead of us. So just a message from Quebec, and I'm sure California would say the same. Don't hesitate to reach out. We need to help each other, everyone, to reach the targets.
I would say the one thing I learned was investment. I've heard other countries take seriously implementation, but that implementation took investment. And whether it was philanthropically or whether it was directly from the federal government, that is promising because now we have framework and we have a foundation to take back to the US and show that everything is possible. And so I just, want to honor that. And also, if you all want to help nudge our leaders on investing in implementation as well, I think that when we transcend borders and hold each other accountable, not just domestically, but internationally, I think that's what we need in these spaces here as well. We're all here to try to set these priorities, but some people have a varied degree of commitments here. And those are the folks, those are the countries, those are the states that we really need to lean into with what is possible. And you all have all of the examples to show what is possible with the proper intention and investment. Yeah.
And in my case, what I've learned is that a lot like the fact of collaboration. Collaboration should really mark this century, but it's not easy. And just referring back to when you started as a moderator, the panel, we each need to find our niche, and we need to connect. If we can do that and be really open about this is the niche that I occupied, what is the niche that you occupied, and then bringing those links, we're going to create systems. And the greatest things in history that mankind and womankind has achieved is definitely working together. So that I think is pretty much very clear in this COP, and I hope that it prevails and it grows.
Wonderful. Thank you all. We are at our time. So let me thank again the panelists for being here. Let me thank all of you for spending your time with us. Let's hear what the secretary just said. Let's not wait 2 years to have this dialogue again. There's incredible things happening, but everyone spoke to the urgent need to do a lot more, right? We don't have a lot of time and we have big goals. And I think that there's a really compelling case that was just made that the only way that we can do that is if we do it together, if we do it collaboratively, and if we do it with urgency. So thank you everyone on stage for showing us the way. Look forward to continuing the conversation. Please everyone join me in thanking our panelists.
Check. Sí. Hola. Sí. Check. 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 Hola.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, sorry. I think we're just about ready to start, so I would just like to say it's a pleasure to be here today, and I'm really looking forward today on our panel on scaling investments for nature-based solutions. And I think there's no better time today than to speak about this topic really on the second ever Finance Day at CBD COP. So I'll just give a brief introduction of who I am. I am Katie Baker. I'm from UNEP Finance Initiative, a specialist in nature and climate risk. And for those who do not know UNEPify, we are a partnership between the UN and the private sector, and we work with over 500 banks, investors and insurers, representing over $170 trillion, providing guidance to advise market practice in the themes of climate, nature, pollution, and other themes. So before we start, I just wanted to give a brief overview of the current state of play on the finance gap for nature-based solutions. And so as many of you know, UNEP produced an annual flagship report on the state of finance for nature, showing the global trends of public and private finance into nature-based solutions. And so despite we know this growing investment opportunity of nature-based solutions, it still remains severely underfunded. Finance flows to MBS amounted to $200 billion in 2022, but we need this to triple by 2030 in order to meet our Rio targets. And so at the moment, governments are the ones currently providing over 80% of the funding for nature-based solutions, with private sector only providing 11% of overall G20 spending. So we know that the private sector is a critical actor for scaling NBS, driving innovation and mobilizing additional resources. But we're seeing finance for nature often arriving too far down the capital continuum to where it's needed. So we really need more early stage risk-taking from private finance. And so this panel really want to explore how we can make NBS scalable for private finance, what we need to do to make this happen, and what we can do today. So with that, I would like to introduce my panelists. So we have Ashley Kami, Director of Innovative Finance at the Wildlife Conservation Society. Laura Hills, Director, Climate and Environment at the Church of England Pension Board. We have Shadev Mohan Kumar, Senior Technical Specialist at the FAIR Initiative, and Mette Alvi, Senior Advisor at Finance Denmark. So I want to ask my first question, I want to really have a deep dive into the landscape of NBS in regards to policy and investability in nature-based solutions, and really what investors are looking for to be able to scale finance. And I think, Laura, if you could take this one.
Yeah, no problems. Hi, everyone. So I work for a UK pension fund. We look after about £3.3 billion in assets. I thought I would just mention as a starting point, we're getting both the asset owner and asset manager perspective on this panel, so I'm going to take the asset owner perspective. Asset owners are pension funds, endowment funds, family offices. Basically what the term means is that you're the closest that you can be to the ultimate beneficiary of those investments. So in our case, we look after people's retirements. And because of that, because we're thinking about helping people retire over the short, medium and long term, we tend to have pretty long-term investment horizons. So we're not just thinking about how our portfolio performs this year, we're thinking about how our portfolio is going to perform in 2040, 2050, 2060 and well beyond. So as a result, issues like climate change, biodiversity, many other issues are very important to us because we recognise that as those risks play out in the economy, that's going to impact our portfolio, our returns, our ability to pay pensions. And I also believe that we have a real responsibility to the world that our beneficiaries are going to retire into, as well as providing them with that source of income. So that's kind of the perspective that we're coming from. And as a result, we've been working with other asset owners on how do we address the root causes of biodiversity loss. And what we came up with was policy and regulation. So as a result, we launched a statement last week with 27 other asset owners representing just under $3 trillion in AUM globally, representing 7 markets, so Canada, the US, Denmark, the Netherlands, Sweden, Australia, the UK. And basically what we're calling for is progress on national targets, full implementation of ambitious NBSAPs, sector transition plans, real clarity around that. Regulation, full implementation of Target 15, which is around business reporting and data. And lastly, to start looking at working together, so government working with the private sector to develop and scale innovative financing mechanisms. So that's kind of the agenda that we've launched. But I just wanted to make one point, because you've asked me a very direct question about kind of how do we do this? And I said on a panel the other day, I think that if you think about the kind of order of things and how things need to go, everyone keeps focusing on target 19. Let's get some capital, let's get some finance, let's mobilize, which is very important. But target 18 needs to come first. There's a reason why business and finance spend more money destroying nature than they do investing in restoring it. It's because that's what the economics tell us to do. We need to fix the economics if we really want to make this work. So in my mind, the horse is target 18. Let's get target 18 right. Let's remove harmful subsidies and start working on a real agenda for creating positive subsidies to restore nature and to protect nature. And then target 19 will probably take care of itself. And I can talk a little bit more about how we're thinking about our actual portfolio response, which I haven't talked about at all, but that's a bit of an overview of how we're thinking about the policy engagement agenda.
Yeah, no, that's really super to hear. And I think at COP we've been hearing this call from the private sector to, to ask the governments, and we really need this strong signal from the market. But we also need bankable nature-based solutions, and I really want to discuss how this looks like in real terms, and how, what factors do investors take into account when assessing the bankability of nature-based solutions? Maybe we can start with Meta, and then Laura, if you want to add any comments on that too.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Meta, and I'm from Finance Denmark, which is a business organization representing banks and asset managers in Denmark. I mean, I'm not the one assessing what to invest in and what not to. But I think from our perspective, I completely agree with the basic question of target 18 and actually making the business case for nature-based solutions. I think that's one of the big issues here. And furthermore, I mean, one thing is removing the harmful subsidies, but we also see, for instance, in public procurement, where you don't have biodiversity as a criteria, which basically gives the companies who are interested in nature-based solutions and in net positive biodiversity gain a disadvantage in the competition. So there are different levers to pull on the public policy, which are important to address. Didn't really answer a question, sorry, but I hope it's fine.
Laura, do you want to add anything further?
I guess from our perspective, there's a lot of work that needs to happen, and this is very much the asset owner perspective. I think you'll be able to provide us a little bit more of kind of what you're seeing in terms of, delivering the investments on the ground. But from our perspective, there's a lot of capacity building that needs to happen in our part of the investment sector. And what I mean by that is the way we invest, and not all asset owners invest like this, tends to be smaller asset owners, is we look at our whole portfolio, we have a strategic asset allocation, so we invest in different stuff, if you like. I'm trying not to use too much jargon while I'm here, so different asset classes. And when we kind of divide up that pie, we try and incorporate ESG considerations. And in our case, we're trying to incorporate how do we get more climate investment and how do we get more nature investment in each asset class. And so what we need to do internally, and I'm being very transparent here because we really haven't done as much as we need to, and we will over the next few years, is we look at each of those asset classes and we go, okay, what can we do here? What are the instruments that exist? And how can we work with our asset managers? Because fundamentally, we don't do the direct investment ourselves. We work with asset managers. They invest on our behalf. So when we appoint an asset manager, we look for how are they able to kind of offer us the types of investments that we want, but also what are the assets that they can offer us? So can we meet those objectives in terms of looking for nature and looking for climate investment? And what we're really looking for is real economy impact. So we actually want to invest in instruments that are going to actually drive change. And that means working with asset managers who really know what they're doing. But the other thing that I would just quickly add is we also need to know a bit about what we're doing for us to be able to work hand in hand with asset managers. Because part of the job of an asset owner is to kind of hold your managers to account, be able to understand what they're talking about, be able to engage with them, push them. And so you actually need to build a bit of internal capacity before you can do that. So that's a bit of a journey that we're on in terms of really understanding what a climate solutions and nature-based investments look like across our whole portfolio and implementing that across asset classes.
Yeah, great. And I do want to pass it to the panelists, but Mette, I just want to have a follow-up question. We just before the panel, we were talking about how Finance Denmark is really on this learning journey as well, and capacity building. Maybe you could share some of your experience and maybe some, an example of how you've overcome some challenges. Or
I can try, and whether we've overcome the challenges, I'm not sure, but we started our journey actually 2 years ago in Montreal, and we have in Denmark a long history of sustainable finance. I mean, there is a willingness also among investors to invest responsibly. But the biodiversity agenda has been quite new. I mean, climate is now a well-known thing and integrated into decisions. But biodiversity is quite more complex, and so what we've done, both in Finance Denmark and in Denmark as a whole, together with the UN Global Compact from Denmark, we established this TNFD consultation group covering all of the Nordic countries, in order to build capacity, in order to get the frameworks out there, in order to share knowledge. And I think we did the same in a more national context when the government formed a biodiversity partnership, which is the members of the partnership. It's both businesses, finance, scientists, NGOs, government. So you really have everyone around the table trying to find out how to speak the same language and understand how to start and get all perspectives there. So that's some of the things we've been doing and will be keep doing after the COP16.
All right, thank you so much. I want to move slightly to looking at nature-based solutions projects, and I think there's a lot of there's a lot of risk for investors, and they feel uncertain if they want to move forward. So I really want to move on to the piece of credibility for nature-based solutions, and maybe Sajeev, if how can we ensure that nature-based solutions in the work that you've been doing with finance institutions, how can they be a solution that will move forward and we close the gap on the risk?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Sajeev. I'm a senior technical specialist at FAIR Initiative. So FAIR is an investor network, and we have over 400 investor members in our network, comprising of some of the largest asset owners, asset managers, pension funds, insurance, and so on. We have a total AUM of over $70 trillion US. So quite a bit of money there in terms of investor power. And in a nutshell, what we try to do is use our investor network to sort of shape corporate ESG practices to be more sustainable in the agri-food sector. And I guess I just want to start off by saying why the agri-food sector is important in this conversation, because, obviously we know it's one of the sectors that has, impacts climate, nature, and so on, but more importantly, it's also one of the sectors that's most dependent on these ecosystem services. So by harming nature and climate, I think you're indirectly affecting the productivity of the agri-food system. I think in terms of nature-based solutions, and we interact with our investor members a lot, and I agree with Laura, there's a lot of capacity building that needs to be done, because there's a lack of understanding of the effectiveness of solutions. I think we hear a lot about we need to invest in nature-based solutions, but what are these solutions? How effective are they? What are the synergies and trade-offs associated with these solutions, right? So you don't want to invest in solutions for the sake of investing in solutions, because there are a lot of siloed solutions. There are solutions that only solve the climate crisis, but have negative trade-offs on nature. So the first step is sort of like, we need to have an assessment framework that can actually evaluate the potential of these solutions, pointing out the benefits for climate and nature, because that is the information that investors need to tie financial incentives to outcomes. And that is not present at the moment. So I completely agree with target 18 repurposing subsidies, target 19 asking for more finance, but to do what? I mean, it's not just about pouring more money into the problem, right? And one of the interesting things is that we talk a lot about regenerative agriculture. So we did a piece with we assessed 79 agri-food companies, looked at their regenerative disclosures, and 50 out of the 79 companies mentioned regenerative agriculture as a nature-based solution in their strategies. But only around 8% of the companies have regenerative targets. I mean, if that is the case, what are you trying to regenerate? What are some of the outcomes that you're trying to achieve? How does investors have credibility in terms of investing in these solutions, right? And even more importantly, only 4 out of the 50 companies had financial incentives to support farmers. I mean, if you have a nature-based solution that's looking at transitioning, if you don't support the farmers who are at the forefront of this transition, you're not going to have any sort of transition. And we had convened a roundtable yesterday where we put together a really interesting bunch of people, investors, corporates, philanthropies, and farmers. And farmers were like, there's a lot of money, but we don't see any of the money. And also in terms of investor interest, they were like, oh, we want to commoditize land, we want to commercialize investments and so on. Farmers were like, we don't want that. We want ownership of our land. We want you to incentivize us, change our practices, but that doesn't mean that you commoditize the land, because that means a lot more to us than just being a commodity. So unless there is some sort of a pipeline that exists and a conversation that happens, I mean, I don't want to say partnership and collaboration. I mean, we heard this so many times, but really getting into the nitty-gritties of having these difficult conversations in terms of how we can actually mobilize finance and then we can have a conversation about nature-based solutions, right? And credibility, of course, it has to come from disclosure frameworks and data and so on. And there are organizations that are doing really good work on this. And it's just about creating awareness for investors to make them aware that these kind of disclosure frameworks exist. You don't have to recreate the wheel in terms of having your own assessment frameworks and so on. So we do engagements where we sort of bring corporates and investors together. We do all the heavy lifting in terms of having assessment frameworks. And yeah, my rallying cry is join us, join organizations like us, in terms of working with us. So we have the convening power to have these conversations, right? So you're not working in silos, you can work with us, and then we can transform the sector.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Ashley, I want to move to you. I want to hear a bit more about you're working on nature-based solutions on more of a project level, and I think it would be good to hear about how reactions to the rest of the panelists, and yeah, we'll start with that.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Ashley Kamhai. I'm the Director of Innovative Finance on the Forest and Climate Change team at the Wildlife Conservation Society. And I've been here for a little over a week, and I've been listening to a lot of panels talking about finance and scaling investment. And so I want to make sure we're having, a conversation that's moving us forward instead of sort of having the same type of conversation. And so I've learned a lot, and I've spent the last year talking to different institutions in the private sector, financial institutions, to think about not just investment, but scaling investment, right? So we have great examples of policies, we have great examples of projects. We do have matrices that I think can guide us towards doing the right type of projects. But I think we have to admit, one, this is really hard to do. It's really hard to do at scale. It's super complicated, and it's expensive. And we have to have really willing partners. So one of the things that I've learned is that we have to be willing to take some level of risk all around, right? So we're bringing different types of stakeholders. We're bringing people from different people in the financial sector. We're bringing together nonprofits. We're bringing together local communities. And we're coming from very different places. We speak very different languages. If you're coming from a science background, it's really hard to understand why a financial institution wants to make a profit from conservation. And so we have to really learn and move together on this, and that's hard. It's hard when we're always thinking in our own boxes, and so we have to find the people in all of these different institutions that are willing to think a little bit outside of their sort of typical training and say okay, how do we bring these different pieces together to really think about scaling finance in these areas. So we've got that. We've got it's expensive, and we've also got we're running out of time situation. And so we really have to think about how to move these forward in somewhat of an accelerated manner, because if we're waiting for the right metrics, the best data, we're just not going to meet the targets that we need to in a relatively quick period of time. So we, on our side, we are looking at doing something really hard, which is scaling investment for intact tropical forests, very large forests, 100,000 hectares or greater, which are basically left in the Amazon basin, the Congo basin, and a little bit of Southeast Asia. It's very hard, if you think about the way the carbon market has evolved and the conversations around biodiversity credits, to have conversations around basically what's considered maintenance or nature stewardship, because people just assume these areas are funded, right? Protected area, national park, they're good. We establish them, they're fine. But we know, and especially if you're coming from a conservation background, these have always been underfunded. They're not fine. They're at risk of deforestation. They're being degraded, no matter what biodiversity or ecological integrity metrics you're looking at. And so it's really thinking about how do we use existing financial mechanisms and bring in finance to these areas, not create something completely new, because we really don't have time for that. And quite honestly, I don't think a lot of people in the financial sector are interested in doing that. We really need to think about what already exists, and then how do we link that to this type of scaling for conservation.
Yeah, thank you.
That helps.
And you mentioned the social aspect of the projects and nature-based solutions, and I think it's a big theme that we've been hearing at this CBD COP on not only including indigenous peoples and local communities in a governance of a project or from the start of a project, but also making sure that nature stewards are being directly rewarded. So I wonder if you could speak a bit more on that, and maybe you can give an example with a project that you've worked on.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that there are very different types of projects. There are restoration, agroforestry projects. There's maintenance and areas that have high ecological integrity, and they have different landowners. And sometimes there's no land tenure at all. And so it gets a bit messy. So, when we're thinking about this, a lot of the areas that we're working in some of them are managed by state government, some of them are managed by national government, but a lot of them are really being maintained and protected by nature stewards, particularly indigenous peoples and local communities. And so in our work with the HI4 initiative, which is high integrity for investment for tropical forests, we're really thinking about co-developing these together. And we have the benefit that we're a very bottom-up organization. We have a lot of people in WCS that work on the ground, that work in these communities. And so really thinking about how we develop something with indigenous peoples, with the local communities together. But going back to my points earlier, it takes time. We have to really be thinking this through, working together, figuring out the right ways to do this as we move forward. And they're expensive, and we need to do this as these areas are being degraded and at risk. And so I think it's just, again, bringing everyone to the table, being able to listen, understand that we're coming from very different backgrounds, but inevitably we basically have the same goal. And I have been very excited to be here and listening that we've had so many local communities present, indigenous peoples present on different financial panels here, and it's been great to see that the financial sector is bringing a voice to those people that I haven't really seen in the past.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And so I think I want to move on to, or maybe I'll come back to Meta on this. So hearing from the speakers so far, and we've heard some of the challenges, and I'm interested to know, and maybe Sajeev, you can also pick up on this one. Really, how? So we see these challenges, and what is it that investors are really needing? Is it? Do we have so we have the risk from the investors, but is it the sorry, I just lost my train of thought. The science behind the credibility. Are we lacking? Is there capacity building for the science of the nature-based solutions, or is it more the risk capital for that, and the capacity building on including the social aspect? I'm really keen to understand the specifics of the barriers for that understanding there.
Well, I think what investors lack often is information. That's one key thing. I mean, we don't have enough information about supply chains, about impact, etc. And we're getting there. I mean, things are moving with the TNFD, other frameworks, CSRD in Europe, but slowly, of course. So that's definitely one thing that's still missing. I think also, I mean, in terms of frameworks, one obstacle. It's a positive thing and a bit of a challenge in Europe to have all these global frameworks emerging, which is great. But you also have to put that in the context of the European Union legislation, which is quite comprehensive, and the compliance that has brought with it can, for some, become an obstacle in taking the risk of using other frameworks and going out on a limb and using something that you're not entirely sure of will stand. And I think that the reputational risk of greenwashing claims is quite an important factor as well in terms of moving ahead. And I know that some are actually trying to do the mapping, trying to do the work on biodiversity, but they're not too keen on speaking too loudly about it and sharing their knowledge, because that is a barrier as well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said, right? I think it's good to see TNFD and all the early adopters, also including a lot of financial institutions. That's a great sign. But I think disclosure is great because that creates a basis for taking action. But I think it also needs to be backed up by policy. And EUDR is a good example, but again, it's been pushed back by a year, which is disappointing. So disclosure shows you like the material risks in your supply chain or in your portfolios, but then policy needs to be able to create that environment to be able to take it seriously, right? And I think, again, I come back to like sort of these assessment frameworks that you touched on, and which takes into account climate and nature together, and using that frameworks to like inform stewardship conversations and allocating capital and mobilizing capital and so on. But I think like one frustration that I have from I've been here for 4 days at COP is that like the private markets saying that we need a signal from the government. The governments are like, we need signal from the markets. So it's like, who is going to give that signal? This is the kind of the chicken and egg situation. So yeah, we're trying to be in the middle, trying to use a convening power to have these conversations, right? But again, I mean, even other things like taxonomies and so on can also help provide credibility in terms of scaling some of these nature-based solutions. But I agree, it's tough. It's such a tough conversation to have, not only about the amount of capital that's going, but where it's going. And when you throw in things like just transition and the indigenous rights and human rights, it becomes even more complicated because some of these plans or solutions don't take into account the capabilities and the interests of like people on the ground. And that's such a missing piece if you want to make these things implementable. So yeah, those are some of the things I just want to highlight. And again, I think like I don't want to talk about repurposing subsidies and so on. Everybody's heard like many people talk about it. But I think I just want to also say that, from a corporate perspective or a market perspective, I think beyond repurposing subsidies, there's also a need to create like another enabling market environment for some of these nature-based solutions or commodities that come out of it to have a market. So offtake agreements and sort of like, some sort of guarantees and protection and de-risking some of these transitions. I mean, these are things that can really help in sort of like fueling the transition more and igniting a change.
Could I just jump in? One thing I wanted to say on this panel is there's a lot of focus at this COP on getting investors to invest, which is fine and great, and it's what we do. But one of the things that I think a lot of people don't get, and it's particularly not well known outside of the investment sector, is that one of our biggest jobs is actually just stewardship. It's don't change your portfolio, don't change a thing about what you're investing in. Look at everything you're investing in and figure out how to make it better. Figure out how to make the things that are already happening change. And I actually think for us, that's probably the biggest thing that we can bring to this topic, because we own a bit of everything. We own mining companies. We own companies that are operating in almost all jurisdictions in the world. We own sovereign debt. We actually own emerging market sovereign debt, which is super important. And if you think about the engagement opportunities you have across a portfolio like that, particularly when you're working in collaboration, and I thought you gave a great example of that with what FAIR is doing. If you're going into a room with an issuer, with a group of investors saying, hey, we want you to do this, whether that's a sovereign or a company, and they happen to be big landowners or they're quite influential in different ways, you can have really big impact. And I can provide an example of this actually. I was working with a group of, this is on climate change, but the principle's the same. I was working with a group of 4 investors, so not even a big group, engaging this particular company on their new climate transition plan. We thought their old plan wasn't great. We told them so. We asked them to make some changes, and we sat down through a fairly intensive process. I think we had sort of 8 meetings over 6 months. And at the end of that process, that company decided to set a CapEx commitment to 2030 of £60 billion. That's 20 times our whole portfolio. So even if I took our whole portfolio and invested in climate solutions, I wouldn't even come close to what we achieved through a really focused, targeted engagement with a big listed company with a massive balance sheet. So I'd really say that that is a really huge part of what investors should be focused on with the biodiversity piece. And it's not being talked about as much as maybe it needs to be at COP so far.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that. So we have an engagement focusing on biodiversity, looking at nutrient pollution, signed by 80 investors worth around 18 trillion, right? I mean, again, it's just in the second phase, so we haven't seen like massive changes. But one thing that came out of the conversations, which is very interesting, was that, so we engaged with 12 companies, livestock companies, so who have manure and so on. The investors were like pushing companies to like go beyond national regulations and do much more in terms of disclosure and taking action. And we were like so surprised. We were like, okay, because they were like, this is a huge risk for us in terms of water pollution. And water is like, scarce and risky resource for them. And this is only possible because there were 80 investors signed onto it. And we had like, 8 or 9 investors coming onto these calls and talking to companies about this. And companies are receptive to that because they see that signal, let's say, coming from the investor side in terms of making that change. And the companies are receptive and ready to make that change. So I think, again, we need to run the engagement for a longer time to see more tangible results. But these are positive signs. And the power of collaborative engagement, like when you get such a huge group together, is massive.
Ashley, did you want to follow up on it?
I just thought you made an excellent point about stewardship, that, financial institutions have a lot of power in that, just in the conversations around stewardship, having, talking with different corporates. So even just going through that process and really getting them to think about their, going through the impacts and dependencies and opportunities, going through that entire process and really encouraging them to go through that process can lead to so much positive change. And also you have a huge opportunity within financial institutions to get them to think beyond just their immediate value chain, really to start thinking larger, right? Thinking regionally, thinking about systemic risk. And really, you mentioned water. When you think about systemic risk, that's a huge issue, and it's coming up. And it's been mentioned a little bit, I think, here, but not a ton. And so I just think it's great that you mentioned it because it's just such an important opportunity.
Right, yeah. And I think the stewardship can come from, outside organizations into finance institutions. But I also think there's such a role between finance institutions and, this capacity building of successful case studies of scaling in nature-based solutions, and building that momentum within the private finance sector. I think that's also super important. So I mentioned the huge reliance on public sector finance currently for nature-based solutions, and so I want to speak about how we can use blended finance as a mechanism into catalyzing this finance and de-risking the incubation of the small-scale projects, so that the bigger institutions will invest on them. And my follow-up question with that is, this is to everyone, and how do you really see blended finance as a function for the scaling phase of nature-based solutions moving forward? Can we really continue to rely on blended finance? So,
I'm happy to have a first start. I spent about 2 years working on a research project before I was in this current role, where I interviewed a lot of different pension funds about blended finance and climate solutions, and trying to understand what would it take to get, particularly pension funds are pretty conservative. They don't like to take on a lot of risk, and that's for a very good reason. We're looking after people's retirement income. You don't want us to be taking on a lot of risk, right? But blended finance could be a really important mechanism for that particular group because of that issue. But they also really want to be part of the solution, so it could be a really great mechanism. And I had a lot of really frank chats because I know a lot of people in this sector, and they were really honest with me about why this hadn't been an issue. And what I heard from investors was, we don't understand how MDBs work. We don't know any of them. We think it would take a really long time to get an investment up. It sounds bureaucratic. It doesn't sound efficient. We wouldn't want to do that on our own. There was a whole range of different barriers that were put up. We're scared of particular markets. We don't invest there because often blended finance is associated with emerging markets. And so I don't want to depress everyone. I think there's huge opportunity here, particularly if we can get this right. But my thoughts are, I think there is that capacity building piece. But I think if we are working with asset managers or MDBs who know those markets, that is going to deliver a really great result, because fundamentally we'll need to go hand in hand with those who have that expertise, the knowledge, the contacts. You know, we're never going to understand how renewable energy regulation works in Indonesia, but we can work with partners who do, and that will give us the confidence. But the other thing is, and this is really important, and most people don't seem to know this, pension funds in particular really don't like to jump alone. They really like to jump with their friends. So I think with blended finance in particular, there's an opportunity to bring groups of pension funds in different markets together to look at how they could actually start scaling this up a little bit more. And it also means that just that risk is reduced, not just by the public capital, obviously providing that de-risking, but also the more investors that are in a particular investment opportunity, that also helps provide that sense of confidence and risk mitigation as well.
I mean, yeah, everything what Laura said. I think just want to, from a technical standpoint, right, nature-based solutions take time. So all the benefits that you want to achieve from nature-based solutions like carbon sequestration and so on, it takes a long time for it to build up, for you to accrue the benefits, which is not, I guess, in line with current financial models. So you need more patient capital. And I think that's where MDBs can play a role, or maybe like blended finance can play a role. But also, I think, just again, touching on the agri-food system, it's quite complicated. So there is a lot of administrative complexity. You need to deal with farmers, you need to deal with land rights, you need to have a lot of capacity building, you might need extension services to empower these farmers. So all of these, I think, if you partner with a local partner, I think they could have the ability to do that and sort of like help you in your journey, right, in terms of this transition. So these are some of the things. And again, I think like also in terms of simplifying, funding access to farmers, I think again, investors can sort of step back a bit. I mean, you have the finance, you put in the finance, but then the distribution mechanism, allocating the benefits, so on. And these are like complex issues, which I think like, somebody else, a different partner can come in and work with you and resolve. So I think there is a lot of power to be had there in terms of using blended finance as a mechanism.
Yeah, maybe just to add to that, I mean, your point about MDBs being slow and bureaucratic, they are. They are slow and bureaucratic. I've worked at two of them. It is, but I think we all have our challenges. I think if we look at the different sectors, there's certainly going to be different challenges. Like you said, there could be seen as a lot of risk or lack of knowledge of like how to even engage, or they might not even know a multilateral bank or who to engage with. So I think we all do have those challenges. I see it as an incredible opportunity for the scaling part of this. We've seen some deals in the last even just 2 or 3 years where you've seen multilaterals come together with financial institutions, with philanthropies, and really able to bring in just more capital than you would ever get from one of those entities. And in that process, you learn a lot. And you think about how to do it again, you think about how to do it better, and you think about how to do it in lots of different contexts, like you were mentioning, just regional specific or working with smallholder farmers or whatever it is. So I think that we're starting to see those increase, and we're learning a lot from being able to do those. So it's not just like, can we scale investment in those individual deals, but can we start to scale those deals? And I think that's going to be a critical component going forward.
Thank you. And do you think it's something that we will rely on, blended finance, for a while? And how will we ever get past where we don't need to rely on blended finance anymore? It's a hard question, but...
Yeah, I guess from my experience, it's hard. It depends on what it is, right? So in the work that we do, when you're just thinking about an area where you're maintaining it, there's no carbon offset, right? So you don't have that part of the deal. So it certainly is going to depend. There's certain, I would think, types of projects that don't need it because you can have a certain model where they're making money from it. But we're coming from these different perspectives where most financial institutions want to make money off of these deals, and we have to be honest about that, and we have to be able to figure out how to make that work. And so until we can be honest and make those things work, I think we're going to rely on some type of blended finance.
No, I just want to make a comment. I think we hear a lot about carbon credits and biodiversity credits and so on. I mean, excellent instruments. I think it's an added incentive for like investing in nature-based solutions, but they're tiny. They're by themselves, they're not enough to be able to scale any nature-based solutions at this stage. So I think, yeah, we need like blended finance. We need more people coming in and putting pots of money. And again, I think just sort of like all the training and sort of even creating like proof of concept models, right? I think just so that like these solutions work, which gives confidence to investors to come in and invest and take that risk. I think so. These are like areas where I think like you need like more collaboration between like different entities.
Yeah, just to add to that, one thing that I've realized is that just talking to a few people who work at MDBs that I know, it sounds like they work with a lot of the same investors over and over again. And I do think there's a real need, and I recognize this is really hard because everyone has done a million roundtables already. They've had a million conversations already. They're like, we've tried, but we've got to keep going because they do need to start to reach out and get investors who haven't done this before. Like that is the most important thing. Reach out and get investors that don't normally do this, that haven't done this before, bring them to the table, work with them. I think that part is critically important. And I still don't think there's enough of that happening, even though I recognize there's a lot of that happening. It's still not close to what we need yet.
Thank you. And just continuing on the topic of opportunities, I want to ask the panel if you can speak to us more on the opportunities and financial mechanisms that currently exist now or are being developed that can really mobilize the finance towards nature-based solutions now, and really emphasis on starting now before we have these compliance pressures. So maybe I'll hand it.
I can just kick off. I think, yeah, I mean, obviously we see the bond market is kind of interesting. Again, I always point to the fact that, I mean, how do you tie financial incentives to outcomes? So again, I think the taxonomy development that's going on in different sector-specific taxonomies is coming out. I think Climate Bonds Initiative is doing a great job in that space, I think, which gives credibility to investors to like sort of invest or take that on. So I think that's one mechanism that we see. I think philanthropy is doing a lot of work, I guess, in terms of providing the proof of concept, market readiness, making like some of these nature-based solutions investment grade in a way. So I think investors can come and work in that space. But I mean, we didn't. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot of money is coming from the public side at the moment. I think so. It's like MDBs and DFIs and standard scale. But yeah, the question is like whether the money is going towards the right solution. So we did a very, I mean, just maybe a bit of detour. We did a really interesting exercise where we mapped global public capital and private capital in the US to solving climate and nature, right, in terms of solutions. And a lot of the money is going towards tech-based solutions. So you have a lot of money going towards your feed additives and anaerobic digesters and so on, because these are like plug-and-play solutions which support like how we farm. Nature-based solutions is more of a paradigm shift in terms of how we sort of operate, and those are like so risky. So I think there's less money and going towards them. So I think again, we talked about MDBs and the role of like funding and capacity building and so on. So without that, it's very difficult to scale. But I think what we see is green bonds and philanthropy at the most. We don't see like big ticket sort of funding going towards nature-based solutions at the moment.
I'll just add, I really liked your point, Ashley, at the start where you said we don't need to create all these new shiny mechanisms, new solutions. We can probably just work with what we have. And I think we have a lot of really good stuff. Like if I look across our portfolio, like I said at the start, I look at asset classes, there are a lot of mechanisms we can use. Somewhat controversially, because I know not everyone agrees with me on this, I think SLBs, sustainability-linked bonds, have a lot of potential. They have serious problems right now. The credibility issues, the indicators aren't right, the KPIs aren't right. Like that needs work. But I think if we could make that work, it would be a really useful instrument because linking cost of capital to sustainability outcomes drives change. People will do stuff if it's cheaper. It's not rocket science. If you make something cheap, they will do it and they will be incentivized to do it. And it's a very scalable mechanism too, sustainability-linked bonds and loans. So I think that there are existing mechanisms. Obviously, there's debt for nature swaps, but if you look at it across the whole suite of asset classes, there's existing solutions across pretty much all of them. So I think we do need to kind of work with what we have and try and focus on the things that are really going to drive either lowering cost of capital, particularly in emerging markets, that's going to be super important, or things that offer liquidity to projects or outcomes that typically struggle to get capital.
Just want to add one thing. I think the most important thing is sort of like getting all the external costs of the impacts that status quo has. So basically, like your impacts on environment. I mean, rationalizing that cost into like the cost of some of these issues, So then nature-based solutions become more attractive because at the moment we're not capturing these external costs into some of these pricing mechanisms. So I think nature-based solutions remain expensive. They don't offer any sort of returns. But as soon as we start pricing in some of these externalities of like climate and nature impacts, then you're talking about like having a more interesting and attractive proposition.
Yeah, I think I would just second or third on the sustainable linked bonds. I've been learning a lot and have heard that come up quite a bit in the last week as a huge opportunity once we sort of align the KPIs and we think about how to put these together. And I think these are things that have been done. They've done well. On the flip side, like if you think about it from the financial side, the financial institutions, they've been done well. But if you're on the other side and you're a indigenous person, you're a local community, you're a conservation nonprofit, we haven't done those things before. And so it's actually a lot of work on our side as well, right? Because the KPIs have to be met. And that means that on the conservation side with local communities, we have to really think about how do we structure these things and work together to be able to make them work. So it's like we really, I think they're great opportunities, but also we really have to like learn from each other how to bring both sides together.
And I think the cost of capital genuinely has to be lower as well. Sometimes I think the way they're structured, that's not actually the case. Because otherwise, what's the point of actually doing all the work that you just described in trying to achieve those outcomes unless you're actually getting a genuinely lower cost of capital that helps you to actually do the project? Yeah.
Thank you. And I just, Meta, if you wanted to add anything else on, we've mentioned the financial instruments, but also if there's anything else we need from industry or academia in this space, that could be an opportunity and help move forward the needle.
Well, I think I agree that the bond and the existing instruments, let's make them work, make them cheaper. I think in terms of what the thing is, we know we're all on a learning curve here, and we know that the KPIs might change tomorrow because we're smarter and wiser and everything. So we have to keep having that difficult conversation between NGOs and scientists, etc. And yeah, okay. And I think also, that's one thing. In when we want to design the instruments and scale them, I think also in terms of we know that biologists, they don't agree either always on what direction to take, and that's really difficult when you're a financial institution to be the one to judge that. So somehow getting everyone in the same room, and then there might be more solutions, but having that as sort of being accepted that there can be more solutions than just one, I think is important as well.
Thank you so much. I'm just conscious of time. I'd love to open the floor to the audience to ask any questions on the panelists. So we welcome any questions. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Leanne Clements. I'm the head of responsible investment at the People's Pension in the UK. I have a question for Sajeev. We at the People's Pension recognize the importance of addressing food systems as a sort of systemic risk. And because we're a universal owner, I'm looking for targeted macro stewardship activity for maximum impact. Given that lens in the food system chain, do we need to be doing more work with agri-commodity traders and looking at sort of that space, especially if, I own 10,000 companies. Well, I don't personally own them, but we invest in 10,000 companies. So, we really do have to think about what stakeholder is going to give me maximum impact and unlock, change. What are your views on that? And I have a quick question for Laura around policy engagement, which is, I recognize the importance of that in a systemic stewardship approach. Where do you think investors can improve in this space?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. I think the thing when we have engagements at FAIR, I think we have engagements across the value chain. So we have engagements where we engage with retailers and food manufacturers, particularly on protein diversification is a very specific topic. But at the same time, I think a lot of their scope 3 emissions, if you look at it, comes from like some of these traders or who they're sourcing from. So I think even when we have these engagement assessment frameworks, we ensure that it's not only their own operations, but they also look at like their value chain, right? So you're looking at upstream impacts as well. So I think we cover some of the concerns that you're talking about in terms of looking at the entire value chain. But also when we deal with issues like deforestation and so on, we try to work with some of these major livestock producers, right? I think, and then we kind of see like, the grazing impacts or their impacts from sourcing animal feed, which leads to a lot of deforestation. And we have specific KPIs targeting like the extent of the deforestation, regionalization of the deforestation, the disclosures, the targets, the ambition, and so on. So I think we really like target those things. And then when investors have conversations with these companies, they can push them on some of these issues, right? When they see like there is a red flag there, I think they can push them and ask them, why don't you have commitments? Why don't you have targets? Are you not aligned with SBTI flag and so on? Or are you aligned with TNFD in terms of disclosure and everything, right? So I think it's sort of like a disclosure, ambition, and commitment sort of question, but across the value chain. So not sort of like fully focusing on your scope 1, let's say, or your own operation. So that's how we target it in terms of our engagement. In terms of our research, again, I think, we have more, when we look at nature-based solutions as well, we again look at the entire value chain, right? We start from the farmer-centric approach from the farm. We scale it up to a landscape level to understand like how different actors in the landscape can actually implement some of these nature-based solutions or address risks. How can we create collaboration between these actors to work together in a landscape? And then we can just have a macro level looking at like national level or so on, right? So this is our thinking. Like we start like, small maybe, but then we scale it up to ensure that we address like systemic risk within the system.
You won't be surprised by the first part of my answer, Leanne, but it's very much around market signaling from asset owners. So asset owners sit at the top of the investment value chain. We should be using our power to signal what we want, both to policymakers, but also to the rest of the kind of economic ecosystem, regulators, credit ratings agencies, our asset managers who are, very influential in this space as well. So I think that's the first part. I think we can be doing more of that market signaling and being clearer on what we want. And then the second thing is, and I don't think you'll be surprised by this either, so I feel like I'm being a bit boring, but I think there's a real opportunity in sovereign engagement that hasn't been happening in the way it could be. There is a really cool pilot project that's, I think, about to turn into a bigger project at the PRI on sovereign engagement on climate. They did a pilot in my home country, Australia. It sounds like it went brilliantly. Small group of dedicated investors going in saying, hi, Australian government, we own your sovereign debt. What are you going to do about climate change? I think that's really powerful to have a group of investors talking to Treasury, talking to finance departments and saying, we're concerned about the risks that play out because of your lack of climate policy in this country. I think we could do that on biodiversity. I think that's the thing that I think could be really, really impactful alongside other policy engagement in our own home jurisdictions on specific environmental laws as well. And then it would be wrong of me not to also say, I think we need to make sure that we incorporate lobbying and public policy engagement into our stewardship discussions as well with companies and make sure we know what the companies we invest in are asking governments for. Because we know from experience that they often ask them for a lot of stuff that is not great for climate or environment or often social issues as well. So we really need to be alive to what companies and industry associations are lobbying governments for.
Hi, my name is Pavlos Georgiadis. I'm managing the Forest for Life partnership, and we focus on high-integrity forest conservation. I just want to ask, are you aware of the Tropical Forest Forever Fund? There was a major event with 5 ministers at the Columbia Pavilion this morning, and they were calling for engagement of the private sector besides sovereign and public funds. And I think, listening to you, if the challenge here is like lack of understanding and lack of coordination and lack of the ability to invest the time to listen to each other, I think we are missing a very big opportunity here, because they are, looks like they're going to announce this OPEC for nature and its architecture in a year from now. So, any reflections on that?
Yeah, I haven't heard of this particular fund. But that's exactly what I was trying to touch on, right? I think when we talk to investors on different opportunities that exist, probably they're not aware of some of these funds that exist, or working with philanthropies, right? There are a lot of philanthropies. Okay, I'm just going to drop a name. Rockefeller Foundation. They do a lot on regenerative agriculture, but not a lot of investors really are aware of exactly what they do. How can you come in and support them to scale this further? Because otherwise, it's going to be a project that lasts for 5 or 6 years, and then when they exit, the project just collapses. So I think this is the kind of like, if you have these funds, I mean, you sort of incorporate investor perspectives into it to make sure that it's a long-term play and rather than just, having a short-term, sort of project. But also on the disclosure side, right? I think like, investors come to us and tell us like, we don't have assessment frameworks, we don't understand the credibility. There are organizations, for instance, like WBCSD, the World Business Council on Sustainable Development, they have a data hub, they have a disclosure framework. So, they are just telling investors, come to us, don't recreate the wheel, use what we have. But this sort of conversations is not happening. I mean, no offense, like, we have numerous panels where we come and talk about this. I mean, we should probably have like, just bring these actors together in a room, close it up for like 2 hours, and then get out after we have an actionable sort of solution, right? I mean, this is the kind of conversations that we need to have. So I completely agree with you that there needs to be more communication between these different actors.
Hi, my name is Manuelita. I work in a consultancy firm called Climate Focus. And I think Ashley briefly mentioned about the socioeconomic benefits and the social impacts of nature-based solutions. So I was interested in knowing how this type of impacts that can be either positive or negative are being included into decision-making processes and how they are being assessed that they are durable in long-term periods. Thank you.
Oh, that was for me? Okay. Sure. Well, I think it kind of is for everyone, right? Because, from the work that we do, it's the core component of everything. I mean, there are people behind the conservation, right? As I mentioned earlier, the majority of these areas are being managed by indigenous peoples and local communities. They are the nature stewards. And so we need to be thinking about how we co-design, but also, that we've had historically that the majority of funds kind of get lost, right? We have very top-down systems. There's transaction costs, and the majority that ends up on the ground is historically pretty small. And I think there has been a pretty good movement in the past, 4 or 5 years to say, how do you get more direct finance to these communities? And how do we think about doing that? And I have seen increased capacity building to start to connect those types of things so that you have nature stewards, or, it might not be nature stewards, it might be small scale farmers, right? There's many different types of entities, different organizations and people on the ground. And so it's going to look different. But I have seen a movement towards doing that. I just think it's like going back to when we think about designing these things, who are we doing it for? Like you said, what are we doing? How do we know it's a good nature-based solution or not? And so making sure that's always at the forefront of the discussion and part of the thought and part of the design, and bringing everyone to the table is an important part of it.
Great. I think we have time for 2 more questions. So I saw some more hands at the back.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Guillaume. I'm working for French government in Papua New Guinea, but also I'm working with the Wildlife Conservation Society. I have a question that might be a bit weird and difficult for me to express, because it's kind of economic, but I've been working in certifying products, right, that people are basically producing. And the idea, obviously, is to better link the producers with the consumers, and the consumers actually assuming the cost of the production, right, to make it fair to anybody, including the business in between. So I wonder if there is any thoughts or studies about how, through this chain, the final price for the consumers, because many consumers would like to consume good produce, right? But the money is usually very high. So is there any way for investors also to invest, say, in the value chains to try to smoothen the price so that it's, say, bearable by more consumers at the end of the day, so that not only rich people can afford to help nature and the producer, but also, well, less rich people, if my question makes sense. Sorry.
I mean, I'm happy to have a first stab at it. I think some of these solutions, I think we only think of solutions as something that adds extra cost, but there are solutions that can also like improve resource efficiency and decrease your costs. So it's not always the case that you have an increase in price. I mean, you could also have price parity with some of these solutions when you implement them. I think the second thing is we have a lot of targets. Let's say, I mean, I'm just going to take a carbon example, right? I mean, we have targets for net zero. So I think when you work with producers or manufacturers, across the value chain, I think we hear of concepts like insetting, right? I mean, where you are ready to pay a premium price to the farmer for a low carbon commodity. And I think the companies are ready to absorb that price, and then it sort of like doesn't get passed on to the consumer because they can use it into their target to satisfy the net zero and targets and so on. But I think also there is these regenerative practices also has a health benefit as well. And I think if you couple that like the nutrition element, the environmental element, and so on, I think consumers would be willing to pay. But I think, in terms of investors being involved, I think it can only be there if you sort of like put a price on the benefits of some of these impacts that you create, environmental impacts that you generate. Otherwise, it's just going to be an exercise where you still have extra costs, and who is going to bear the cost, right? It's difficult. So that's just my 2 cents quickly.
I'm just happy to add, this isn't exactly what you're asking. I really like the premise of your question. I think it's a very cool idea. So it's not exactly what you were asking because this is an example that is larger companies, but we do a lot of value chain engagement across looking at full systems and how do you change a system as investors and in the collaborations that we're part of. So we'll look at, what are the different things that need to change in order to make something scalable and in order to maybe pilot something. I could use a bunch of examples, but I don't think we have time. But it's basically looking at how do you work with the different actors in a value chain to basically get them to purchase the product and get the input costs to be cheaper. And we've done that before, but it is very much in that large listed space. So I think the premise of your idea is a good one, and I think it's a cool idea. And I think investors would be open to doing it, but it's probably just the investors that have that understanding of the full system.
But just to add, I think there are companies who are already paying farmers a premium for low carbon products because they understand the value of they won't be able to meet the net zero targets if not, right? So I think, but these are like very forward thinking companies. So I don't know how it works in an SME context. Might be a bit difficult because these companies can take that risk, let's say, or absorb that risk a bit more because they're in for the long term. So.
Great, thank you. We're at time, so we'd just like to say huge thanks to our panelists for this discussion today. And I hope you have a great day, and thanks so much.
Hello, oops, that's very far, how strong. Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're about to start. Claudia, come. So very warm welcome from my side on this session on scaling up land-based solutions to deliver for the 3 Rio conventions. I'll be the moderator today. For those that don't know me, I'm Stefania Vanzini. I work for the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. I'm the Agriculture and Food Director, and within the team, I'm also called a little bit the Region Ag lead. And if no one knows the WBCSD, WBCSD is a community of over 230 members, and we support and convene them to accelerate their journey, their sustainability path. So how can we support companies to in their net zero journey, so to decarbonize for a nature positive ambition and an equitable future. And more importantly for agriculture is how can we transition towards more regenerative and equitable agriculture and food systems, and we'll talk also about forestry today. Maybe let's start by, if someone in the room needs it, is why are businesses investing in the resilience of their value chain? I don't know if anyone wants has an idea, but the main risk is an economic risk. It's for the physical risks in their supply chain. So this is why businesses today have understood that we need to move from the current agricultural model to an agricultural model that brings back nature inside. The business community calls it regenerative agriculture. It's based on agroecological principles. It's bringing back nature in agriculture. And I won't dwell into the why, because I imagine you all know. But this is the main reason why. And why are we talking a lot today about transforming agriculture and forest systems at the landscape level? And also there, I think there is a simple answer, is that transformation can only happen at a landscape level. When we're looking only at farm or value chains, you cannot solve questions like water stewardship, water governance, or you can't solve questions even like child labor rights. These issues can only be solved at a landscape level. And probably another, I think one consensus there is among today about companies that are investing in the resiliency of their supply chains is that it's not going to be as easy as the energy transition. We're not just going to reduce our emission. If we really want to transform land-based sectors, we need to have a holistic approach. One that is centered on people, so it's really focused on agriculture, improving farming livelihoods. One that brings back nature, so it's really benefiting nature and climate. So it is a holistic approach. We're not going to talk about metrics and data, but the WBCSD has done a lot of work on trying to build consensus on what are the key impacts and indicators to move from disjointed and company frameworks to consolidated shared impact monitoring system. So thank you very much for coming, and I'll be your moderator, and let's kickstart today's session. And Christine, I might go to you for the fur. So Christine is from the Eastern and Southern Africa Farmers Association, and I would love to hear from you as you're representing farmers today in the panel. What are the challenges maybe for farmers that are applying and adopting agroecological principles and farming practices, and what do you see also the challenges that more farmers in your countries actually adopt them?
Thank you so much. I'm Nabwami Christine, a small-scale farmer from Uganda, a member of Eastern and South. Synthetic fertilizers that we've been using are causing health issues to farmers. And this is a point whereby farmers are suffering from chronic diseases that we can't actually medicate ourselves on. They are highly costing diseases. When you go to hospitals, we can't afford. And the reason is that is we who are farming poorly. So we are changing and transiting to the agroecology farming practices because we are realizing we've so much used the synthetics and they are now harming back to our health, which is contrary to our learned friends who are able to treat themselves. It is divergent for a small-scale farmer. So the health issues are directly affecting the farmer, forcing us to go into the agroecological way of doing things. Secondly, is that We as farmers, we don't have enough to finance ourselves via buying synthetics. If you go synthetic, you have to keep buying these things on a seasonal basis because even the seed doesn't multiply. The synthetic we use, we have to keep rebuying them so that we can boost up the soils. And all the technologies that are used are market-oriented. So we can't afford that season per season, yet we feed ourselves on seasonal basis. So we are going agroecological because we use what we have in our homes, in our own farms. We use animal waste, we use human waste, we use the rubbish we have. That is what we recycle to boost up our soils. And the traditional methods are also what we are applied by our ancestors, and they were sustainable. So we went away from the sustainable ways because of the Western influence, and it is now backing back to us. So with that big back, we have also to fight low because that is what we can afford. We are reviving back our seed because we could save it, we could share it, we could also have it for as long as we wanted it, which is not the case with the bought seeds that we get from the shops. So this is all taking us back to where we came from. Thirdly, the practices that we use, you know, we use what we use for watering our gardens, the sprayers. These are labor intensive to a farmer. And it is all about having, you know, when it breaks down, you have to go back to the shop. Yet we could do our normal ways of managing our gardens. So it is also a health problem that the more you carry the spray, is the more that you affect your life. And we get older faster. So when you get old, you can't do any more farming. With that, we are impoverished. Yet we used to do our normal work, and we are now tempted to get lazy because we know we can use the spray to see that we do work fast. So we are working away the laziness, and we are going back to doing work, which was actually an energizer, and the daily press-ups that we needed to keep ourselves healthy. So the spraying is also affecting us, and we have to go back and use the normal ways that we used to practice, that we learned from our people. And the knowledge we can't share. The market is also working hard on us. So the privatization of all that we do is also putting us to another level. We could buy our own things in our own villages, and it was village-based. The markets were beginning with our village. But what we produce today has to go to the market, the bigger market, whereby we can't consume. We sell, but again, we have to buy what we can't consume. So the consumption is also doing it bad for a farmer. Today, we have to produce what we can consume from our livelihood, from our households. But we could produce things that go directly to the market. So production has come back to a farmer level, whereby if you can't eat what you produce, you better do away with it. What you produce is what you can take to the market. If you have to produce for a commercial basis, then you yourself, you're not going to feed your people. So if it is to feed our people, we have to produce what is entirely consumed by us from family level. The excess, then we take to the market. So this business of producing like you produce on a large scale, but it is not helping. It is a challenge to us. Then we are talking about the land grabbings. The land grabbings have taken away the land that we had. We are working on small pieces of land. Those small pieces of land to do the agroforestry farming that we've been talking about, you have to see that you enrich your soils so much to handle the banana, to handle the coffee, to handle the cassava, the sweet potatoes. And you know, with the synthetics, the food that we used to produce was solid, clean food. But today the food we produce is an Irish potato that has threads, a sweet potato that has threads, a cassava that has threads. It is already showing physically that it is not safe. So besides us wanting to get money, we are eating unsafe food, not healthy, not nutritious, because when you cook it, when you open it, it has so many threads in it. So it shows that is a sign that it's not healthy for us. That is also walking us to our cultural practices that we used to do. So the land grabbings are forcing us to work on a small land, feed it so well, to make sure that we produce nutritious food for ourselves. Do I still have time?
Yes, if you want to.
Okay. So a farmer is being enslaved in our own farms, in our own gardens. Now, to walk away the enslavement, we have to go back to, we have a saying in Uganda that we farmers walk by the leg. After realizing that we are not getting it to our best, we now have to sit down, work out ourselves in the communities, and then we agree this is the way to go. I have to have a seed that I can share with a neighbor. I must have food that is healthy for me. You know, it is funny when you reach an extent whereby you can't even think about what is disturbing the community, either what is disturbing the home. There are things that come, or there are foods that we produce and you're like, this is not the real thing that we used to see. Most of the foods have gone extinct. So what we get today is not what we knew before. You plant a cassava, you get a different thing, not the cassava you knew. You plant a sweet potato, you get a different variety that is not in existence, that used not to exist. So we are like working out where is our original seed, where are our forest varieties, because the forest varieties were medicine to us. But today you must have a paracetamol with yourself to treat the small headache, to treat the pain, the body, you know, there's a time when you feel the body is low. But we used to drink natural things and you gain energy. We used to take those leaves and you're treated from malaria. But today you must have a malaria, you must have a paracetamol, at least a small tab. So our forests have been taken and we are no longer treating ourselves. We don't have firewood, we don't have anything. So now the campaign is plant trees, yet we don't even have the land. So the small land that we have has to be agroecological to us, with all the species, with all the habitats, the ecosystems, the streams, the water have been washed away. They've been taken by the investors. We call them investors back home. Investors have invested in the wetlands and the water is no longer purified. We can no longer have the streams that used to take the dirt. Our wells, original wells, have been taken. So we are now buying purified water, this water that we pay for, and it is also expensive to a farmer. So all these challenges are making us go back, dig again the streams to get that water, plant the trees to get the water treated, make sure that those trees are providing the medicinal value that we used to get, and also teach our children that our original medicine were these bark trees, were these leaves, were these roots. We no longer need the paracetamol, whereby you have to feed on it every time. But the liquids that we used to take were a complete solution to us. So we are rotating around fighting the ecosystem, which we have to reverse back and revive back so that farmers can have life.
Thank you so much, Christine. You outlined, I think, the landscapes actually of challenges that smallholder farmers are facing in Eastern and Southern Africa. And thank you for making the link between the need for food sovereignty, for nutritious and variety of foods. And I think a natural, I will turn now to Claudia Martinez. Claudia Martinez is the director for the Food and Land Use Coalition today. I will not present her because of the many positions she has also held in the past. And the Food and Land Use Coalition is actually mobilizing over, I think, 200 organizations, really build a grassroots movement on how can we transform food systems and also equitable land use systems. I would love that maybe you can share a little bit your experience here in Colombia and also some of the challenges that you see to scale this approach up.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. I think we're a little bit cold here. I feel like in Bogota. but anyway, um, we're developing, we understand in Colombia, and you're in Colombia, Colombia has 33 departments, and each department is different. This is a very diverse country, not only naturally, but culturally. And so we understood from the beginning by doing a national roadmap to transform food systems that we should transform food systems from the departments level up. And that's what we started to develop first in the smallest department, which is sort of the coffee region near here, which is a jewelry in terms of food systems. But as they produce, for example, coffee, they had 79,000 hectares of coffee. Now they have 13,000 hectares, and the conversion of the land have made them have erosions above 70%. So even in the best lands of Colombia, you have problems. Now, if you go to Antioquia, which is the next department that we sort of supported, Antioquia is the first producer of food in Colombia. Antioquia is bigger than Costa Rica, has 6 million people, so never underestimate sub-territories, no? And yet they import more than 60% of the food they consume. And they have levels of insecurity that they're above 60%. So how can you be the first producer of food in the country and yet have those numbers, no? Then we came to this department, which is Valle del Cauca. Valle del Cauca is an incredible department. It has not only the Valle where we're sitting it's around 11% of the territory, but Valle del Cauca has 2 mountain ranges, the Central Mountain Range and the Eastern Mountain Range. And on the other side, there's the Pacific biogeographic region and the ocean. So they have all the ecosystems to produce food. But guess what? Cali imports 94% of the food they produce. So again, each region has its own problems. And so what we did is developing a diagnosis of food systems, integral diagnosis. And then we started doing a participatory process to transform food systems, uniting the governments, uniting the private actors, uniting the civil society, the academia, everybody, to think about a long-term vision of change, let's say 10 years, and come back to realize their priorities to transform food systems. And that's what we have done with a lot of institutions. We have involved even banks and institutions that are normally in the food system space, but that care for the future of their territory. And as we have evolved into developing these roadmaps, we're now in the process of managing this coalition of actors to implement concrete actions, to collaborate, to develop the future, to understand everything that deals with regeneration, to health, to food security, to all the actions about, for example, research for the region, etc. So, for example, here in Valle del Cauca, we're launching just on the 30th with the governor of Valle del Cauca the ambition of Valle del Cauca Regenerative, which after 3 years, it has taken the whole scope of the department to understand that this is possible and that every actor is willing to act to sort of have that vision of change. So this is what we're doing, and obviously we understand that we can, when we started doing this like 10 or 15 years ago with climate change, is what is happening right now with food systems. And food systems are totally correlated to the expansion of the agricultural frontier to biodiversity. In Colombia, 50% of the emissions are related to the AFOLU sector. So if you don't change the AFOLU sector, you will not meet the Paris agreements and the biodiversity agreements, no? And so they're in the center of everything. They're even in the center of the peace process in Colombia. They're first, like rural development is the center of the peace agreement in Colombia. So it's totally correlated. Sometimes I don't hear like peace, but that's important. I mean, the ministry is speaking of making peace with nature. And I think this is totally correlated to what we're doing in a process that involves the participation of the people, because if you don't act for your own territory, you're left alone, no? So this is what we're doing.
It does deserve a round of applause, because the multi-stakeholder collaboration and grassroots organizations that you're mobilizing, it's a big ask and leap, and thank you for doing it, because we'll see it will pay off. So join Claudia's event on the 30th if you want to know more how they are transforming Valle del Cauca. Let me go over then now to the representatives of the business sector. Maybe Kimberly Chan, I will go over to you first. So Kimberly Chan is the Global Biodiversity Manager of Heineken. So would you like to share with us what is your organization doing as different initiatives to support farmers and landscape level actions?
Thank you, Stefania. Before I answer the question, I just want to give everybody a little bit of context as to Heineken's agricultural footprint, because I think that's helpful. So we work with around 50,000 farmers indirectly. So we work with we buy our agricultural commodities from a few main suppliers that are indirectly supporting 50,000 farmers globally. So we have our footprint as well, very global, from Europe to Mexico to Australia to the US. And so sustainability has always been very important to Heineken, especially in the agricultural value chain. So we've been SAI platform members ever since 2007, and we do have sustainable sourcing commitments for our barley and our hops, so 100% by 2030. So we do look after that. But we do know that agriculture represents 19% of our carbon emissions, and we've set science-based targets to go to net zero by 2040. And we're also the first global brewer to set our flag targets, so the forest, land, and agriculture targets, to reduce them by 30% by 2030. So we need to work quite hard in order to reach those goals. So we've been working directly with farmers as well. And again, that's through our supply chain. So the first thing we did was we initiated a low carbon farming program. These are pilots, but they're really helping farmers to identify the interventions that are needed at the farm level. Things like crop covers, no tillage, and the reduction of the use of chemical inputs. So these are the kind of practices that we've been encouraging. And farmers can choose the practice that they think is the most relevant for their context. So last year we had 300 of these pilots, and the idea is to have more of these pilots. But we also know that agriculture is more holistic, and it's also going to impact on more environmental impacts than just carbon. So we want to look more into holistic, we want to look at the holistic side of things, and that includes regenerative agriculture. So what we did last year is we launched our first regenerative agriculture pilot, and this was in Ireland. And this was in partnership with our suppliers. So that was with Boardmalt, but also Irish distillers, so Pernod Ricard. And we also had an engagement with an NGO there, Earthworm, who knows the area so that they can do the implementation. But they would also measure the metrics for us as well. And the objective of this pilot was really to have the farmers learn the types of practices that are needed in that landscape to make malting barley farming more regenerative. And this was with 15 farmers, so this was on a pilot level. And this will be a 3-year program, but then we will get the learnings from that so that we can spread the learnings to other farmers who are also farming malting barley. I'm proud to say that this year we were able to launch our first large-scale regenerative agriculture program. And this was a program, this is a program called Transitions, and it's in the Champagne region of France. And we did this by collaborating with our cooperative, Vivacia, and also our subsidiary, their subsidiary, which is a supplier of ours, one of our major suppliers. And this was quite a unique collaboration because it involved vegetable growers in this landscape, but also the grain growers. And we engaged from upstream to the downstream. So there are other B2C companies involved in this as well. So we are off-taking the barley that is being grown there, but other companies in the B2C space are off-taking the other grains and other vegetables that are being grown in this landscape. And this is in 2024, so this year when we launched, it's reached 200 farmers, and we hope by next year to reach 500 farmers, and then by 2026 up to 1,000 farmers, and that's around 1,000 hectares of land that's covered. And the way we want to measure the success for this project, and the same thing for the pilot, is that we're looking holistic, like I said before. So we're really looking at carbon, of course, but also soil health, water, biodiversity. So these are the components that we're really looking into for measuring success. I think I'll stop there for now, and I can, of course, say more about it.
No, thank you so much, Kimberly. Interesting to hear how a corporate player like Heineken is starting to implement programs and support programs for farmers to transition towards more agroecological and regenerative farming practices. I think it's interesting to one element that you were saying about the importance of collective purchase agreement if you want to move at a landscape scale. So Heineken is just one player out of many other players that are involved in that project. And that's such an important point I think we'll talk about. Let's now move to another follow sector, to the forestry. So let's introduce to Veronica de la Cerda, who is the Vice President for Sustainability for CMPC. Maybe you want to also introduce your organization first, a few, so the audience knows. But we know that according to FAO, 20% of forests are like privately managed. So would love to hear from your views, what is your organization and what are also your peers doing to sustainably manage forests?
Great. Thank you very much for the invitation, even though I'm freezing. This is definitely not good, neither for nature nor climate, but it's okay. So I'm Veronica de la Cerda, and as you mentioned, I work at CMPC. CMPC is an integrated forestry company, so we manage forests, but we also we produce timber, pulp and paper, packaging, and tissue products. Our forests are mainly Brazil, Chile, and Argentina, and our operations are more all around Latin America. And we, since more than 10 years ago, we are actually FSC and PFSC certified in our forestry sector. So that's where we started, right? That's how you start involving in sustainability management practices. The certification is not only about nature, or environment, but it's also about social issues. So we have working on this for a decade, more than a decade. We own more than 1 million hectares between all of those countries, but we also work with source from others. And we are also helping those to push their level up and be certified. And of course, that is something that you have to do and also sort of finance, because this is not easy, right? This is not easy for smaller landholders to arrive to the level that a certification needs you to be. So we work with that as well. Then we also have, and this is a combination between the demands or the needs from the certification, but also because, for example, of the Brazilian government, we have more than 30% of our land protected in a combination of watersheds, conservation areas, or other sort of protected areas. So yes, 20% of the land, but at least from our side, 30% of our own forest are protected. But that probably is not enough. It's not enough just to say, okay, this is our set-asides and you just leave them there. The idea, and that's why we started with a nature strategy, is to make sure that those lands and those areas are actually creating the most valuable impact that they can actually be. And that's why a couple of years ago, we decided to create a nature strategy for conservation and biodiversity. And it has 4 pillars. One being biodiversity, so understanding, measuring what's the biodiversity in those areas as long as in our protective areas. then also identifying the ecosystemic services that we are either generating or protecting, then understanding as well the nature-based solutions among our forests, and everything with a landscape approach. And with the landscape approach is that we are embarking ourselves in new corridors for protecting several species. So we are working in the south of Chile with different types of species and trying to, because this is not easy, trying to engage with others to create bigger corridors. So we are now working with another forestry company in Chile, for example, to protect one endemic species in the north of the south of Chile. We are a very long country. So we're trying to create a corridor with them in a zone that was very affected by wildfires. But again, this is something that it's not necessarily easy to do. So we need to engage with a lot of people. And then, of course, the social aspect of what we're doing, we have been working very hard with our community engagement programs. So we have a lot of different initiatives. One of it being, for example, we have a program that is specially focused for what we call strategic suppliers, which are local, small suppliers that can help us create more value in the region. So that is important as well. And you need to work very hard on this, because it's very easy to say, oh, we're going to source correctly, or we're going to source from local communities, but the capabilities there not necessarily there. So this is a strong program with education programs and helping them understand also the needs that we need to arise. So not only the certifications, but also our own commitment, for example, for net zero, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll stop there, but those are parts of the things that we're doing.
No, thank you so much, Veronica. And I'll stay with you, because I think I know less the forestry sector, and I think it's interesting for the audience to know more. And so you have outlined a little bit what you're doing. I heard also the importance of engaging the whole supply chain, maybe a new paradigm for collaboration also to implement some of your projects at scale. I would love to know, in your point of view, what is needed for organizations like yours in the forestry sector to scale up some of your work?
Well, first, that states present their nature strategies, right? In these COPs, that would actually be very useful. We are working, so we and other companies are actually working in trying to align ourselves with the needs of these strategies that the states are needing to work on. So all of the difference, there's one target of it actually directed exactly to the forest sector and how to it be more sustainable. And we're counting on that to actually move further, because we need that. We as companies need all those like bars very high in order to, it makes much easier the work for us in order to arrive to this new standard. So I hope that the 35 countries that presented their strategy actually become much more in this COP, hopefully, or in the next one. But that is one aspect. And then, of course, collaboration. When you talk about nature, you talk about locals, you talk about landscape. So it's not something that we as a company are going to create much of an impact working by ourselves. Let aside that we won't be able to solve the problem. This is a state's problem, and we're more than willing to collaborate and contribute. But we need to do it with much more people engaged.
Thank you very much, Veronica. And let's hear maybe also from Kimberly Chan from Heineken. You outlined before some examples of pilots, and we talked about, for example, the importance of collective purchase agreements to scale. But in your point of view, you're thinking about yourself or other off-takers, as we call them, so that off-take agricultural products. What is needed to scale, and what is the role maybe also of public actors and financial actors?
Yes, thanks, Stefania. I think it's, so I'm going to mention maybe two main things. One is metrics. I'm sure we've all heard a lot about metrics at this COP already, but the alignment of metrics for regenerative agriculture, I think, is already actually on its way. which is good news because I think, we've been working on definitions and frameworks now for the last 5 years. So I think it's going in a good direction in terms of alignment on what is regenerative agriculture. And this is really helpful because then everybody can speak the same language, from business to when you're engaging with your supply chain, when you're engaging with your peers, you all, have the same idea of what you want to achieve with regenerative agriculture. And it's great that it's also become more of an outcomes-based approach rather than a practices approach as well. So it's less about alignment, I think, on the framework, but I think we need metrics to align with governments. And I heard recently that it's not just like the B2C engagement and to B2B engagement that we need, it's also the B2G engagement, which I really liked, so the business to government engagement. And yeah, you mentioned it, that we need governments really to put in their NBSAPs, for example. It needs to reflect the ambitions of private sector now, because the private sector is actually, many of us are quite ambitious, and I think we do need that reflected in the policies of governments. So that's one thing, the metrics. And the second thing, and it's really very much aligned with that, is that we have a financing gap still. And that financing gap for regenerative agriculture is, of course, to do with, it takes at least 3 years for practices to really, at least 3 years, for practices to actually become more profitable for the farmer, and somebody needs to pay for the investments that need to go into regenerative agriculture. And that includes training the farmers, it includes, collection of the metric, of the indicators that are on the farm level. It's the tools that are needed, the databases, the implementation partners. You need insurance also for any yield losses and things like that in the first years. And so we need more, I think, from governments at least. We need them to be aware that we need these additional incentives as businesses as well. At the moment, it seems very voluntary, I think, for businesses to do these kind of initiatives. But if we were to give them more of, more incentives to be able to scale up faster, that would be, I think, amazing. Yes.
Thank you so much, Kimberly, for sharing these 2 points. And I just want to reference them because I think they are important. You were talking about the coherence that is needed actually across the 3 Rio Conventions. If we're talking about land-based transformation, we actually need to align the NDCs and the MBSAPs objectives with probably the new business for land objectives that are also coming up of the last COP. So I think that's an important thing. Can we coherently align on a shared transformation that we want to have? That's so important, and that's why I think the business sector is advocating for results-based policies. We can call it agroecological transformation, nature farming, regenerative agriculture. The importance is we align on the impacts that we want to measure at farm level, reward farmers for it, and report and disclose then, ask companies to transparently report and disclose them at corporate ESG level. And then another point, you were saying, we're not going to do a session here, but it's the financing gap. It is true that today there is a big financing gap to actually transition agricultural and land-based models towards more agroecological and regenerative. And I think here there are just a few numbers. I think today approximately 44 billion are invested in that. We need 10 times more. And there is an estimation of government expenditures and subsidies that is around 630 billion a year, US dollars I'm talking. It's just important, I'm just outlining these numbers, because if we need around 400 and we have 630 of government expenditure in agriculture that is actually today financing, let's call it the status quo of agriculture, which has a very important role, but there is also a need then to realign, I think, public and private incentives, to repurpose subsidies to be able to close that financing gap. Sorry, that is a topic I'm passionate about. I will get carried away. Christine, I would love to know from you, you shared before a very detailed picture of some of the challenges that are part of small-scale farmers in Eastern and South Africa. I would love to hear from you. What would be the one message? Here in the room today, you have a lot of private actors. What would be your one message that you think they should take away from what actions they should take?
It is one message, but let me break it into three. In the first place, we have our written document that has the farmer's voice, what we would wish to have out of COP. My colleague has it there. We are going to share. And secondly, in 2018, prior to COP, I mean to COVID, we came to realize that the United Nations Convention developed for us the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants. That is bringing us our rights back. So if all countries could domesticate the UN drop, it is something that is speaking directly to a farmer, and a farmer has to know their rights. It clearly stipulates what is basically meant for a farmer. Even all these issues we are talking about here are embedded in the UN drop. So I beg that all stakeholders, government agencies, legislators, domesticate the UN drop. Thirdly, for a small-scale farmer, when it comes to financing, let us finance cooperatives and unions. Because in those cooperatives, that is where we could sit at a local level, discuss the pricing of our produce, the marketing of our produce, the way we produce, and everything that is around agricultural production, and even the way we could maintain our ecosystem and the biodiversity. So back to those cooperatives, we are even able to bring down this information we are sharing here, because at least we are a few farmers in this whole COP, and basically from Africa, we are very few. But we need to take this information back to the farmers. So in our cooperatives, we can share this very well. And therefore, I thank for the platform that you've offered us as farmers to share with you what we are going through, at least to have you walk in our footsteps. It is empathy. Have empathy for us. The small-scale farmer says, you raise our voices higher so that we are helped. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. These were very powerful words. Thank you so much for sharing them. And let's then close this session, maybe open up then for a few questions later. So think about if you have any questions for some of the speakers. Claudia, maybe also looking back at your previous experience in the government, this year is the year of the 3 Rio Conventions. And what would be your advice to policymakers that are today maybe negotiating the NBSAPs and the NDCs and also on the land degradation?
I was a young minister in this country of the environment. At the time, we were speaking about, our normal environmental issues. And obviously, I was part of the Rio conference, and I was so excited to see the 3 conventions, and we applauded and everything. But as Cristiana Figueres and President Santos were speaking the other day, why should we have 3 conventions? They should be the same convention, no? Right now, we should unite the 3 conventions and do things together. And so when I see, for example, what is happening in the development of, for example, the NDSAPs in this country, they're done, for example, by one sector of the Ministry of the Environment. And when we speak about the NDCs, it's mostly from the Climate Change Department of the same ministry. They should be the same group because they're speaking about the same thing, no? And obviously, the certification, like in a country like Colombia, you see it all great. Well, we have these certification levels that are up to 30%, and we're not putting sufficient attention to that convention, no? So again, we really have to speak about nature in a one way and a one format. Nature has, its own sort of relationships with us and us with nature, but we should have sort of the same metrics to understand the future. And again, we waste a lot of resources in developing all these NDSAPs, NDCs, because it takes a whole deal. For example, in this country, they did it in a participatory manner. So they went to do the NDSAPs with groups of people around the country, and then next year they will do the NDCs, and and it's again, and for the people, it's all the same. No, we're all speaking about how to transform the future in a society that needs to give back to nature and to society in a more meaningful way. So I think that we truly need to have something much more meaningful. We have to have the same metrics at the end. We have to unite efforts between countries as well, because it's not only about the document at the end. It's about what will happen with the document afterwards. So as soon as we finish, for example, here, the biodiversity, where they're launching the NDs SAP here in Colombia, and we're very proud of it. We all collaborated. But what's next? We have to implement it. We have to be thrilled. We have to collaborate to make it happen, etc. And as we do that, they're going to engage us into thinking about climate change again. So again, I mean, my answer is we should really need to think more integrally. We should really drive the future with indicators about the 3 Rio conventions, and we should act together in a more meaningful manner, because there is no finance. So, the little finance that we have to make it, enlarge it, do blended finance, etc., to make this happen in a more meaningful way at the country level and at the global level.
Thank you so much, Claudia. I think that was a very powerful call to action. And Claudia, I know you need to go because you have another engagement, so don't hesitate to squeeze off. Are there any questions from the audience? I can pass my mic. No problem. Thank you so much. Good. No one? Here, over here.
Hi. It's really exciting to see some private sector participation here as well. And I think we've been hearing so much about blended finance when it comes to scaling up land-based solutions. And corporates are always kind of on the sidelines of that. You kind of hear about MDBs, you hear about commercial banks. I would love to hear how you think private sector can participate in blended finance for scaling up land-based solutions, if there's a way even.
I can start giving an answer, and then I'll let Kimberly. And this is because this is precisely what, as WBCSD, we work on. I would say and Claudia was saying it a lot, we need to tear down silos, and we need to stop the time for pilot is over. We need to make it happen. And how? I think what's most important is to have farmers at the centers. They are the one at the forefront. They are the one driving the transformation, and they're also the first one impacted by then. But then there needs to be, I think, a triangle with one are the real economy actors, like what I call the off-takers, that have a very important role to play because they can valorize products that are sourced from agroecological or regenerative farming practices. But then there are the financial actors, because as you've seen, for example, actors like Kimberly, farther off in the supply chain, think about textile companies. Like, we can't scale this up if there are not vehicles, like blended finance vehicles, that help de-risk also the transition for the farmers and also for the off-takers. So that would be my answer. There is a big role to play, because no financial actor will come in the room if there is not a collective purchase agreement that guarantees that for the next 6 to 7 years or 10, a group of collective off-takers takes it off. And so that's when they come in. I'm like, this is interesting, because I see the reduction of risks, and that's why I'm willing to come in. That's another passion of mine. You can come and talk to me if you want later. Kimberly, do you want to add your perspective to this?
Yeah, thanks, Stefania. I think it's very similar to what you just said. So for the Transitions project, what we had to do was we had to engage the supply chain, and without their engagement with the farmer, then nothing can happen, actually. So it really starts with the farmer. And then once we've had the supply chain engaged, then we need to engage our peers, because we need to understand the landscape. We have to really understand who is active within that and who wants to offtake what within this landscape. And then once that's been agreed upon, then you have kind of a shared financing model, because all of the private sector actors, the supplier, the cooperative, ourselves, and also the other B2C companies, we're all paying a premium for our regenerative crop that we are buying. And of course, then we also want the governments to lean in, and that's what I said about grants and incentives. Luckily for the Transitions project, the French government is quite ahead, and so we were able to get some government funding for that project as well. So yeah, I think it's really a collaborative effort. It's you really need to work together on it. And by the way, the setup of this project took us 2 years. So we started working on this 2 years ago, and that's how long it took to get this whole landscape project actually kicked off.
And that's why we need probably a new paradigm of collaboration, because if it takes us 2 years to set up all these projects, we don't have enough time. Like, there is a sense of urgency and the need for a stronger level of trust, I think, in that. So just made me think of that. We have maybe the time for one more question from the audience. Does anyone want to share also their point of view? No? Okay, good. But then thank you very much for listening in. I know it's the end of the day. Thank you for gifting us of your precious time. And I think what you heard today and some of the key takeaways that we have is, first of all, we have seen that transforming farming is a very holistic. So we're talking about health, farmer livelihood, nature, and climate too. We heard about you heard about Claudia, about like an example or an attempt to really mobilize grassroots organizations to really transform landscapes in Colombia. And then from two private actors, Kimberly and Veronica, who are actually concretely trying to, at a pilot stage in collaboration with others, to really scale up land-based solutions. If you want to continue to talk to us, we are around. And I wish you, if not, a nice continuation at COP16.